coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money. Let's get the get money.
Hi guys, and we are live for the VCT Game Changers APAC Series, day number 4. This Open, we started out with 70 teams in the Swiss group stage, now down to just the top 4. And by the end of today, only 2 will be left standing for tomorrow's grand final. I am your host, Jenny Julie, and with me on the panel this morning is the talented, beautiful, amazing Raph. Give us a recap of what happened yesterday.
If you're trying to butter me up for free coffee, I'm not doing that. But
I am.
It's not working. I'm
am.
telling you, it's not working. But yesterday has been, I guess, a story of, yes, Team SMG did what exactly they were advertised to do, and a bit of a surprise in the lower bracket, to be honest. I mean, Sapphire was touted to be one of the teams that had the best chemistry. To see them, I would say, waver a little bit the way they did was just really uncharacteristic, but everything else was just according to the script, according to the plan. And I know you have a lot to say about that and other things that might goad me into buying you coffee, but it's not working. It really isn't. It's not gonna work. No.
I got a lot of things to say about the matchup for later, but we're gonna keep that till like later when we check out the team lineups. But love that you mentioned about like yesterday, kind of a bit of a shocker upset with Big Scythe, just with that reverse sweep, right? Eliminating Sapphire 2 and 1. And Sapphire, they were our last year's APAC representatives to Berlin just like 3 or 4 months ago as well. And I think coming into the APAC Series Open 1 this year, a lot of people thought that, you know, they would at least have that podium finish in that top 3. But, you know, we've got a pretty good lineup of the top 4 teams. But let's just take a look at the format that the teams have taken to get to this day number 4.
Oh man.
Of course, this year we are switching things up a bit in that we only have 3 opens for 2023. However, the overall format is going to remain pretty much the same as the last year, with stage 1 being a series of open tournaments. We've got Open 1 right now, Open 2 happening kind of a bit later in June, and then Open 3 in July. Stage 2, of course, is going to be once again the last chance qualifiers for the last 2 spots for teams to qualify for Elite. That will be happening later in the year with that 35,000 US dollar prize pool for the 8 qualified teams that eventually make it to Elite. So a lot of very jam-packed action on this year's schedule.
Absolutely, and you did talk about it. We did mention, especially on day 1, that this is still our very first Open, so whatever growing pains that all our teams are experiencing, they will be validated, if not now, then the future. And like you said, it is a big chunk of change, and we still have a long way to go for the Game Changers year.
Yep, big chunk of change. You've got the 10,000 US dollar prize pool just for Open 1. But looking at the format, once again, we do have the dates all the way until July. Of course, for all the Opens, it is the Open stage as well as the elimination playoffs that we are playing over these 5 days. Stage 2, last chance qualifiers also will have that sweet chunk of change in the $10,000 prize pool before finally culminating in that $35,000 prize pool for Stage 2 Elite. And it just goes to show just, you know, the amount of backing and the amount of support, especially that Riot is really putting into helping to grow the competitive women's gaming scene. And that's just absolutely great to see.
It's well deserved. I mean, the strides that have been made in the last few years have been astonishing, and it's been a really joy to watch. And you did mention about the prize pool. That's like nearly as much money you carry around in your purse, so you know, I'm sure you have a lot to give, just like all our players. I mean, with all the stages and still Elite ahead of us and all the teams that we've seen and we are about to see perform, it just makes it that much more exciting.
Yep, exactly. And these were the top 8 teams that qualified out of the Swiss bracket stage. Of course, it was Big Scythe, Capybara Gang. RIP that they got eliminated. I love that team. Global Esports Phoenix, Go Sareen, RRQ Kaguya, Sapphire, Team SMG, and finally Orangutan. Of course, the last 2 days we've seen 2 teams each kind of say bye to the stage of the Open 1, but we are, of course, hoping that they will come back a lot stronger in June for that Open 2. Of course, we only have 4 teams left today in day number 4, and only 2 will be left by the end of today to make it to tomorrow's grand final. So this has been a pretty long journey for all the 8 teams that qualified. Of course, they did play the Swiss bracket, which wasn't broadcasted, but was another 6 best of 3 series. And also, like with the double elimination bracket that we're used to with the Game Changers here in APAC, it's a lot of games, especially if you lose on day 1, you drop down to lower bracket, and then you have to play every single day if you're trying to make it into today or into tomorrow's final as well. So it's definitely been a bit of a grueling schedule for these teams, I think, especially for Series 2 that we will see later on today between Orangutan and BIGG. Like, these teams have played a series every single day of the Game Changers APAC. And it's kind of a question of, how much do these teams still have left in the tank? But this is going to be our schedule for today. I think we're pretty honored and happy to be here for day number 4, because day 4 is the most jam-packed schedule that we have for APAC Series Open 1, because we've got 3 best of 3 series for all of you guys watching at home. Of course, we're starting off with the upper bracket final. It's kind of the match of the day for me, and kind of what could possibly be right. This could also possibly, don't want to, jump the gun, but could be a matchup that we will see tomorrow in the final as well. Just absolutely stacked teams between SMG and RRQ. It's going to be an absolute banger of a game. And then later on, our second series, right, between Orangutan as well as BIGG is going to be that revenge match, right? Because we saw over on day number 1, Orangutan, like, they beat BIGG 2-0, and then BIGG dropped down to the lower bracket, have had to claw their way back through today. And then the last match of today will be the whichever both teams dropped from Series 1 and Series 2. So got a long day ahead of us, but should be some pretty good games.
Should be some pretty good games, and I'm glad that you mentioned stamina earlier. It is the most jam-packed day, and I believe this is the first time we are going to be seeing a team do 2 series in one day, so that's a bit of a doozy.
Yep, for sure. I mean, talking about just their stamina to make it here, just playing today is going to be a struggle for them. We're going to take a look at the highlights from yesterday. You want to walk us through this?
No, I absolutely do not want to walk through. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, so as we mentioned, right, there is quite a few clashing stories still. I feel like a lot of the chaos is still going to happen in the lower bracket because BIGG has been completely unpredictable. The notes that I've had for them in the first day was that their mental fortitude was something that was a bit of a question mark, but with what they did to Sapphire, it's like they've completely written that off and have evolved once more. And again, that's the beauty of this circuit, of the format. The teams, they just get better every single day. It also does kind of expose which teams aren't moving forward and adapting to all the competition. And again, with all the frags that we're seeing right here, it's a complete testament to how dedicated everybody has been. I know some of the teams aren't here anymore, but that is just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, and I just love how we're seeing Capricious in particular from Orangutan just absolutely stepping up for a team, because that was such a big question for this team coming into that day number 1, right? With all the roster shuffles that Orangutan have gone through, just how well will Capricious be able to lead this team? And she's shown that she's been pretty up for that task also. So yep, there's Yamori on the other hand for BIGG on the Jet also. I mean, that's going to be an absolute banger of like a matchup later on between the duelists.
True.
If we're gonna see any type of difference between the Jets later, but yeah, I can't wait for that matchup to happen. But guys, before we head on into the later series of the day, we're going to go for a very short break before we come back with the lineups for our first series between SMG and RRQ Kaguya. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Hi guys, and welcome back to today's series number 1. It's our upper bracket final for day number 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023 between SMG and RRQ. And boy, is today's first series going to be an absolute doozy. There is no better way to wake up on your weekend morning than by catching some banger Valorant games. And talking about that SMG versus RRQ, we're going to take a look at the rosters of both these teams. First up, it's going to be Team SMG.
So excited. You can already just tell she's so excited. It's like, oh yeah, it's Team SMG's time.
Oh my god, look, you can't spell SMG without S and G. All right, sure. I know, like, we've only got one Singaporean player with Kohybe on the roster. We've got, rocking that 3 PH on Team SMG this year. But there's your roster on your screens, guys. It's going to be Kohybe, Camille, Shirazi, Tara, and Alexi. And boy, has this team been steamrollering their way through the entire of GC APAC Open 1 so far. But before we get more in depth on that, we gotta introduce RQ Kaguya. Come on, Raph.
Of course, RQ Kaguya, one of the tournament favorites and arguably one of the top 3 teams we have in Game Changers 2023. I mean, they have been fairly human in their performance. They've had their highs, but they've definitely had moments where they've looked shaky. But the biggest takeaway from that is that they've always come out on top. They've been super resilient, and they've had a good mix of everything. They've shown a mastery of what tempo they really want to play. If they really want to hold it back and play super default, they can. If they really want to hinge off Aluka and Ayumi's insane potential to go for those first picks, then they absolutely will.
Yep, and I am just so super hyped for our first matchup of the day because we have so many good storylines, so many good narratives coming into this first series, right? I mean, these two teams, they started off on the opposite sides of the bracket. They haven't met each other yet in the entire of like the Swiss, as well as the playoffs just yet. So today is going to be the first time that we really get a good gauge on how these two favorite teams will fare off against each other. There's the map select on your screens. It is going to be Haven to start us off, Pearl as well as Lotus. That will be the decider if we do go the distance with all 3 maps. And I'm super hyped. I mean, Raph, what are your thoughts on this? Just super big maps for all 3 picks.
Super big maps, and I feel like the same question that we've been asking about SMG still has yet to be answered. What are they weak at? What is their Achilles heel, perhaps? Because all these maps are pretty much leaning into their favor. I look at the stats of RQ Kaguya, they're a little shakier on Pearl. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch because they do have a decent, and I mean decent, 80% here. It's just SMG have not dropped anything, so it's super hard to gauge what type of, I guess, clash we're gonna see. But if we look at the themes of the map here, I would say Haven is going to be testing how active SMG, or rather how active RQ can be. I mean, I feel like this is where we actually saw a bit of a breakdown on the side of RQ against Orangutan, if I'm not mistaken. They had a very impressive attacking side, but once they started going for that defensive side and trying to, I guess, fix all the rotations, that's when they got outmaneuvered. I mean, they do lean heavily on Aluk and Ayumi to open things up for them, but when the things get, I would say, a little dicey, there's still growing pains. And I have to say, I'm still super excited on how this is going to pan out against a team that's also as, how would I put this, well-refined as SMG.
Yeah, I agree. And I just absolutely love that, you brought up how RRQ have shown tiny little weaknesses here and there, but we haven't really seen any chinks at all in the SMG armor, right? Because if you're just looking at the stats, and the numbers don't tend to lie, right? So RRQ Kaguya coming into the playoffs, coming into today, they've dropped maps here and there. They dropped a map to Orangutan twice in Swiss and in playoffs also. They did lose to Sapphire earlier on in Swiss. 0-2 as well. Whereas SMG, they've played 8 best-of-3 series to make it to today, and they have won every single series 2-0. And I'm not even talking about like overtime long games. They have a lot of like 13-4, 13-3 maps to get here also. So like if you're looking at it, right, both teams, they had the day off yesterday because they won day 1 and day 2. So you earned that little bit of rest in a double elimination format. But I think for SMG, just with the least number of games and rounds that they've played, they've shown as little of their strats as possible, right? I mean, what do we think? Who is your favorite team coming into Series 1, Raph? I'm listening.
Don't make me do
I'm
this. I have been
listening.
trying to divert all the attention and the bias towards Ray Richu here because, SMG is famously a Singaporean org, and I'm just putting it out there that there are 3 Filipinos on that SMG squad, and I will stand by my picks from day one. I've always believed that SMG have been as fantastic as they have been since the Swiss stage, and they've translated that super well. And the fact that they haven't really given anything away throughout the days that they were playing is a big factor here, because so far, every time they feel like it's comfortable enough to go for a heat check, we see that Reyna chamber pick. It's something that I super appreciate, and I did call out the first time. I'm just saying, guys. So I feel like I'll put my eggs in the SMG basket.
I mean, you called it day 1. You're good at your job. What else can we say? It's why you're here.
You're great
on
at your job,
this
too.
Desk. Oh my
Made it
god!
so easy
Thank
for
you.
me.
No, you. So I got another question for you before we pop into Agent Select. You were talking about the Reyna, the Chamber combination. You're saying that just SMG, they're on their way to today. They've sometimes shown that they go for that heat check, right? They're feeling themselves and they pick something more aggressive. What do you think we might see for this map 1 on Haven?
I feel like they'll have to respect Awaka's Sentinel play, though. She's evolved so much as a player ever since the beginning of Game Changers, and she's just proven that either she can be the spear that breaks all the formations or the shield that ties everything together. So it's still an interesting dynamic that we have yet to see when we jump into the game later.
Yeah, I agree. How are we feeling about RRQ's performance so far, right? Because we were talking about how, day 1, like this team, they lost Ineri, they lost like their kind of star player as well. Like, where would this team land? And then we saw them like drop a couple of maps here and there. What do you think for today? If I have to, really quick prediction, how do you think the series will go?
SMG 2-1.
A number. Whew, okay, I agree. I think that it's going to be a 2-1 also. But guys, we are ready for the game. We're going to hand it off to our caster pair for today. It's going to be Daks as well as a Donut. Lady and gentlemen, take it away.
We got a slot ready in the finals there. We have one matchup to watch out for, and this has to be one of the biggest ones of them all in the Game Changer scene. It's Team SMG versus RRQ Kaguya. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Daks and Donut gonna be together for this one. And Donut, upper bracket finals. I'm just so excited for this one because this is really powerhouse versus powerhouse.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a foreshadowing of the grand finals. I think it came early. It's supposed to be tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
But I guess both of these teams, they have a day. They had a day to prepare for this match, and Team SMG, they've already revealed their real agent composition. So at least RRQ Kaguya, they had time to reassess their current strategy. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a mirror matchup for our agents. It's all going to be about how they use their utilities and how each of the initiators will be able to take advantage of that round. Again, Team SMG, when it comes to the mid-round calls, for sure, they are going to show up here in Haven.
Yeah, they look very sharp right now, and that's a really good point, though, in that we've seen SMG hide strats in terms of Haven, in terms of Pearl. We're gonna see those two maps right now, and this is the composition that they brought against GE Phoenix to begin with. And SMG look for the quick siege of that A-side Shirazi, though. Good start onto Iceberg, and that's the entry alert for Ayubi, though, over onto the corner, and Alaka's there to help out too. RRQ setting up a trap perfectly placed, but towards the backside, Kohaibi already just rushing on in. It's 2 versus 2. Link here for the post plant for RRQ. A quick little regroup as SMG get the plant going here, Donut.
The control for Team RRQ, but it's going to be Nabsky and Bess. Big shoes to fill for both of the teams, but they still have a lot of utility. Just a little bit of information is what Nabsky will need, and this time there is going to be that peek out and the kill for both. Shirazi takes 3 for this round, and what an amazing play from her.
SMG just looking absolutely cracked with the shots from day 1 to today even. It really just goes to show, though, for SMG that rushdown is so potent, and especially how they understand what to do with the loss that they have in the first place. They realize, okay, if we actually keep the pressure towards the link area, we keep the pressure towards that backside, it's just SMG again and again getting the map control that they want.
Yeah, this is going to be something challenging for Team RRQ when it comes down to the defense, right? They had a good inkling that there would be a push towards A, and this time, Team SMG, they're not backing down. They're gonna go A again because it has succeeded, but will they know that there will be people hiding behind the corners?
Oh, Iceberg's just there to short the almost getting a takedown instead. RRQ still sticking around by the site itself. They get 2 for the troubles, and SMG, they're gonna need to regroup instead towards A long, reassess the hit here. RRQ so prepared for that one, especially every single time you have that long presence or the exit to the site from long. It seems like that's RRQ's power position, and it worked out again to at least equalize the odds here.
Yeah, now they're gonna get to see quick rotations for them, but 2 guns lost for Team SMG. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna bite. Nabsky has already taken the Spectre, so this might be the X factor for them to win this round.
Yeah, there we have it, though. SMG backing on away, playing the long angle. Bit of a lurk from Tara too, watching out for Garage. Only problem here, what can RRQ still do as they play towards that backside? Perhaps a flash from Alaka can help out in the pinch, but this is still a stable post plant here. Trying to clear out any utility setup. Star already in the way. Alaka moving over to the platform as we get defuse going. SMG just waiting for the Q itself. Shirazi so low though on the HP. Has to be careful because of the turret. Finally timing here from Tara. Kami is there too. And the execution from SMG sublime. The re-hit, the mid-round call has been one of their strongest points, and we see it yet again.
Have plenty of time.
Yeah, Team SMG, when it comes to the recovery of the round, they're so good at it. Tara, she's been so good with when it comes to the quick rotations, and I think that's one of the reasons why they really did bloom in the map of Lotus. However new that map is, they would have the quick decisions, the right decisions actually, when it comes down to the wire. And this time, Team SMG, they selected this map. So for sure, if they already have a lot of strats ready, I think RRQ, it's gonna look grim for them during the mid-round calls. But, of course, for this time, there's going to be a full buy for the defense.
Yeah, hasn't that been the problem for RRQ? We remember that game versus Orangutan where their defense was strong, sure, but their attacking side had those struggles. And as of now, it seems like SMG realized there's a bit of that weakness. If you look at history, though, back in the AE days, RRQ, they were so potent on this map, only losing to the likes of X10 Sapphire then. But this time around, SMG still feeling very confident with this map pool moving forward. You get the Pearl, perhaps. We'll get that double control later on from them. Lotus, they look so scary as well. And that's why the panel talking about it a while ago, this map draft looking very SMG favored right now. The flash comes on in though. Courtesy side of SMG. Iceberg has the back on the way. The attacking side, they realize that if RRQ wants to play these close positions, they need to anticipate. But Iceberg, perfect timing, gets that takedown. Shirazi with a trade, and over onto the graffiti yet again. Corner so important to make this A-side happen, but Shirazi, even through the smoke, finds Alaka, and that's the third one for Shirazi. SMG just gunning at the opposition. They have the man advantage now, and it's all left the best in the 1v2.
Bulldogs, Sheriffs, will nothing can take them down. Bess is going to be holding the Vandal to 1v2. Spots out the first one with the headshot. Hiding in the corner is going to be Tara. She is going to play her card. She has one more star to use, and she's just playing the time. Now she peeks out for sure. There will be a timing but the stars haven't refreshed. Astra versus Astra.
The link.
Best though, checking all of these corners, and time is running out. She has to run, and she spots out that cape.
Tags her.
She fixes defused. Arrows low, and Bess gets the headshot.
Well done.
Amazing play here for Bess. At least they won the round, but it is a very, very expensive one.
Huge investment there, though, Net. And truth be told, RRQ having some of these moments saved by Bess, just that sense of control that she's able to slowly but surely find those 1v1 angles, seek out the opposition, and we've seen that in a few of the series already RRQ Kaguya has had. And that's the thing about RRQ right now. They've been looked mortal so far, as Raph mentioned into the panel. They've looked, I'd say, vulnerable compared to their previous iterations from last year and beyond. But you can still feel the star power, you can still feel the stability, and in those tense moments, you can see the luster that is RRQ Kaguya.
Definitely. There is going to be a time to shine here. And this probably would be the round. They need this in order to get their economy back up. And at this point, they are going to try and take control of a lobby. But it has just been lost by Team RRQ. Quick rotation towards short. And it's going to be a Yumi just waiting for Tara. A little bit of information. Shirazi confirms that the Killjoy and the Astra are there. Or the C site, but the blades connect.
Oh, Kami is already ready for the trade, though, and that's the thing. Team SMG, they know RRQ wants to venture towards that A site as much as possible. They've seen the contest towards short, and even though Ayumi was sharp with the blades there to get that first takedown, SMG still prepared to re-hit it anyway. Slow play now towards long, cutting all the noise as much as possible, and if repetition will be the key here for RRQ, SMG, they want to exploit that fact, perhaps a pinch play. Then again, though, Aldrone right now might be the call. Ayumi goes in, and Shirazi gets the takedown onto 2. Easy pickings from SMG. They've set it up well yet again, and the lay of A side is theirs to claim.
Shirazi's been so well when it comes to being the savior of the game mid-round. That double kill there, they did not expect. One was holding the drone, but then she was ready for any type of push. This time, though, Navsky, she is stunned, and I guess this is going to be a tricky retake for them.
There you have it. The sightline's perfect for Alexi already. And SMG yet again focus fired heavily towards the link area. Every single time we see this A site, though, now you can see the presence of SMG on the site. You can see that they want to play as far deep as possible and make sure RRQ gets no vantage point whatsoever. That's been the struggle right now of the defense in terms of the retake.
Yeah, I could see the vision cones, right? When you look at the A site, everything else is covered. It's full of red. So every time that Team RRQ will opt for the retake, they will be ready. On top of those angles that they hold, it's all the utilities that they spread all throughout the site. It's all about the timing, and Kaguya as the breach has been so good with all of these stuns. And the recovery from Shirazi, I think, is one of the best highlights of that round, given that Kohaibi was holding the drone, right? Trying to check the corners. But before she had the chance to check, there was a push out for both Ayumi and Iceberg. But Shirazi, she really will be the savior for this team. And I think Team SMG with the core, we've been talking about Alexi and Kohaibi as a duo.
Yeah.
But Shirazi, as an individual player, she really shines when needed the most.
I absolutely agree with you, and I checked the stats right now of what we've had here so far for Game Changers Open 1. Shirazi has the highest ACS of everyone in the playoffs so far. Absolutely impactful every single time, and it just really works so well for Team SMG because they have that reliable backline that can secure the rounds for them. You look at players like Alexi and Kohaibi, you know that tandem wants to go in, especially when you have Kohaibi on something like the Neon or the Raze in other maps. But when you have that Rocket Shirazi, she's just ready to roll it down and against the opposition. Alexi, though, leading the charge yet again. The front line still sharp from SMG, and things are really firing on all cylinders for the attacking side so far.
Yeah, quick smoke there to try and cover and escape, but the rotations have come in. I don't really think the bestest position would be the best one, but they would prefer a retake at this point. If they take a hold of C, then it's going to be lost. Preferably, they need the smokes for this.
It's a gamble, that's for sure. They're stacking towards A yet again, realizing SMG has been hitting that again and again for the past few rounds. Now, though, the clear towards C, aftershock thrown towards platform, but you mentioned it, since Best did back on away, they will decide to play the retake. This lurk being watched out for by Shirazi one more time. I do like the fact that Ayumi's checking towards one first and foremost, but Shirazi knows it already. There's the takedown. Rifle, though, gonna be vulnerable if she gets overrun. So you can see here for Team SMG, reinforcing the backline, keeping an eye out. Triple peek now at the ready. Tara and Shirazi yet again working hand in hand together. And the rest is just history here for Team SMG, writing the story and writing this round as a flawless win.
The story is just overflowing for Team SMG. There was an intention for a flank here by Team RRQ. 3 people against 1 until Tara came along. And at the end of the day, Shirazi just held down the fort.
Isn't that we expect though here for RRQ? They realize, okay, we're splitting too much into the front line. Perhaps let's actually go for the wraparound. Let's go for the flank. But it still doesn't happen the way that they like. If SMG realize there's no point pressure whatsoever, there's no sight information that they're gonna garner in terms of people, why not watch that flank? And we see it one more time. Shirazi just so freaking reliable. It's just ridiculous how SMG, I'd say, made that rebuild happen all throughout the offseason for them. They rebuilt around Kohaibi and Tara especially, and including these members right now, all-stars from the Philippine scene. They just look so damn potent and the team to beat from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think the team selection for this, for the coach and the manager, they said, okay, who are the players with the highest ACS, highest headshot percentage? Yep, that's a check. But then at the same time, I think they did so well when it comes to selecting, and the time to practice together was really built this solid team. And given all of the interviews that we've had with them, they seem to be enjoying, even in Lotus, against a team like SCYTHE, who represented Asia Pacific back in Berlin. It just means that if they're enjoying, they're getting the kills, they're confident with each other, and as a team, the communication is on point. Because you can see that in the mini-map, right? They already had the C site earlier on in the previous round, but Shirazi, when help was needed, Tara was there. And there was an easy rotation, just in case, for the person down at C long, at the bottom of C long, so that there would be an immediate response. And Alexi and both Cammy are just the ones on site. Yeah. I just really love that adaptation for this team when it comes to the rotations. And I think that is the one that is on point and perfect.
Yeah, just the chemistry right now for SMG off the charts. And you want to say the same here for RRQ Kaguya, in all honesty. You know that that core is still from that Alter Ego Celeste roster. You know that they've only made one of those roster changes. But unfortunately, it has been many a trial and tribulation for them all throughout these playoffs. Multiple 2-1 standings, almost losing out to the likes of Capybara Gang as well as Orangutan X. It's just this RRQ Kaguya squad right now. We know how good they can be. We know how they have become the standard for the game changer scene especially. But this is the problem sometimes, that after you've had your run and everyone is still looking at you, everyone still feels that you are the bar to beat, and everyone is still making those comparisons to you, and especially how they make the plays against you. And really, even though RRQ Kaguya has had a great run so far, making it to the upper bracket finals, you can feel the pressure that the target is still on their back because of their history there, Donut.
Yeah, definitely a team with form, but if there is pressure to prove themselves, right, sometimes it can get to your mental. And I think this is one of the things that the panel has mentioned, right, the mental game as well. And definitely without the star player that we expected to play here in Open 1, we know for sure that there is also pressure in Bess because she has big shoes to fill. And definitely, right, when they won twice in the whole of this playoffs, they were against the team of OGT, but we don't know just yet what their answer is against the wave of Team SMG.
Yeah, that's the problem right now. No one has really solved what they can do against Team SMG. Panel mentioned a while ago, flawless record so far, even beating the likes of the defending champions Sapphire in such commanding fashion. What gives already? What can you even do by Team SMG? But we've seen RRQ Kaguya get out of these situations before. Losing maps, as we mentioned in their previous outings, they still take the series at the very end. So there is that hope right now for RRQ Kaguya. There is still that, I'd say, pedigree that you have. And come on, we always know about the stories here. You have Ayumi and Alaka, one of the strongest tandems that you can have right now to really bridge that gap. This is the perfect time for RRQ Kaguya to say that we can fill all the shoes that have been left behind and more. We are that team still to beat. And it is against a squad that is trying to do the same in SMG. So you can feel the weight right now of this matchup. And I wouldn't be surprised to see this matchup later on, even into yet tomorrow, if things don't pan out the way either team wants.
You want to fight it? Yeah. That's gonna be a quick fix for them either way, right? If either of the teams lose, then it's gonna be a quick adaptation for the team. And this time, Daks has a good inkling. Oh, low Kaguya still gets a shot.
He's just so refined right now. On point to begin with. There we have a dash on in also for SMG. And a quick plant with the lockdown for pressure too. RRQ. They tried to play the operator and they're watching from the window. But by this point, this just might be exits instead. Because of the lockdown now, they have to play towards the side, towards the link. And with just so much space created, SMG yet again foothold on the objective here, Donut.
Yeah, and Kaguya is going to be ready with the Rolling Thunder. She plays a little bit back because she knows her ultimate is very important. But at least here, the lockdown in place for RRQ is going to move them away. Just a little bit of a check here with a drone, but there are utilities spread all over. And an exchange of Rolling Thunder. The chaos is here in the C site, but SCYTHE still remains calm with the kills. A second headshot for her, and Nabsky strikes back until Gohaibi says it's done.
And RRQ are running out of time and losing the operator along the way. They tried to go for the retake, but yet again, with that point presence from SMG, they still were able to delay a little bit and keep everyone else backing on away. That plan B with the Rolling Thunder, just so prepared to play towards long. And it seems like for RRQ, the problem is how they collapse for these retakes. They decide to converge back towards the site. They're not playing the flank that they could have actually utilized earlier on there with the Yuumi. I know it's difficult to play the operator in that post-plant regard, but for RRQ right now, the angles of opportunity, they aren't being as maximized as what SMG is doing.
Yeah, definitely. But this time, they're by. They have to maximize this. They do have the shorty, an iceberg. That's a perfect position for that gun. But a Yuumi, she knows that she has to fall back. With that drone, though, if it spots her out, Alexi is gonna go ham onto the side.
Oh, there you have it. She's already looking at the cross, but the Yuumi still are shooting to get the takedown past the aftershock. Anyway, a little bit of coverage. Shorty gonna be the surprise, but SCYTHE is just undeniable and unbeatable by now. SMG, yet again, repetition towards that A side. It's the same kind of execute. Flank though covered. This time around, RRQ learning a bit of their lesson. And I love the angle best, as well as Nabsky are trying to take Alaka though, waiting for timing, waiting for coordination from the opposite end of the map. Still the crossfire being set by SMG. Good smoke to get it away, but Tara is there to save the day. This is now SMG's to hold, SMG's to win, and it's another one for the attacking side.
The amount of effort, Ayumi opening up that opportunity for the team to get the win, but SCYTHE always takes that away from them. That's what's frustrating about playing against a player like SCYTHE, because she knows, she has that anticipation where they would be given her experience when it comes to this map and against a team like RRQ. And when it comes down to always celebrating players for Team SMG, we would say, okay, Alexi, damage per round is very, very high, but the impact per round of SCYTHE is just so stellar.
Yeah, just all throughout the tournament, this has been SCYTHE's week, basically. And we continue on for Team SMG. If they have that star power shining right now, then they truly are at the top of the class. RRQ, though, answers this time with an arsenal. A while ago, it was just that eco state. This time, Ayumi gonna vie for that operator yet again. You can see the adjustment here from SMG. They've already tried to suss out what's going on towards that B site. They go for the Owl drone too. They've really tried to mix it up here as much as possible, and SCYTHE's just not done. Alaka goes down. We now go for a hit towards that C side. Best is gonna be playing towards the cubby where SCYTHE might meet her. Dash on in, SMG, execute. Nabsky gonna be trying to play backside, but through the smoke even. It's so SCYTHE from low who gets a takedown. Best though, nice surprise. 2 get 2 of her own. Kaguya pushing on forward. Still presses towards long. Tara has to watch it. Tara has to keep an eye out. Spikes being planted. Ayumi though, the slow peek. That's not gonna work Tara whatsoever. One more chance here for SMG. But Best will best them all and get those takedowns. Finally, we get another round here from Kaguya.
That is such a great round for RRQ Kaguya. Right, when it comes down to Team SMG, they conditioned the defense to try and look at C, look at A, and they had the opportunity to plant down B. But this time, the instant rotation that traveled towards Garage onto the C site, they did not expect Best to be there. I guess that could be the solution to how SMG would play, right? To catch them off guard. If Team SMG is good at it, then maybe counter it the same way, the way that they do not expect. And
Yeah,
Best there, just holding down the ground in that corner. Such a perfect way to bring down SMG.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful one and done. Only problem right now is SMG might check that later on. But you mentioned it there, Donut. You can see what the plan for SMG is, right? Push towards the side. Look to go for the clear for the objective itself. And that's why we saw Shirazi actually get the crossfire from long. In the meantime, though, lockdown is the call. And it's a bait and switch. The rotation from SMG. They're scurrying away to C instead.
They're not making any noise. There's nobody here towards Garage. Nobody checking in for information. Now that's all baits. Well, they have an idea that they're already in C, and that smoke confirms it. As long as Tara places it, right? But the timing is everything. I love the placement of the stars there. The timing. They don't really place it early. And that Hunter's Fury as well. Only a tag, but no frag.
Yeah.
But at least damage is what's needed.
A bit told too to where that is stationed. Talking about the stars though, getting covered. Tara by Logs, Alexi's on top! And yet again, the crossfire set here by SMG are just making X's on the scoreboard right now. And on this map itself, Kohaibi, precision with marksmanship, precision with the gun too. And Ayumi all alone, gonna get chased after. Alexi's gonna get hit, smacked down by the operator. But beyond that, it's another round taken here by SMG. One way to maneuver the up, stay away from it. Shirazi though, a little too dangerous. Ayumi, you gotta respect the sharpness of this up shot. Thing is, SMG, they still have so much money. Do they chase to the end? Do they actually catch this operator? Don't have to go after him. They're going after Kohaibi. Kohaibi, can you do it? Yes, she does. Prevents the dash from connecting, and it's gonna be SMG shutting down the rifle and silencing RRQ again.
What was that fadeaway shot? She got her through that corner, the edge. And Kohaibi was just giggling because she was successful in taking down this op, because this weapon is going to be something that they would need to deal with, and just removing that from the equation might be just SMG winning a couple of rounds more. And at that point, right, they do have a lot of money. They did risk that, but they can't risk a couple of kills by Ayumi with that operator for sure.
Yeah, that's true. And RRQ, they don't have anything in the back right now. They go for an eco state yet again, and SMG feeling so confident after that push. Iceberg though through the smoke, red like a book, and cooked by Alexi. That's on in one more time. Really, the Eastern flag being used here by SMG, but it's Ayumi playing the savior. Two there with the blades, holding on to the side. Another one with the peak. Tara goes down. These blades so precise and so ready to just carry RRQ Kaguya on her back. Stellar shooting already, all left to Shirazi in a 1v3 scenario. Spike though on site, she has to go for it, she has to try and get the objective. The turret though well placed. This is some big intel from Nabsky if ever. And one more time, the corner contested here by Ayumi. She's just waiting now for Shirazi to peek it out. Nana Swarm to try and flush out Nabsky on the opposite end, also for the close hold if ever. But suddenly, a Nova Pulse appears, a stun is there. Shirazi yet again towards the corner. RRQ's happy to just wait for her to actually push on in. There we go with the tap onto Ayumi. Another transfer there. Shirazi just unbelievable right now. All left to Best in a 1v1 scenario. Best creeping on in, but Shirazi so prepared. Time running out though, and as soon as Best peeks, she is dead. The clutch comes from Shirazi. This is just a demon unleashed here for SMG.
Nasty from Shirazi. That was just a beautiful clutch. This is what I mentioned, right? SMG, their waves, they're unpredictable, but at the same time, in the round that was brought on by chaos here by Ayumi, everybody else was down, and Shirazi at that point anticipated where they will be. So quick to pull the trigger as well, and to fake out the defuse and then just push forward so that so that she would have a better angle than Best. That was just amazing. As you mentioned, the demons are here, playing in Haven.
Feel the plague already settling in for RRQ. Shirazi has double the amount of kills than there are rounds right now here, basically, Donut. And it's just ridiculous how many times they're able to play off her backline, basically play off the lockdown so quickly, and Shirazi just does not stop. See the gun barrel, Iceberg with a takedown. Shirazi's ready again for the trade. This has become the Shirazi show, and we are living in her world right now. 4v2, RRQ with the rotate. Sure, they have 2 ultimates to utilize, but not the numbers for the retake.
The ultimates, though, I think they would want to save it for this round. They might just go for the exits, but Nabsky in a peculiar position. Alexi spots out the barrel and she's down. And at this point, Bess, she's just waiting for the exits. They have to take away some of the guns of Team SMG. Again, I think the use of the Cosmic Divide and the lockdown will be of a better situation for them for the next one. Shirazi playing out that double from the very beginning. She seems like she's the support, but she's also the second entry. The way that she and Kamiyu does these backup kills for the team, just so quick when it comes to their reactions. No holds barred when it comes to the peaks. And Bess here. Well, she will survive. There is a big threat of Kaguya though, but that was an amazing round for Team SMG.
I'm just gonna agree with you there. There's always that second wave potential from SMG. Trade system is so potent, one of the fastest we've seen all throughout the tournament. In RRQ, they've relied on some of these, I'd say, one-and-done angles, very committed positions, especially with the agents trying to do so, that SMG, they're prepared, they know it's coming, and they're able to get the refrags anyway. It allows the offense to start snowballing from that point on. RRQ Kaguya, they're proving that they can hit the shots, yes. But in terms of how they're setting up themselves for that defense, they need to hit even more than that. Speaking of, look at Bess, already stunned up by the fault line. Gravity well into play. Alexi is there to just capitalize on that. A constellation in the skies. These stars shining for SMG. Yumi though fights back. Tara is there to make the trade work. And despite the garage contest here from RRQ, it's SMG still in position.
Yeah, now Team SMG does the trendsetters here, but Alexi does get that quick trade. Again, you mentioned the trade system, so on point. And there is still the Rolling Thunder last round. Make use of all of the utility and get the punish. Team SMG, they finish this round with 10.
Switching sides.
10-2 scoreline, commanding here from Team SMG. Let's see what the panel has to say after such a breakthrough performance.
Thank you, Donut and Dax. All right, Raf, we've got 2 minutes to cook up a strat to stop the Shirazi show. What can RRQ do?
Oh man, SMG is so good at sealing away options for a team that it completely disjoints the whole plan, and that has been Shirazi. They're so good at committing all these options to memory that whenever they adjust, it never feels like they're giving up anything significant. Now, the biggest thing on RRQ's side is that their defense really hinges off how aggressive they can set up that sewer and long control. But with the way SMG has been denying that, it has completely resigned RRQ to finding band-aid solutions. And like we mentioned, Shirazi has been reveling in it. I feel like RRQ have to be a little more aggressive with that, I guess, committance of the utility just to stop Shirazi. My goodness, what a tongue twister. And with that being said, that's basically her job though. It's to soak up all that utility. She's the sentinel. She's meant to die on that hill she's trying to protect. But what happens when she's just completely immortal? Nothing that RRQ have done has really, I guess, stopped her lurk as well. And in that vein, I feel like Aloka and Ayumi are having some major troubles trying to get the whole team starting. And SMG, that has been such a dominant first half too.
Do you think that it's more of a confidence, momentum, or strat sort of thing? We saw RRQ, right? They used their one timeout very early on when it was 1-3 down, but then we saw SMG come back from the timeout. They came out so fast, so strong, also brought that to 1-5. What do you think RRQ is feeling? Is it more of like they need to play with a bit more aggressiveness, confidence that you mentioned, or is it more of like a strat thing that they can look to bring out?
I'm glad that you brought that up because I'm sure they're asking the same questions. We still have not seen any sort of adjustment from SMG denying that sewer control. Again, we've talked about how pivotal that is, and with that being out of the way, they've looked so brittle.
Whew. All right, guys, back to see if RRQ can make a comeback after the half. It's Donut and Dax.
I'm still waiting for Jenny to give us our tandem name. I'm worried what she'll cook up in between the panel here, in between the halftime donut. But we are gonna be back here, and besides, of course, what else can we ask here? What can RRQ Kaguya do to stop Team SMG?
Well, they have been stronger in attack, right? When it comes to at least the old form for the core of Nabsky, Iceberg, Aluka, and Ayumi, they've been so strong on these attacks. When it comes to the element of surprise, they're so good at that. Maybe use that against SMG. Not unless SMG did prepare for those types of push.
I think that's a concern right now. You mentioned that old history, yes, from years ago, but this season especially, the RRQ Kaguya attacking side has been, I'd say, vulnerable. Loss against Sapphire, Orangutan X do come to mind. And look at SMG, they're looking to take a page out of the RRQ playbook. Double stack towards the sewers. Iceberg, will she be ready to what she's been cooking all throughout the game? Still, we have a bit of a default actually here for RRQ Kaguya. They're waiting for any other expedition from SMG's side.
Yep, but there will be no exploring for them towards sewers. It's funny that you mentioned that because Iceberg has been holding this for, I think she held this for like 4 rounds straight, and she was able to get away with kills, and this time she doesn't want to tread that same direction just because she knows she might get punished for it.
Well, you know, sometimes you know how to dish him out and you have to know how to take him. But then again now, we move towards C, and Ayumi looking to lead the charge. Shirazi, though, still stable like a rock this time, though. Taken down by Ayumi first and foremost. And perhaps this is the hope RRQ is looking for. Remove Shirazi from the equation early. Get that spike going. And then as we get the fault line into play, looks like RRQ, they're going to be stuck here. Kohaibi with a takedown. SMG, quick retake from the defensive side. Long angle, though, being taken here by RRQ Kaguya. But 2 of them are so low already. Flash comes on in. No push from SMG as of yet. Alexi instead defusing halfway. Nabsy gonna be able to get that takedown, and Nabsy nabbing those kills. 2v1 though. The taps from the ghost can be pressed live, but SMG just defuse it anyway in front of their eyes. They steal it away. It's another round here for SMG.
Come on. Get
The
me in the line of
confidence
fire.
of Tara to just hold on to that spike defuse, and a bit of a frustration there from Aluka. And the pair as well, because they had the timing, right? They counted to 3, and then they would peak. But it was just too late for them. How does SMG get away with these types of rounds when in fact it wasn't in their favor? I think we saw that in the game of Lotus against Sapphire, right? They win down to the wire. And I love how SMG are being trendsetters now for this game, showing them that RRQ, they used to be the trendsetters, now we can also be with Alexi with that strong kill against Alga.
Sometimes all you just gotta say is they can't get away with this. And that they did. Then again though, back into this round, and RRQ Kaguya, they know how perilous the situation is. They pick up the force buy scenario. 3 Spectres, a stinger in hand. Alexi though swinging on in, punished this time by Iceberg. And perhaps RRQ getting the element of surprise now that they need versus SMG. This is a bit more firepower than the defense did expect. Double stack though, towards that A side, keeping an eye out of what Kamu can do, but Shirazi's caught out yet again. Now he's gonna be able to get that takedown. Namiya though, looking to spray it down, but RRQ have the numbers, and they have the angles. Nice try by Tara, but RRQ, they needed that one to stay alive.
Definitely. If SMG won that, it would already be match point, and RRQ, this might be the start of a little bit of a comeback for them. But it's a tough task to do. That gap is too big, and they have to be consistent. And as you mentioned, when it comes to their attack, they are vulnerable. And the consistency, it has to be shown each and every round. They might have a buy for this, and with SMG just holding on to bare utilities, a Sheriff, a Frenzy, they can maximize this knowing their skill. But RRQ, they have better weaponry, they have better firepower for this round.
Yeah, completely agree. This is the perfect time for RRQ to build up a bit of a bounce moving forward. Ayumi on top of the box already. Iceberg though with takedown. And it's going to be RRQ setting up well for that C site. Took a little bit of time to clear out the corner by Garage. But from that point on, this objective is theirs. The call right now for RRQ is to keep things as clean as possible. SMG, they have so many rounds to give. Look at Kaguya creeping on closer and closer towards default. Over onto the corner. Back to the backstab. And simply put and simply done, RRQ making that textbook.
Yeah, just a clean round for Team RRQ will take note. Of course, Team SMG, they barely had any weapons or rifles at hand, so that's gonna be something. At least they took down 2 with them. At that point, Kaguya holding down these very awkward positions, right? You wouldn't really expect for them to be just waiting there in these corners. The amount of awareness that they have for the map, the positioning that they do, and the quick push for Kaguya, it was just punished there by Best, just waiting in that corner. This time though, textbook, will it apply and will it actually be a methodic way for them to win another round? Let's see.
Yeah, turn the page, and I think the chapter right now to watch out for is for RRQ. Once they get to the post plant, the positions they loved playing a while ago on defense, the one and done angles, they might actually be more effective this time around. So there's that hope right now for RRQ, especially since they were able to bring it back through their force by give them the chance into this half yet again. Shirazi though, committed position, and we've seen what's happened to Team SMG early on because they lose her too quickly into the round. The drone is there too. Shirazi has to back on away, and this is problematic. Luckily though, there's another from Shirazi still stopped. Best will get the takedown, and this is what we're talking about. RRQ, they're punished, needs to be potent, and that's what they're doing.
It's great for them to show they already have a control, but Alexi
planted
and Tara, they're both running on towards the site. Kaguya has to be very smart about the utility, uses the shock bolt first to try and displace, try and check, but there's no damage done.
Strong. Tara still sticking around. Alexi though finding that frag towards Napsky, and that allows her to dash on in, but a little too ambitious, a little too early. Kaguya instead looking to take the entry to herself. Best goes down, over on the hell. Kaguya will get 2 all alone. It's gonna be Tara versus Iceberg, and Tara will tell the tale of SMG that they will take this round. Puts them on map point.
That was
good.
not textbook at all. When it comes down to the numbers, if you see, favor was in RRQ. A Team SMG though, there was a page, there was a photo inside that book wherein they were just motivated to get all of these skills, and at the same time, I guess first would be the shock bolt to try and confirm. But if there would be this cavalry of Team SMG coming at you, it's gonna be so hard to bring down. And at that point, right, when it comes to Tara leading the pack, when it comes to the retake, you would always see that they would check the corners. Everybody else has their own role, and that was just a beautiful retake for Team SMG.
Yeah, just that calm from Tara, but I have to say, Alexi went in and Kaguya said, "Oh, wait, you're going in? Sure, I'll come with you as much as possible." That's the beauty of the sync of Team SMG that allows them to make miracles happen. Hunter's Fury though to call, and Alexi now pushing towards lobby yet again, over onto the window. They know here that RRQ is absolutely stuck. Judge on one side, his presence on the other. Ayumi, she needs to hit these blades, but SMG are hitting all the shots. Instead, it's all up to Best. All alone, 1-1v3 scenario. The aftershock in the way. And Best, unfortunately, this might not be your best day if SMG's disprepared. Shirazi, though, caught on guard. And it's Best with the takedown. A chance here, perhaps. The fault line's there. And no fault of their own. It is just SMG's clear win. Absolutely well done. The SMG standard reigns on.
Definitely. When it comes to Team SMG, they are defined by a team that defies the numbers, a team that defies the stats, because each and every time, right, peculiar scenarios, but they still go on down and pull RRQ away from that win. These mid-round calls from Team SMG, they've been so good in newer maps, but in Haven, which is their favorite playground, we just saw that they did play with their food.
Yeah, they're just so dominant, and to confirm that domination, we'll throw it over to our panelists to break down what happened in that map 1.
Thank you, Dax and Donut. And what a map, number 1. I mean, coming into that second half, right? RRQ, 2 rounds to 3 rounds. Not too shabby scoreline. The thing is, they just could not make up from the first half deficit. And as the casters mentioned, just what an absolute domination of a show from Team SMG. Raph, what did we think?
Ah, man, I hate to say this, but I feel like RRQ is so used to leading the dance that right now it feels like they're doing everything they can to vie control away. And they're really going against the current, and in all honesty, they're getting swept away. As I mentioned, they're trying to vie for that control, but it sometimes feels like RRQ's forgetting that there's such a malleable and flexible team. I mean, if we look at this at an individual standpoint, Best is such an excellent on-the-fly playmaker. We've seen that time and time again. Ayumi and Aloka can honestly fight their way out of literally any 2vx situation. Nabsky and Iceberg are the true anchors of the team, super reliable and not shy to make the proper play and the proper decision. So with all that being said, I feel like RRQ, they really have all the tools to succeed, but maybe, just maybe, it's down to just not being used to getting absolutely bullied by SMG. Again, they had one good strategy, and that was to wrestle Sewer away first, and then hinge off that forward deep long control. But with that being denied by SMG, everything has gone their way.
Yeah, and just looking at the stats on your screen, right? Ayumi, she tried her best right there, 17-13 on the Jet, ACS 2-8-9 also, but just not able to compare to the girls on the SMG side, especially Shirazi just absolutely popping off in that map. 1-3-8-8 combat score on the Killjoy, no less, like 23-10. There was one point in the middle of the game when Daks also mentioned like that Shirazi somehow has double amount of kills that there are rounds, and as a Sentinel player, that's just absolutely insane numbers. And it just kind of goes back to how scary this SMG team is coming into Open 1. I think most people would have thought, oh, you know, like Kohaibi, Tara, the Alexi, they're going to be the heavy hitters for the team. But what SMG have been proving the last couple of days is that anyone on this team can step up. I believe Dax called her just now the Demon Unleashed, and the scary thing about SMG is it's pretty much all demons on the squad at this point.
Absolutely. And when we see a Sentinel pop off like that on both sides, it is such a dangerous sign for the opposing team, because the Sentinel role is all about hard reads. And we saw so many of that, alongside, of course, superstar play with Shirazi at the helm. And you did mention every single person on really both these rosters. They're super cohesive, they have the ability to go absolutely nuclear, but once they're getting sealed off, and I feel like this is more true for RRQ, then they just kind of have to remain calm about it, because RRQ is still a championship caliber team. They have every single tool in the bag to make this possible, but sometimes the battle starts within itself, right? I mean, with oneself. Wow, that's a little bit of coach talk, you know? Keep your heads up, guys. Come on now. It's not over.
I think that's honestly something that RRQ are going to have to think about going into this very short break right in between map 1 and map 2, because we have to remember that whoever loses this series between SMG and RRQ are going to have to play again tonight, because tonight is the lower bracket final, and then the grand finals will be tomorrow at 12 p.m. Neither of these teams want to lose this series, because that means more games. It means they're going to come into tomorrow tired if they do win. So this is such an important series for them. Of course, we have seen RRQ drop maps and still end up winning series. So I'm not sure. I don't think we should be all that worried about RRQ just yet. But of course, MVP, the woman of the hour, has got to be none other than Shirazi with that crazy, bonkers good Killjoy play in that map number 1. I mean, we were talking in Agent Select as well, right? We were thinking, oh, we're going to see like the Duelist, maybe like the Chamber and something, but I think it kind of goes to show, right, that KJ players, Sentinel players, they're not always the most flashy, but when it's done well, it's just an absolute treat to watch.
I know, I mean, you know, I am a Sentinel man myself, so there you go, guys. Just tooted my own horn, I'm sorry. But, okay, you know what? You got me. My bad. But in any case, right, just the ability to read the game and control the flow is something that's been super, super apparent on the side of SMG, and I feel like RRQ, they have to address this fast. They have to address this right now, otherwise the series could be in the way of SMG.
All right, guys. Well, SMG girls just showing that they're pretty much all demons on this squad. When we come back from our break, we're going to find out if RRQ can step up and show that they are the demon slayers. We're going to go for a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got.
Hello and welcome back to Series 1, map number 2 of the VCT Game Changers APAC series between SMG and RRQ Kaguya. After that absolute shellacking of a 3-4 that SMG delivered, I mean, Raph, we've seen RRQ drop maps and still come back and win series. So how worried should RRQ fans be right now?
I would still say it's a decent amount of worry, just a healthy amount to be concerned. Because as much as we've seen RRQ come back from these types of deficits and adjust as well as they have, especially when they get a bit of a reset during the break, Pearl is, I think we've discussed this backstage too, Pearl is the absolute heat check map of SMG. And so far, what we've known about SMG is that they are a team that is willing to kick you while you're down just to break your spirit. And that is the biggest sign from that huge round differential from just across the Swiss stage to now.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up also, right? Because we're kind of looking at ways for RRQ to make it back into this series. And coming off of that 13-4, I mean, you have to imagine, right, that SMG are feeling themselves. They're feeling super hot right now. But then you're going into a map such as Pearl. And I don't want to draw this type of comparison necessarily, but, sometimes we see, like, Paper Rex, for example, famous team in APAC, where they start feeling themselves and then they start going a bit too forward, a bit too W with that W gaming. So there's maybe that chance that we see this happen to SMG right here. And what do we think about, oh man, Ayumi and Aluka, come on, they can't both hover the jet. Come on!
Rock, paper, scissors, and I'm glad that you brought that up, right? Sometimes the overextension can be real, and SMG is already going for a super brawl heavy comp. Are we going to see the Reina Chamber? Yes, my heart is full. And you did ask me what are the win conditions for RRQ here, right? As you mentioned, SMG could potentially overextend the reach here, maybe just poke the bear a little too much. With a comp that relies so heavily on a lot of hard contact and not a lot of utility clear, we also know that RRQ is super capable of just dishing out the pain in raw gunfights. So this is going to be a lot of fireworks.
All right, guys. Well, crucial map number 2, especially for RRQ. And here to find out if RRQ will be able to start mounting their comeback in the series is, of course, once again, none other than Daks and Donut. Guys, take it away.
Watch the skies for fireworks. I'm watching out for Jenny to give us that tandem name. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back with our matchup. Daks and Donut still together for this one. And Donut, this is going to be interesting because we've been talking about the backstage a little bit, what SMG will run. And to my surprise, they go back to that double duelist chamber setup that they have run before beating Sapphire with.
Yeah, I think that interview with Tara was just really a bait. They said that this was really their final composition, and they knew that RRQ had the chance to study them against their game with Sapphire. So maybe going back to this old composition, but I guess there isn't really that much difference when it comes to Alexi being the Reina, because she can still throw in the flashes, still defend the sites together with the Anchor, right? But at the same time, the biggest change here is going to be Shirazi from the Viper to the Chamber. Probably more of that defense and more of that precision when it comes to the Headhunter is what they would prefer. Given that RRQ, they would need more of more cover, right? With Bess having those smokes. Those thrown in, you can just easily get away with that teleport from the chamber.
Look, I'm just gonna straight up say it. SMG is checking RRQ right now. And Shirazi Show, Season 2, Episode 1. We begin with SMG already fighting and already getting the takedowns. Bess completely shell-shocked, seeing that mid-control completely dissipate in front of her eyes. And this is the power of a comp like this. You have Kohybe on your signature race. You got Alexi happy to play that Reina, as you mentioned. Shirazi on that old-school chamber that she used to run before. And this is just SMG primed and ready to just go for these frags now.
They're just waiting there mid, and Bess, her head is down on the floor, and I think her jaw has dropped as well. Because Iceberg is all alone. She does have the ability, but not enough. She has no teammates, but she still gets one kill. And Tara with that quick trade there. Map Control is the name of the game for Team SMG for this specific round. That was quite a bit of a surprise when Team SMG, they all went towards mid to take control. And Shirazi, this is what I mentioned about that versatility of that movement, that reposition of the chamber. You can get away with these skills, and Shirazi, she's been getting away with these types of things as a Killjoy. What more as a chamber?
Exactly the point, right? You have no escape mechanism as the Killjoy a while ago. She still did. Now so, with an evacuation notice ready here for SMG, they are just gonna be happy to go for these Eagle Peaks, to go for these duels. This is a composition that oozes confidence right now. And Team SMG happy to play the offensive even on defense. Flash, though, is the value here for Alaka. That's one thing you're gonna miss without that KO. A Yumi would take down RRQ, realizing we gotta play it systematic if we want to win these rounds.
There is going to be a quick rotation towards Art, but Kohybe is just waiting here. Can throw in the Pain Shell when needed, and that's going to be a lot of damage against Team RRQ. But there is also that Swarm Grenade that hurts on her feet. It's burning, but the burn is not there because Tara Ice Cold with those 2 kills.
Yeah, Tara rushes in, though, to get the takedowns and eventually gives up the gun to Iceberg. So RRQ, slowly but surely, looking to punish some of the tendencies here of SMG. You can feel the confidence right now here for the defense, but the overheat might be the problem in the long run. Marshall, though, trying to make Sanders count. Shirazi at the end with a takedown. Iceberg, though, over out the secret, but that's out and caught out by Alexi. SMG make it 2-0, but already a great eco for RRQ, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. They took down 4 guns in total. But I guess what was the mistake there of Team SMG was the timing of that peak. When there was a flash by Alaka, they just caught Camu off guard. Alexi didn't have the timing to peek out. They were supposed to be the duo defending that part of the site. But I guess in terms of that recovery, Tara making waves in terms of that double. And then Shirazi being so ready with that kill. And that information given to Alexi just confirms everything else for that win.
It just feels like for SMG, all they want to do are these duels right now. If you feel a nanoswarm behind you, you're still gonna push it anyway. There is just so much confidence. And you can see it in the cams right though, that whenever we look at the Alexi reacts .png basically, it's always something about smiling, always feeling so confident right now. There's so much high spirits here on the SMG camp, and they're only gonna be able to get away with compositions like this if they keep those spirits up.
Yeah, every Alexi camera is actually tweet-worthy. Her actually just flexing out her muscles at the same time. We saw that reaction from her when they had a dominating win in Haven. It was a night-night type of thing. For sure that's gonna go around the internet. And even with that clutch, right, I feel like even there are mistakes, they just recover from it. They make sure to just go past it and then focus on the next round.
Yeah, that's really good mental right now, shrugging off some of those ego peaks here from Team SMG, but You still have to respect RRQ, that's for sure. That swap around when you have a Yumi moving over to the Jet, Alaka over the KO, that's the configuration they love to run on a map like Pearl, and it has been one of their most successful maps all throughout this open anyway. Kohaibi though, aggressive yet again, looking to bring fire to this furnace. Ayumi though, climbing the dash and climbing the shots left and right, cleared out here by a single duelist. Well done here by RRQ, anticipating the push courtesy of SMG. Shirazi on the other side, Icebergs realize someone might be there through the doorway, and hits the precise shot onto the Chamber too. It's all RRQ now, but Camu left on the other side, stuck by the door. Best will be able to pin her down to that round. And RRQ, they make the rifle round happen.
Yeah, definitely. They made it happen because Team SMG, what they were focused on is really just trying to get mid control. What they didn't know was there was also the lurk by Best, and each and every time, right, the investment of resources here for Team RRQ, they answer back to mid aggression of Team SMG, but at the same time, you did not notice, right, the Best was actually creeping up towards B, trying to find opportunity, and at the same time, I guess Nabsky also there towards A. They have to be able to think of these ways in order to counter that, because RRQ, they're also methodic when it comes to answering to aggression, because they are a team that does so as well.
They know how to change that pace, and look at the transit from Best. Nice angle to move over to the left, isolate the duel, not let Shirazi help out in that pinch. From that point on, the 2v1 goes in favor of Best. Systematically, automatically done. Maneuvers and I'd say the flexibility of RRQ come to fruition so well there, Donna.
They are going to have the B site open. We do have sheriffs in hand for Team SMG. But RRQ, they just remain calm here in the B site, waiting for Tara and as well as Camu to push forward. But when it comes to the slow retake here of Team SMG, time is ticking. But they know they have to be careful. Because Team RRQ, they're so good when it comes to spawn control. Once they already have the site, right, you can't get off guard. So that's why they were so slow to push. At this point, with how they are positioned, I guess they are just going to be opting for those exit frags. There's not much to do here with just two sheriffs, so they maybe have to die to the spike.
Yeah, this SMG gonna give up their lives here. I think though that's the perfect word to talk about right now, moving into the next round. Control. Control for RRQ. They need to control their expectations, control how SMG peaks towards mid, and make sure that their default plays especially aren't punished immediately by SMG. We see it from players like Best. We're gonna see it perhaps later on from how Iceberg and Alaka are gonna set up the entry for Ayumi. And honestly, when I look at what RRQ needs to do right now coming into this game, is whatever their plan was for the site, they need to pull it back for somewhere else on the map. Anticipate that mid-aggress, anticipate the push from SMG.
Yeah, at this point, right, Team SMG, they are the ones to aggress first. They are very offensive in these defensive rounds, but I guess they have changed it up a little bit. They were punished the past. So Shirazi's just waiting here up top.
Shirazi prepared yet again, and a single shot do him in. Ayumi will get the takedown. The taps do come from Shirazi, but Alaka will make the trade work. Again, free peaks a bit dangerous here for the side of SMG. They still have the numbers to fight for it. Anyway, RRQ looking to figure out what's going on though towards the side. Backhauls being cleared out by the outro. They didn't get enough intel before the Cosmic Divide was online. Silence before the storm. SMG waiting on the opposite end here.
Yeah, there is still utility for that Blade Shell to come in from Kohaibi, so that might stop the plant, but Iceberg successfully does so. They are opting for that retake, and Alexi with this flank, just so amazing with the timing.
Alaka knew she was coming, but Alexi is ready now to heat on up and heal on up too. Souls to the reckoning, and it will be Best fighting back at the very least. Long angle to try and hold from the ramp itself, but the Cosmic Divide will shut down that door, and Camu will be there to just lock the gate along the way. This is just another round here for SMG, keeping the lead in their favor.
Push a button, save the day.
It was Alexi's flank that did all the work, but when it came down to the site, right, everybody else moved forward. Everybody else was distracted by Alexi, and it was Camu and as well as Tara just making sure when they have their backs turned, they get all of the headshots, they get all of the kills, and Alexi here gets two before she was struck down, and Best did not even know. She took down Alexi, but they lost the round anyway, so when it comes to these small wins with these rounds, SMG they're always celebrating these micro wins mid round, and that's their point of motivation going into these points. And Shirazi just gonna TP away back to safety. Heard all of those footsteps. Cannot afford to really have a casualty in this round because they just caught up with the lead.
Small victories right now are what have, I'd say, brought SMG to more and more success. RRQ Kaguya, though, you can see that this slow play fits better right now versus what the defense is trying to do. If you play for those defaults, look for those picks, especially courtesy of Best. You can find opportunities. Tara setting it up towards that B site. This is timing here for Best right now as she's crawling towards the Prowler, though. Gets a catch. Kaguya with the takedown onto Iceberg. Forces RRQ. Now it's back on the way. Timing though perfect from Best. And eventually the lurk does pay on out, but they need to transit towards that B site. The spike is just right behind already. Kaguya having a path of carnage to get 3. Nabsky though, at least mid control is still vied for here by RRQ. We're all looking at Kaguya if she can actually get away with this one. Best though checks the corner and will get the takedown. Shirazi's the only one left. Connector, and it will be an elevator to hell there in the end. 3-3. RRQ, they wipe out the forces of SMG there.
When it comes to the defaults of RRQ and attack, they make sure to cover a little bit of ground, collect the orb there in A, and then at the same time, Best as this rat for the team. With the global smokes, right, you can just help out your teammates from anywhere. In the map, she caught up Tara, but the quick response here with that flank as well, eliminating Kaguya first was the done deal. And Shirazi at that point with 2 peeking out left and right. It's gonna be quite hard to counter. This time though,
it's just, to say the least, though, not.
yeah.
Mark 1.
When do you see a team that confident to peak that way? And I'll say this, on the other side, RRQ doing so well to really punish that as much as possible, prevent SMG from running into full confidence. Perhaps that could be the mental game later on the court, but SMG gunning down the opposition, making it 2-for-2 trade at least towards Link. Still though, RRQ have the firepower and they have the sight. Ayumi now playing protection, also thinking about the resurrection towards Alaka, but Kaguya is trying to prevent it as much as possible. Waiting towards Connector yet again. Ayumi eventually able to hit that shot. Nabsky bringing the robot back to life, and with Shirazi in a 1v4 scenario, the tour de force. Well, it's a strong gun, sure, but a tough task ahead of her.
Yeah. But nobody's walking her way. That's the case. RRQ, they have actually collected a couple of credits already for them, but they still want to save. I think that was one of the reasons why they lost the map of Haven. Management of resources is something that they weren't able to do, and this time they want to be able to do it successfully. And RRQ with the Alaka back online, it's just going to be very healthy in terms of firepower plus their economy.
Yeah,
Shirazi there just dies to the spike, right?
Yeah, just poor Shirazi. But I feel like that's really the macro we're looking for here for RRQ. Build up that bank, keep everyone alive, and keep it clean as possible. Because you look at how SMG is going to be running this game, and with this composition especially, once all of them are online and hot, every single one of them will be a fragging threat. If you keep SMG bare bones in terms of the money, if you keep their economy absolutely stifled, it's the perfect chance to put some certain players away. And for example, right now, Kohaibi has been more so the victim in these kind of rounds. It's just SMG right now having to play with whatever firepower they have, and it's RRQ instead controlling that economy.
Yeah, and I think the utility of the Reyna isn't really doing so well for them, for Team SMG. Alexi does get all of those kills, but that was the Empress online. But even so, with all of the dismiss and the overheal, they really have to counter all of the utilities thrown at their way. With Iceberg, right, with all of these on-point recon bolts and Alaka with these flashes, they need to be able to counter that. Because what RRQ is usually doing, like in a macro perspective, they would just always flock together 2 and 3 in terms of groups. And if you are Kohaibi peeking out with a frenzy like that, you're going to get taken down. Maybe this is going to be a difference maker for them. When it comes to arts, looking at where they are positioned, they want to get mid control again.
Yeah. Lexi leading that charge. Hunter's Fury on the call from Iceberg. Desperate to seek out anyone pushing towards mid. But his blind shot almost connecting on Kaguya at the very end. No dice though. SMG will retreat instead. And the powerhouse of RRQ's intel gathering materials. You have that KO, you have that Sova. You can really scare off SMG if ever. The lurk though coming in from Beth yet again. Tara this time. Trying to anticipate that. Haunt it to play. Middle still controlled here by the side of RRQ and SMG know it. This is still really the Astra versus Astroff looking towards that B side. We've seen this link up happen from RRQ before, but Pain Shell flop, dash on in burn. Kahabi would take down onto Alaka, but since Yumi's advanced, she's in a position to fight back. Gets to play the entry. Move on now towards the side, but Tara finds best in response. This forces RRQ to rethink their plans. Where can they go? Can they move towards that A side? Shirazi those waiting for Nabsky. Options now closed here for RRQ, and they might have to force that A push instead.
"30 seconds left.
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining.
He's just so ready, and RRQ falling apart. What happened there, Alexi? What happened to her? But Shirazi realizes, what's up, what's going on? Let me get that kill for you. And a few smiles all around, but SMG, if they deny the potential from that mid push, courtesy of RRQ, they will deny entry to these sites here.
Enemy remaining. Where are you? Marked one.
Yeah, sometimes it just feels like, despite RRQ getting the intel and understanding that SMG is just nearby, it's still SMG willing to play it so standard, so willing to hold it down anyway. And Ayumi already burning the dash, thinking that the Prowler as well as the Stars coming their way. Flash now is the call. Entry coming in. Courtesy of RRQ. Kaguya though waiting through the fragment, and they just easily make a kill box for the side of Team SMG. RRQ, they funnel up just to die, and the spike already controlled by the defense.
Oh, it's a beautiful peek out there for Kaguya. Timing was everything. Even with that fragment on her feet, she did not mind all of the damage as long as she gets 2 kills in exchange. And Bess and Nabsky, the ones who would always flank, one towards A, one towards B, they're working together to try and catch anybody else who's waiting for them by the spike. They have to retrieve
30
this, but it's
seconds
going to be a long journey around.
It's such a wraparound, and honestly, you see for SMG, they're just not afraid of whatever utility RRQ wants to throw at them. RRQ, past few rounds, they've been punishing that, but perhaps this time, the assumption didn't really pan on out. Really, the all-in antics here of the defense have thrown
10
this game
seconds
for
left.
a loop. And from this point on, it's just exits right now. RRQ looking to dent that economy. No chance to really get this round going. Kaguya though, just calling attention, forcing Beth to challenge her. And Kaguya still wins it anyway. Life out though. Oh, pay attention, Kaguya Navsky! Netting those kills at the end. RRQ's still there. RRQ still needs to be respected right now. SMG feeling very confident.
Yeah, that was just a funny thing to watch, right? If you were Nabsky and you saw your opponent doing that to your teammate, that's more of a revenge kill right there.
Even Sarah's just like, what's going on? Why are we still dying? What's happening here? Oh no, but in the end, it's still SMG who get these kills so early on, Donut. The impact is just substantial right now for the defense, and what really scares me about this Team SMG roster from what we're seeing is they just don't lose that confidence whatsoever. Whether it pans out or not, whether they get caught doing shenanigans like that or whatnot, they still feel like that they're in control of this game in terms of how they play it, in terms of how they position themselves, especially despite utility coming the way of the defense.
And with how they anticipate RRQ's push as well, because once there was a smoke there for Kaguya, she just pushed out. And the timing for the peak there from mid was just what caught RRQ looking and gazing at the the direction of B. They did not really know where Cammy was, and at the same time, right? They do have enough of a buy here. Earlier on, there wasn't enough for Tara. This time, though, they do have the full utility. Aggression here for Alexi. She gets the first kill, dismisses away.
Of course, she'll get away with it. Angels for cover, and of course, dismiss to keep you invulnerable. Next on the list, SMG looking for any other volunteers. RRQ desperate though to fight back. Just keep the check-in going, keep the heat levels even. So Hy-Vee playing towards the pillar yet again. Knife though doesn't get broken. That's a big suppress right now, and SMG will have to gun out of this one. RRQ though traded out relatively evenly. In the end though, it's still that pick early on that puts him at a disadvantage. C's thrown now out, stays at the corner yet again. Knife peek though, not the right time. Shirazi's there to make it happen towards the battle side. Camu prepared in the front line too, and SMG wrap it up nicely to get that round 2.
I was looking kind of shaky for Team SMG. The aggression, the response from RRQ was a 5-woman push towards B. But at the end of the day, right, Alexi jump peeking confirms for Camu, and Aluka was just taken down. Even if Aluka was able to get that kill, Shirazi would be behind to secure the win. And that's the amount of anticipation that we mentioned, right, from Shirazi. If and when there would be trouble for the rest of the teammates, I will be there for the rescue. And Alexi here, it's going to be take 2 of this B push. This time she is alone. Well, Tara is there, but smokes can be the only thing of a resource that would help them at this moment.
She broke the knife at the last moment, allows her now to pop the Empress. And Ayumi over onto the high ground though. Good museum control, heaven control to catch out Tara. Still a threat lurking into the corner. And SMG looking to use that later on. You should though, and here comes Hy-Vee! Comes up to the platform and smacks her down. Fall Guys in action. Alexi still there too. And SMG making wonders happen. 4v1, Best all alone now. Picks up a rifle, picks up a gun, tries to pick up the pieces of this round. And she's able to shatter Hy-Vee. But Shirazi is there to make it work for SMG yet again. Theatrics aside, it's SMG
Last
on
round
top.
in the half.
Hy-Vee's just putting up a show here for us. Satcheling up and then still secures the kill. Ayumi, she wasn't ready for that pop out from the smoke. But of course, with the raise in play, you can be as mobile as a jet. And Shirazi, now with that operator, it's gonna be even more deadly for the defense. And RRQ, they had a good plan. We can place the smokes, Ayumi dashes in, but at the end of the day, they couldn't see anything in the sight. And SMG saw everything, anticipated where the push will be. Kills are here.
There you have it. You said it yourself, Donut. You know SMG seeing it's coming. They do find 2, but RRQ bite back at the very least. It's been a bit of a stubborn defiance here from the side of RRQ. Committed fights in the past 2 rounds that did pan out in the way of SMG. At least this time, though, I love the map control that we're getting here from Navsky. Shirazi, though, still towards mid. Camu looking to set up towards the top side itself. But the transit now from RRQ, playing it safe, move towards main. And Shirazi doesn't know that the killjoy of Navsky is already there towards Flower.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough position, but
You are divided.
with Team SMG still in B and Shirazi just holding down port here in A. Navsky's position might be even irrelevant, but at least she has a little bit of cover. She can give the information, but the rotations come in. It will be a 3-woman flank here for Team SMG. Is this something that they will anticipate, though? I think not, because of that cosmic divide. It's deafening. No footsteps heard, but Bess is gonna see all this.
Best was ready, but Sarah is just sharper. You mentioned it, Donut. Noise cut. You saw when the slow walk came from SMG once they got to main. And while Shirazi had the maneuver, saw Navsky right there out in the open. And it's SMG with another one. 8-4 scoreline. This is just more of the same here from SMG. The standard is set. The panel gonna break down what's been going on so far.
Switching sides.
Thanks, Dax and Donut. A better start to map 2 for Team RRQ this time around. I think 4-4 before the timeout from RRQ Kaguya's side. But then SMG getting that train rolling after they came back. Break it down for us, Raph.
I mean, talking about that train, it has no brakes at this point. But I do want to emphasize on Alka's importance and the potential of that 0 point. I mean, before, you know, we would see a lot more dominance already on the side of SMG. But with the ability to deny so much firepower, especially with the Reyna and the Chamber utility being just away, no more get out of jail for free cards, it does slow down that offense just quite a bit. So, with that being said, they did hold SMG at bay for a quite amount of time, but as we mentioned before, SMG's adjustment speed is unreal. They have been super sharp on that. If they can't get the raw fight, then they lure RRQ to be in positions where it's a little awkward. It's like it's a mid-transition to a different part of the map where they can't necessarily put themselves in positions for a net positive trade.
How do we think that both teams are going to do after the switch? Do we think it's going to go better for RRQ? What sort kind of like strats do we think we're going to see?
Well, on the side of RRQ now, since they're going to be on defense, they do have the luxury of dominating a little more forward space in much more safety with the utility they have. And of course, the 0 point providing so much space. The question is, what if SMG just decide not to default and just keep continuing the hard hits? Because in the latter stages of that first half, they became much more confident. The duels just became that much crisper. And again, Ayumi and Aluka, they kind of have to get themselves going here to match up that raw fundamental strength of SMG at the moment.
Yep, fundamental strength as well as the double duelists that they are still rocking. Well, we're about ready to jump back into the second half of this map 2 to see if Team RRQ can make a comeback. Daks and Donut, back over to you.
Strength's probably the perfect keyword for that one, ladies and gentlemen. As of now, you can see SMG and RRQ just punching each other again and again in the past few rounds there, Donut. But in the end, SMG was still in advantage. And I think, for me, looking at this composition right now, attacking side is where they can even run more rampant. RRQ needs to use the utility that the panel have mentioned to control the push of SMG.
Yeah, a strong punch for RRQ, but repeated jabs here for Team SMG is the reason why they got to 8. Naomi here, aggressing in towards B-Long. Shirazi's gonna be ready, destroying that. Not really a kill just yet.
Looking for opportunity now. Default moving over to that A side instead, linking up towards Art. Over into the corner. Tara and Best still having their showdowns. But in the end, Best keeps main available here for RRQ. We've seen how effective this was a while ago on Haven. Opportunity of an off angle if ever. Well, SMG, they're gonna need to clear that out because that spike in the hands of Shirazi needs to come together with the rest of the bulk here.
Yeah, Shirazi has to win this duel for them to at least get to safety here in A. She does get the kill, and Alexi already has that space towards a site. Gohaibi here, already playing back. Will Team RRQ realize this? Not really! She gets the kill, and Alexi as well.
Such an advance here from SMG, and that's just par for the course between the tandem themselves. Ayumi now over into the back line. Don't try to play towards main. Doesn't realize Shirazi's there on the other side of the crate. Neither do. Eventually Ayumi takes it, but Kamu is prepared to just make the refrag happen. All left now to Alika in a 1v3 spot. Tries to throw at the 0 point, get a bit of suppressed value. Nice broken, and the rest of RRQ will follow suit. SMG at the ready, gunning again and again to get the round.
This is the 1-2 punch of Team SMG. Even if first kill goes to RRQ, they recover. And I love how they would push out towards Art there in A short. They were slow but steady. And when they got to the A site, space was taken away from Team RRQ. And with that quick response from Kamu as well to take down that flank, kept Ayumi not really stringing a couple of kills. And Team SMG, now with that buy, Naomi only with that Marshall. Don't really think this is going to go in the way of RRQ.
Can feel it for RRQ. They have some critical junctures that they need to keep an eye out on. In SMG, critical fights they need to win. The win cons, though, more so on the attacking side now. And here we go yet again. They have the guns anyway, clearing out the blink area. forcing RRQ to play towards Connector. And look who's on the lurk. It's Alexi. Finds the timing versus Iceberg. Gets popped up now and ready for more action. Ivy, of course, ready to just bloom towards Flower. And the rest of SMG will make a bouquet of roses and put them in RRQ's graves. It's 10-4 and it's SMG again.
It was a flawless round. Well, almost, I think. Given that there are going to be guns here, Ghost for Team RRQ. The amount of movement within the map was just like a waterfall running through the A site. And with RRQ's defense, without even knowing, they already had the A site. It was so hard to recover at that point with all of the gun diff that happened during that round. SMG also quick on their feet when it comes to checking these corners. Kuhaibi with all of those satchel plays. It's hard for RRQ to anticipate the movement, given that Kuhaibi is really very well versed in this game.
SMG is just so all over the place right now. And RRQ, this is their best chance now to fight back. Rifle round, so important to win, and you can feel the pressure on Alaka's shoulders. Big pick off though, Tara goes down. That's no smokes now here for the side of SMG. They need that to make their side takes a little cleaner. So instead, you gotta do it the hard way here. You gotta go for the frag. Nabsky playing anchor, waiting for the timing for Alexi if ever.
Yeah, unfortunate that Tara was the first one to fall down. But they do have the flashes, they do have all of that utility to provide damage, but Nabsky too quick to put down that nano swarm. Ivy is gonna be down with that flash though, still gets a kill.
The angle there for SMG. Love the angle also for RQ as they play towards that link. In the end though, 3v3. Kohibi made space, and this allows SMG to actually move towards the site. Gun advantage still clear. Iceberg trying to clear out the corners. Holds close to Camu, spotted on out and taken down by the Bulldog of all things. Alexi now over into the hallways and deck the halls with these two heads. Finding takedowns again and again. The Reyna running rampant. All left now the best in a clutch situation yet again. We've seen her do it before. Can she do it one more time? Heaven control though for Alexi. Shirazi over into the hallways as well. Realizes the location now of these two players. Has to isolate these duels, but time is running on out. Shirazi falls. Next on the list might be Alexi. High ground still the best ground here as we get the tap, but it's just a fake. This time around, Alexi ready to check it out, ready to get the swing, and up in the air, sure Best will get the takedown, but time is on the side of SMG.
Alexi just wanted to secure the round, jumps up, and Best though did not have time to defuse the spike. A great way for them to buy some time. Iceberg had the right idea, but of course with Alexi's position, she was just brought down. Best here. Alexi knows not to peek Bess in that pressure situation, because Bess, when it comes down to the pressure cooker situations, right? She usually blows off the steam and gets the round. So Alexi just wanted to buy more time. RRQ with a timeout though, they need this more than anything. But the timing of the timeout, not really in their favor. They would be in these quasi buys. Sheriff, probably some pistols, a frenzy for some of the members. And against this full arsenal of Team SMG, complete utility as well, it's going to be hard to counter.
Yeah, it's a reset timeout by that point. Losing the bonus like that has to hurt. And you just go back to how SMG is so well refined and how they want to play. You notice that they popped that Lear to allow Kohibi to actually play towards that heaven. And sure, the Rays will be dead, but we've seen from old SMG rosters that they wouldn't play off that space made by Kohibi. They backing on away, looking to go for the reassess. SMG say, screw it, we're going in. And just with those hard commits that look very coordinated, that's what really allows SMG to be this great, to be this powerful. RRQ, you can feel it already. The death sentence might be there. An eco win right now would be a heaven sent if ever. But SMG ready to bring them damnation. 2 down. Iceberg over, trying to retreat, but there is just no escaping the relentless pursuit of SMG.
As you mentioned, right, the pace is there for Team SMG and the rest will follow. Only one casualty for this round, but still, it seems like how flawless that round was in terms of the push. A cleanup crew for Team SMG, and now they're at match point. The pace is being set here by Team SMG, especially on attack. All of the utilities, even though they are vulnerable, they still push forward, they still go on their attack. And look how clean that round was. And if RRQ, they don't find a solution here and now, they're gonna go down in the lower brackets, and Team SMG, they'll be sitting pretty on top.
Yeah, whoever wins this, they play tomorrow. Whoever loses, they play later on. But the smiles are there for SMG. You can feel that this is their series to win. And all they need to do now is beat whatever RRQ can bring back at them. Operator in hand for Yumi. There is firepower. There is still that pedigree potential here for RRQ. But they need to prove it right here, right now. Boom, bought the distraction, and boom goes the dynamite. Check Laka from Kahaibi. Dunks down to Navsky. Next on the list, Alaka with a flash. Gets some targets, but Iceberg is going to only get one for her troubles instead. Nightfall to play. SMG picking up base yet again. And Alexi even finds a Yumi. There you have it. It's SMG in control. Best, she's been clutched, but can she beat 4? Finds Alexi first and foremost, though. That's the Empress gone. A chance perhaps here for RRQ. Kahaibi, though, will make it no chance whatsoever. The streak continues, and it's nap time set here by SMG. They have not dropped the map all open, and they are the first ones in the finals.
Yeah, this team of SMG, they are their own ultimates for that specific round. Kohaibi, a showstopper. And when it comes to Alexi, just popping off heads, she is the empress of that game, and they advance to the grand finals.
Just no more words need to be said right now about SMG. I think they've really shown that they are a tier above everyone else. They have beaten all their top contenders so far in the upper bracket, beaten Sapphire, beaten RRQ Kaguya, and the only question now is who can actually face off against them in the grand finals. From the form they're showing, this is their tournament to win, but of course they need to prove that tomorrow. Proof though in the pudding. Panel will break down what happened in that series.
Congratulations to Team SMG for being the first team into the grand finals of the Game Changers APAC Series Open 1. Clean 2-0, 13-4 on Haven, and then 13-4 again on Pearl. I mean, we were expecting SMG to beat RRQ maybe 2-1 in a closer sort of way, but what a way that they closed this one out, Raph.
I mean, SMG, they've proven time and time again that they are pretty much, and as our casters mentioned, as Daks and Donut mentioned, they are sitting pretty at the top, and they've grown to be incredibly comfortable. Are they truly usurpers to the throne, or do they belong? Are they the righteous owners? And as you mentioned with the round differential, the just dominance of the team and the players in general, it looks to be so, but I think we will be jumping right into the scoreboard, Reiruchu, as we will break down those numbers for our lovely audience.
Yep, our one job, breaking down those numbers, the stats. That's what, our panel is here for today. And there are the numbers on your screens. Guys, this time around, Alexi with the MVP for Team SMG, well deserved on that arena. But I think the interesting thing to note for this map number 2 is a bit of a more well-rounded. I think everyone from SMG is just pitching in more of an equal footing than, map 1, which was kind of the Shirazi show on that Killjoy. And just props to Ayumi also, right? Just time and again, she's shown up as the MVP for the RRQ squad. I mean, Iceberg as well during those pistol rounds, landing those crispy shots, but just not quite enough. What do we think?
Not quite enough, too, and one of the reasons is a bit of an unsung hero in the form of SMG's Camille. Again, it's just so many calls. Camille with a trade, Camille holding it down, Camille with a prowler. Everything was so well timed. And in comps like this, there's an extra responsibility on her end to be so precise with how she pressures with her utility. And so far, we haven't seen any point of failure yet. And she has been a linchpin for all those holds, and she has been a linchpin for all the defenses as well. I believe round 11 was one of those highlight moments for her, as that single prowler gave enough space for Kohaibi to jump and kill that lurking Ayumi up on top of, I believe that was B Heaven. And I think we might just jump into that very soon. But like you mentioned, SMG, it was a well-balanced effort from everybody. Everybody had their moments, and this has been what SMG's been wanting to show all tournament.
Whew, yeah, I mean SMG. I'm just a little tiny bit bummed, that we didn't get to see the map 3 decider on Lotus. I mean, surely tomorrow grand finals is going to be that best of 5. Probably, hopefully, fingers crossed, we will be able to see Lotus tomorrow. But I mean, just an absolute show, absolute masterclass being put on by SMG. Kind of gave RRQ a chance in the earlier part of this map, right, when it was 4-4, it was even Stevens, but then SMG just coming back and just absolutely blowing RRQ out of the water, making 4 to a 13-4. I mean, that's crazy. That's just almost impossible. It's impossible in my ranked games anyway. It's not for these girls, but they're built different.
It's impossible because you're usually the one giving the 13-4, I'm assuming. I guess that's what you're alluding to. And Alexi, Reyna. Yes. Absolutely Reyna. Yes. I mean, what type of analysis is that, right? But again, when you play Reyna, you are looking to size up everybody. And you are looking to say, hey, I'm that person. I'm going to absolutely demolish everybody. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. And other than that, Alexi has done such a great job of keeping a forward position while avoiding that KO knife. And that's been something that we talked about earlier during the half. And we all know that the potential of that halting any push or any trade potential on the side of Reyna and, of course, Urazi's chamber is something that, once again, we really emphasized on.
Yeah, and that, Reyna, I mean, that wasn't just a resounding yes. That was a 44.1% headshot percentage as well. And on Reyna, I feel like when you play Reyna, especially if you're getting those like snowballs, those multi-frags, and then you're getting into Empress faster, I feel like that actually tends to bring down your headshot percentage, because when you go into Empress, right, you get that increased fire rate, and then a lot of people will end up going for the body shots. Because, I mean, you headshot once, and, well, different Reynas, but just the fact that she has that 44.1 headshot percentage, and on the MVP Reyna, it's just some pretty crazy numbers. But enough about SMG for now. They've already locked their tickets into tomorrow's grand final. We've got a couple of questions for RRQ because they're going to have to play in that lower bracket final later on today. Will they be able to regroup or not? Before we find that out, we've still got another Series 2 between Orangutan and Big SCYTHE. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a short break, and we'll be back very shortly.
We wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money. Let's get the
Hi guys, and welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 1. We just
Dude, I'm muted.
saw
It's
as
okay.
close
They
to
wouldn't know.
a
They wouldn't
stop
know. We're
from
about to be
Team
live,
SMG.
dude. Chill out.
What are you doing?
Guys?
Hey, it's my shift. Yo, dude.
They wouldn't know. What's fine, dude. I just wanted to cast a game. I love Valorant. I want to make the peeps proud.
I'm sorry, guys. What was that? I mean, that was me. Yes, that was not terror. That was.
We just gonna pretend that didn't happen, or?
Well, what do you mean? Nothing happened.
Alrighty. Looks like a bit of a neither can live while the other survives type of situation. Kind of recognize your familiar background as well. Thank you, producers. Finally changing that tag down below. Welcome back to the desk, Raf. And guys, we just saw as close to a stomp from Team SMG over RRQ Kaguya to make it their number 9th 2-0 of this entire tournament so far. We're about ready to look at our second series for today. It's going to be Orangutan going up against BIGG in what we can pretty much call a revenge matchup, right? Because day number 1, we saw Orangutan 2-0 over BIGG. They were the ones to drop BIGG down into the lower bracket in the first place. So a lot of history coming into today.
You know, I'm really appreciative of the fact that we get so many revenge matches just in the last few days alone, right? But I feel like this is more akin to BIGG's new version, because the version of BIGG we saw versus Sapphire was just surprising to everybody, and it's just, I wonder how Orangutan's gonna deal with it, basically.
I agree. We are going to take a look at the rosters from both these teams, starting out with Orangutan. And there on your screens, guys, we've got Casper, Japips, Capricious, Zinni, and Chloe TTW. And holy cow, has Capricious been stepping up for this team? That was pretty much the main question that we had coming into day number 1, where we always talk about Orangutan. They are the team that has gone through so many roster changes in the history of Game Changers APAC in our region. This time around, they've lost their IGL sway, as well as a couple of members here and there, and they've shown that they are worthy of the top 4 spot in Open 1.
Worthy is a word that I would love to hinge off, because they have really gone the distance, and despite every single thing that's been ahead of them, and right now it's gonna be this version of BIGG, which has grown absolutely so well in just a matter of a few days, right? The things that we talked about, them kind of losing their nerve, especially in the second half of series, has somewhat disappeared. Instead, they've gotten a lot stronger. When the pressure is on, they realize, hey guys, we made it this far. We can still keep on pushing, we can still keep going, and all of these players who have their individual strengths. Again, March is one of them, where we talk about she's not necessarily there for a lot of the volume fragging, but she's always there with the smokes, the proper utility, and when the going gets tough, March is always in the clutch, and she's always posing a threat to whoever they play against.
Whew, yeah, for sure. And I think that BIGG, especially coming back after their comeback victory over Sapphire yesterday, I mean, it's not something I think before day 1 a lot of us here on the desk, all the talents, were going to predict. I mean, even just looking at Mapum from yesterday, we were like, oh, for sure Sapphire's got this in the bag, they're going to make top 4. And then BIGG, your question, right, was, you know, how much can they grow through this tournament, and just how strong was their mentality going to be? I want to say just coming back from yesterday's second series already proves that they are here to play, and already shows just how strong their mentality is. And, you know, thinking of like the matchup, the revenge match, I feel that for some teams, they get a bit more nervous when they're like, oh, we've lost to this team 0-2 before. But for BIGG, I feel as if that's only going to work in their favor.
I feel like another thing that we asked of them early on was, have they really faced any of the more challenging teams. And this is not a knock on literally everybody they face and literally everybody they 6-0'd on the way to the playoffs, right? Because I feel like them beating Sapphire in the way they did is going to give them such a great spark of confidence that they're going to come in super hot today. And we have Icebox, Ascent, and Haven right on the board here. And we've always talked about how Icebox is such a free-flowing map. It really will highlight individual prowess, especially with more explosive aiming and whatnot. But with everything said about Big Scythe, they might not come into this match as big of a mystery. In fact, they might just make Orangutan that much more wary.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox and Ascent, as you mentioned, a bit more fluid on Icebox. Ascent also just is one of those maps that where if you haven't prepped enough, it really shows in the rounds that end up happening. How do we think that this series is going to go after these map picks? Are we favoring either Big Scythe or Orangutan in any kind of way?
I want to say that this is going to go 2-1, but so far my accuracy on just the map number today has not been very good. In any case, we are probably going to see some sort of snowball. I mean, who knows what Big Scythe is going to do. They are a bit of a dark horse, and 6-0 again in the Swiss stage.
Phew, yeah, I mean, you've been pretty accurate on which team is going to win, not gonna lie. So it's just like, series score, which is like, whatever, I'll give it to you. You're still right. You're still like, this team's gonna make it.
And you're not wrong yourself, we've always brought, you've always brought
you.
great points that, keep me thinking. And wow, she's doing the whole thing now. It's like, you know what, Jenny? Never mind. Never mind.
I mean, come on, that is the point of competitions such as Game Changers, right? Which is you want to empower and grow the competitive women's gaming scene, not just for the competitive gamers, but for talent as well. I think yesterday, we saw a early introduction to the guest analyst Trix coming back as well onto the desk yesterday. It was just what we like to see. I mean, I loved her when she was on for some of the VCT segments for last year as well. Just always has a lot of insight and a lot of just thoughts and strats going on that she's more than happy to share with all of us. Just, the spirit of Game Changers, right?
She is an absolute joy, just to be around in general. I mean, she's so good and it never seems like it's bleeding into any form of ego. And she's a very well-storied player, always making the right decisions, unlike my hair trying to fight me right now. Don't do it. I always win. I'm kidding. But again, going back to Trix, she has a lot of wisdom to share, as you mentioned, and she's so experienced. It never feels like she's belittling anyone. She always highlights the strengths of all the teams, all the players, and like I said, she is a godsend to everybody.
Yeah, and it's just talking about the players, right? It's just Game Changers. There are so many other players worthy of being highlighted as well. Yesterday, we saw that video of Ginny also about just her history, making it through from the other FPS games to today also. But I want to talk a bit about the players that we would like to highlight for this series, who we think is going to step up and who we think the performance for today is going to hinge on for their team. For example, Capricious maybe for Orangutan. What are we thinking? Who do we want to see?
I mean, I feel like Oreophilia also has some sort of, highlight on her right now, as there were quite a big, expectation on her shoulders, as well as Capricious. But I feel like before we can nerd out on it a little bit, I think we're going on a bit of a short break just to give everybody a chance to catch their breath.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Get money. Let's get money.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable.
Hi guys, and welcome back to our second series of the day between Orangutan and Big Scythe. We are finally about ready to hop into Agent Select for map number 1, and it's going to be on Icebox. Raph, what are we expecting to see?
Well, what are we expecting from Big Scythe is an honest question that we've asked all throughout the tournament, because we saw how shaky they could be, and suddenly they come up and absolutely pull the wool over everybody's eyes and take Sapphire out. So if they can continue with that momentum, then I feel like Icebox is going to be a true test to how well shaped they are too in terms of just raw gun skill, because as we've noticed too, there's been so many situations where the teams are so willing to just fight it out and not like, you know what, hey, if this is how we're supposed to simplify the game and just get ourselves going, especially in the brawls in the latter halves of that series I just mentioned, right? Icebox is the perfect map to test out if they still have that heat, that retention is there and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's great that you're just talking about the raw gun skill. I wanted to also talk about just Big Scythe's growth from day number 1 up until this point. You're saying like sometimes like when they're on, but when they're not, they're kind of really not. So, I mean, I wanted to just pick your brain for a little bit because it's day 4, lower bracket. They've been playing every single day. Like, how much gas do they have left in the tank? Which Big Scythe do we think that we're going to see?
And with that question in mind, there's still a potential of a repeat later, right? So maybe, just maybe in the back of the minds of both of these teams, how can we pace ourselves? Or are we even allowed to pace ourselves, right? Because the stakes, they're up there. It's basically for tournament life. And I don't see anything that's deviating too much away from what we've seen already. Again, the Sage, the Viper comp, this is pretty much the Icebox comp that we've grown to love. I personally would have thought that a Harbor would have benefited any of these teams considering the knack for just going for tempo and going for aggression. But Sage can still do that. It's just I feel like the application is going to be a little more different with less angles to cover. But the gas in the tank, we'll just have to find out. I mean, that's what we've been doing with Big Scythe all game long.
Oh man, don't tease me, man. That Harbor Viper, I've been waiting for that all week long, but it's not going to be this time. But guys, with that, we're about to find out if Big will manage to complete their miracle lower bracket run, or are Orangutan going to stamp their dominance by repeating their day 1 2-0 over Big Scythe. Of course, here to talk you through which way this pendulum is going to swing are, of course, Donut and Blackenblue. Guys, take it away.
Earlier, you had a D&D show. Now it's gonna be the B&D show. Both of us wearing black and blue. This is Black and Blue and Donut casting your game for the most awaited one. Because yesterday, Big Scythe had a pretty big stomp against this team of Sapphire, right? Black and Blue, what do you expect now for this game? Especially we're going to be in the map of Icebox.
Well, here, Donut, it's a pleasure to be casting with you, especially with a match that is practically a rematch of what we saw a while ago, rather, a few days ago during the upper bracket side of things. Orangutan were able to come out of that 2-0, but you talked about that performance from Big Scythe yesterday versus Sapphire, able to, take a map away from them and really take a series away, and that one was a big shocker. And when you really look at things here, Big Scythe, they've done really great things, and being able to eliminate a team like Sapphire, the team that really proved to be one of the most formidable last year, this really proves and bodes well for this squad. But opening map number 1 here is going to be Icebox. Let's get right into it as Orangutan are on the attack.
They are going to be pushing B this time. Something different from the team of OGT. We want to start things slow. But in terms of the defense here, it's going to be the Killjoy gadgets to greet them. Probably get the orb, and that confirms their push here towards B.
Taking their pace, for sure. Taking their time. Wall on up. Still stalling for the meantime before they do go for it. They want to press the issue. You can see Capricious tempted with the idea of pressing ever deeper. They should get the plant down without much of a hit, but the post plant is a big question and how it comes. Chloe quick on that opening pick. And to catch out Aruma gives them so much more viability in this post plant hold.
Yeah, definitely. With nothing else for them to try and stop in terms of the defense, right? Even for the retake potential. But they still have Yamori, though, who's leading the charge in terms of the retake. But will they check Capricious? Not really. There will be kills for Gwen, though, a double.
Alright, Dashi's back out, but wasn't to safety. Gwen's very low here, gonna be trapped between this crossfire. Casper finds that opening into 1v2 as Crescent maybe could have some time to do this, but the swing's gonna be wide enough for her to get an angle. That forces her off, and that's the round. No time left remaining. And Orangutan, a bit hairy in the end, almost, but for the most part, had and remained in control of the situation.
Yeah, Aruma being taken down was the start of that spark, of that flame, though, for OGT to win this map. But with a double kill for Gwen and how she was positioned, Casper did take her down at first, but there was still Presence surviving and getting the kills. That wall, though, I don't know if it was intentional for it to be placed vertically instead of horizontally in the map. But that gap was something that really won OGT that round. So placement for your utility is everything, plus the timing.
Yeah, definitely, I think, was intentional. But it can be something that's very effective, especially against rifles when you know they can melt that wall easier, right? Because you have more blocks to go through. But in that case, as you were, right, horizontally, maybe could have been a bit different. But let's let bygones be bygones. It's the opening pistol. It's on the defensive side, not necessarily typically favored to win that bout anyways. In that fact, let's get on over to the next one. Guardian out on Capricious, and you're looking at here the backside control being established by Big. They do not want to give up the site as of the moment. They kind of want to play this anchor, but with that wall giving them a freer entry, how do they play this now that they can play a retake with pistols?
They have to just really play it close, but with all the abilities thrown in, it pushes OGT back, and Gwen is able to take the opportunity to do so. And Chloe and Casper, it is going to be a spray down towards the back. If you are clumped together at the back of the site, right, you are prone to a lot of the damage, especially with the crossfire set up by OGT. And looking at how this panned out, wall was broken, but that was also an opening for Casper to be able to throw in a couple of these shots, a couple of damage done, and no casualty for OGT for that round, except for Zinni.
Yeah, clean round here, Donut. Flawless by every sense of imagination for the most part. As you said, Zinni don't want to go down, but that's fine. They can live with that. That's no hitch at all. Gun round down for Big to come into this. Walls committed on either side for Orangutan on the attack towards B, but it seems like A is where they want to aggress.
It's going to be an A hit again, but they have to be careful about those shots. Capricious with that Guardian. A little bit of a warning, but Crescent's here. Boosted up this wall. These are some unconventional plays that we want to see from the likes of Big Scythe. Capricious fakes out a dash, but immediately just backs away. the wall was spent not to try and cover the site, but really more for that information play. It confirmed though, nobody else is here, not unless Capricious does give herself away.
I'm looking at, the composition here that Big Scythe decided to pull on in, and I'm wondering why they went with this mirror match comp with the Sage on Crescent instead of where we've seen that Harbor and be very effective in the past as well. They lost versus Sapphire the one time last time around, so maybe that's why they swapped on off. But Zinni with that ghost that we saw be pulled on in, we get to find the opening pick.
First pick there. Confirms. Capricious with that quick kill with the Guardian. Yamori though responds as well, but Precision is Capricious's nickname. And the Ruma here is just waiting for that push, and Japeeps is punished for that peek.
Last player standing.
Damage being done here, and these rifles, they're not working out. Chloe gets the opening to the last 2 kills, rather, and that gives her the res. Orangutan convert the bonus. And Big, that was a round that they needed here early in the game. You lose your rifles like that without putting much of a fight up, can bode very sourly down the line.
Even with that buy right, OGT, without their position towards that push, I think they covered all of the ground towards the A site. Capricious was actually in a very aggressive position using that Guardian, and with Japeeps as that ultimate sacrifice for that round, information was done and cascaded to the team, and that's why they were able to bring them down. Capricious in a very peculiar spot though. Let's see what will happen here mid.
Well, the fight is winning. Round 3-1 here by Orangutan for sure. Gwen and Yamori able to find 2 for the side of Big. Maybe a third. That would help benefit them for sure. I'll give her the tailwind as well to continue the fight. But while we got a bit of time to talk, once more, I am really curious about this switch up by Big to opt for the mirror match, knowing that Orangutan like playing this comp. You know where she is right now. I don't expect much of a fight unless she can close the gap, but the Harbor composition that we did see be pulled out here by Big in these past tournament was, I think, really effective. You look at how they were able to play against Capybara. Yes, they struggled versus Sapphire, but then Sapphire is also one of the best teams on Icebox in general, so if I were them, I wouldn't be too dissuaded by that. I really think that when you combine the strengths of that Harbor plus Viper, much to akin of what we saw yesterday, that can be a really beneficial thing and can really, I guess, shake up a much more experienced team here, in this case, like Orangutan.
Yeah, maybe because this is going to be their last straw, and they didn't really want to risk at all using the Harbor, so they played with something more to stop how OGT would play. Meaning, if you know Capricious will be very, very aggressive, you need all of those walls, those slow orbs, to actually counter that type of aggression. And I think that's what Yamori just did.
Oh.
She was able to get that kill.
You will
That is
not
a nice
kill my
pick.
ally.
They have the res up online, but it doesn't go traded. Chloe able to fend Yamori off as the shot doesn't connect. Almost could have found it in retaliation. The mid lurk given on up. That sends them rotating towards B, where they have the wall placed anyway, so this isn't too out of the question. The question is here, though, to be proposed. Will Yamori be able to reposition in time? And it seems to be the case. She has the cross, but that should be blocked off by the Viper wall going up. Mark here playing the yellow. Gets that pick and falls back.
Easily. So Chloe is ready for that push, but the spike is exposed. There will be a cloudburst to cover, but Capricious, she's struggling to find the heads. But Big Gwen gets the double. What a big win for them after 4 rounds of OGT.
Orangutan finally go down in the round here. The operator coming in big for Yamori and for Big Scythe. And for March to be able to really drop Zinni first, that allows this op to, maybe find a bit more angles. He's able to push the pressure as well, the pace on the attacking side for Orangutan, but ultimately enough, the defense just a bit more prepared for what Orangutan were doing.
Big Scythe, though, would you say that if a Harbor was into play, they would actually protect the sites better? I think that's going to be a question.
I think so, and you brought up they don't want to maybe have that risk of having a Harbor, but I think this is a bigger risk to have the Sage because it's the Harbor that they're a bit more used to playing. The past 5 matches.
Yeah. And I would want to say that Crescents, though, as the stage, probably would be going for a Gwen Sage for this specific map. But of course, we've seen her play the Sage. She's so stellar. But this time, Crescents, she's pushing too forward. And there are kills for the ones defusing the spike, but the lockdown is still in play.
Yeah, the lockdown buys him that space. And now Yamori pushing on forward. Can tap the spike. Actually going for the happier donut with the blades on out. Iruma from the flank gets a big kill. Casper holds onto it for the meantime, though. 30 seconds left on the clock. Rather, 30 HP on either side with a few more seconds left on the clock to tap that defuse. On the swing, though. Doesn't catch her. It's Casper getting them to 5th.
This is a great round, but I noticed that all of these rounds are very, very close. It all just boils down to that split decision making when it comes to the 2v2 or the 1v2. Big Scythe, they chose to push forward, thus the placement of that lockdown to try and destroy it. But with how they usually would look at, I think that mistake was just gearing their eyes towards the heaven and not really looking at where the nest is, or at least the Killjoy, who usually is planted towards the right side here where they currently are with the Precious. They're gonna go back in A, even if they did have success in B. They don't want to switch it up. Probably just exhaust all of their options here in A before they switch.
Well, they're trying to see at the very least. Poking prod, what they can find. That's an option to take. Presence quick on the trade, but the Pips is even more ready to open up the site here. He's gotten 2 for herself, 3 for the team as a whole in the round. 4v2, every advantage on their sake, and with that, those kills pull the defense away from B and allows the rotation and the plan to get on that B site now. Big Scythe struggling here on the eco. Not much done so far.
Not a lot, but they do have a chance if they get the kills with the Sheriff. Don't necessarily have Sova as well when it's down, so information is going to be key. That was why Iruma fell down to the hands of Casper. No idea where they are, and there are quick kills here. Chloe just enjoying, celebrating their 6th round on the board. What I love about how Orangutan is playing is they know when to actually pull away. They know when to pull back. And Japeep's just confirming those 2 kills. They know that there might be already rotations for Big. And I think that's one of the questions that we have. Until when can you try and anchor the site? And when do you actually rotate and help out your teammates? Big Site, they seem to be struggling with that decision.
Until what point, right? When do you really know when to cut your losses? And that comes with, obviously, a more well-rounded approach to the game. And Big Scythe, surprising results, I think, by all means, yesterday versus that Sapphire squad. To remove them from the run here, that was impressive. But they're going up against this Orangutan squad, who we also have seen some pretty impressive things. They were able to take a map away from that RRQ squad. And let's not forget, the first time around, once more, yeah, Orangutan, they beat this Big Scythe squad, and they left, curiously enough, when it came to that, Orangutan chose to ban Pearl in their first series in the upper bracket and left Icebox as the decider, but we never got to Icebox. We played Ascent, we saw them play Haven, but they never reached that map number 3 as Orangutan took them out 2-0, and now we're seeing possibly the continuation of that. So if this is akin to what would have happened during those other maps a while ago, rather those upper maps in the previous time, then Big have a big task on their hands.
If only Big Scythe was able to win out and close Ascent, then that would have been the better situation, right? They lost their own map, and this time they have selected Ascent yet again. Maybe they learned from their lessons and they want to try and test Icebox this time.
Well, that's a big test to be put on Up. March gets traded out immediately after finding Capricious. They have the res to kind of secure the count advantage here on the players. Orangutan now can get that wall back on Up. They're looking, you can see their wall. It's placed towards Snowman. They want to be able to take that Snowman away here from Big Scythe. But it can be a very difficult thing, knowing the operator is still up online for Big.
And then just stay quiet. Last time they did, they rotated towards B. And it's all just gonna be a distraction. Now that the silence is gone, they push out forward.
Oh, Aruma, big kill on Zinni. That drops the wall and now enables Gamori here and the operator to do much more damage. Aruma finds a follow-up. So does Gamori. It's all now on the Casper. She's not the friendliest ghost you've ever seen, isn't she? Whiffs the shot up close. That could have been the window of opportunity. Spike, not planted. Dropped here towards the default. Hopping on over. They know Casper is underneath. They know she's in hell. Here comes on out the Nano Swarm. Gonna keep her at bay. And on the cross, Gwen is ready. They all circumvent them. And Big Scythe, they take their second round.
Yeah, that was a great defense here. Crescent's on her way towards A. They were just left with the Ruma and as well as Yumori. But the hold was amazing. Each angle that they covered, they got the kill. And Casper was just left all alone in a 1v3. A little bit of a panic there for Yumori as she whiffs that shot of that operator. But at the end of the day, with the team now circling around her, that was just really something to really be a threat to Casper at that point.
Certainly lots of threats here from Big Scythe with that operator up on Yumori. There's also the lockdown. The threat of that happening alerts Orangutan. How can they play their post plant? They have the Hunter's Fury on Japips to remove that if it ever does come to play. But what if it's burned earlier? What if Japips goes down? What if she's the first one to get picked off from Orangutan, Big Scythe? They have that pressure tool as well as the Viper's Pit to utilize.
Yeah, but they really have to come close to the site. It's going to be quite hard, especially that Yumori still has that operator. But there is a rat coming through that tunnel. Notices that there is that alarm bot there. Once that's triggered, maybe that can trigger our rotation as well for the team of Big Scythe. Another distraction play, but it seems as if Big has learned their lesson. They focus their eyes where it matters most. Drone is spotted.
Shot ringing out, alerts him to where Yumori with that operator is. Wall has not been put on up. Allows Crescents to be able to wave and dodge and weave within the site. Gets two. Yumori on that kill. Zinni on the flank, able to catch up Garuma, but the damage has been done. This should pull the defense to have to worry about that flank a bit more. She needs to get another kill here, but it's shut down immediately. It's all on the Casper once more, all alone. Shot doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. There's no time. There's no one to help her. And Crescent gets the third. Big Scythe finally string 2 rounds in a row here to cut that lead in half.
Yeah, I think that what I noticed for that round and the last few rounds would be really gazing their eyes upon the objective of defending the site. Usually, they said that it would be easier for us to retake with the numbers, but eventually they lose the round because the angles were not held the way that they wanted it to be. This time with Yumori, just really being patient with that operator was really miles away from how they played the first 5 rounds.
It's a difficult scenario for sure. Orangutan, as you said, you know, the angles that they want to hold sometimes, whatever their generality of the plan, when it doesn't work out, they seem to struggle with the mid round, or rather, in this case, the late round, where if plan A doesn't work out, what's plan B? And it never really seems to come as fluidly for this Orangutan squad as a quick technical timeout, but we can let that pass as it's gone already. But yeah, Orangutan struggling to deal with Yumori, especially when Zinni's the first one to get picked off. It can be very difficult without the flash comp as well on your side to be able to, you know, block the sight lines and get themselves within that site before, you know, Yumori is able to get a kill with that op.
Contingency plan should be in place for Orangutan. They would need it the most though. There is that orb, but this time Yumori is going to be in B.
Well, they know of this now. Question is, how do they deal with it? And that has been a big problem for Orangutan, right? They'd find where the op is and still can do the proper steps to be able to dismantle that. They have the wall here towards default. They should expect Yumori to try and dip into this. They tag her on up. They see where she is through that Sova Dart, clear out yellow. But how does the plant go? Shot brings on out. They have second floor control. This spike, it's not as easily plantable as they thought.
Yeah, not at all, especially with all of Veruma's utilities planted on the ground. And with that Viper's Pit It might be Yamori's window of opportunity to come in and try and stop the plant, but Casper has another idea. She wants to catch him off guard from behind.
Oh, shot brings out once, doesn't connect once more. Capricious on the danger. She is in danger here. A third goes her way. It's all on the march, who's simply found from the flank on orange. Orangutan finally answer back, but look at how close it came so many times. They were pretty fortunate that in a bunch of opportunities there, the operator here from Yamori wasn't able to connect. Otherwise, it could have been a very different story.
Yeah. I think what Castor relayed to Capricious at that point was so vital to win that round. They knew that Gwen would be rotating there towards orange, so Capricious already had her eyes on her even after that wall of a curtain went down. So that was a good communication point for them. But as you mentioned, right, how are they able to string more of these rounds together if they're not too careful about their contingency plans? And Yamori finding her way and taking space away from Orangutan.
And taking that space away is something you typically see reserved a bit more when talked about for the attacking side, but it can equally be as effective for the defense. Be able to make that attacking execute a lot more uncomfortable. Here comes on out the push though from the lockdown.
And the lockdown will not catch anybody else. Maybe the timing was a little bit off for them because all of the damage done with all of those turrets, those nano swarms, but the Hunter's Fury can connect Yamori's shots though. They do.
And this is what they needed from Yamori. Yes, the operator can be deadly, but on a retake situation, you would want that rifle to be a pound on your duelist. You need that entry potential. You need that fragging capability. The flank here, it's a bit late from Zinni, but we're going to have to watch out for it. It could be the crucial piece to this puzzle. Casper denies the defuse, so does Chloe. Yurima trying to stick it as she gets a kill as well. Here comes down Japeep Seer from the generator, creating her own noise. It's all on Ruma, who simply doesn't have enough HP to continue the fight. Orangutan getting another round here. Their attacking side looking pretty good.
Yeah, definitely good. But they spent two ultimates at that round. Lockdown was placed. Space was given to them for the site, but not for long because they've already rotated. Big Scythe has already rotated. Even with the Hunter's Fury into play, doesn't really make the frag, but at least with how the spike was planted onto the site, just a couple of sprays, then the diffuser will be down. But if the smokes were still present, it could have been Big Scythe's round.
Definitely so, but I think here, the fact that Yamori isn't able to buy the operator up once more, this could help them out. Sometimes just because you have the economy to buy an operator doesn't mean you should be. Especially if the way things are going is like that. But Casper, what a shot she finds on the fadeaway.
That was a great shot for her. Wants to be safe, but here we go. It's going to be another A. But Gwen is using her Hunter's Fury. No tag.
Nothing just yet. They deny, or at least delay the plant for the meantime. Triple flank to come on out here as the res comes up online. Casper's going to have to do it once more. Will she win the second bout? They fade away into it. He still gets one on the follow-up, and Yamori gets the second here on the retake. Chloe keeping them at bay on the site. They have site control right now, 3v2. Yamori absolutely incredibly low here, but she's a very difficult player to try and fend off in this case. Will she even check the right angles? She gets the third kill. She gets the fourth. Going for the ace. Capricious holding it down, and she gets the clutch anyways. 9-3 as Orangutan hold on.
Switching sides.
That was an amazing round for Capricious and an amazing half for Orangutan. Well, let's have to hear the panel because there's a lot for Big Scythe to do, and I want to hear what Raph says and Ray too.
Thanks, Donut Blue. OGT flew out of the gate 4-0 to take things to a 9-3 half. Ref, you had some thoughts about how the pace of this game is being set.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as we mentioned earlier...
grab your mic.
Ooh. Oh, yes. Anyway, guys, let's just go for a quick breeze through that. My fault, I was doing my impression of, Anyway, Guys, so the biggest thing about this whole match is that whoever gets their feet planted first onto the site is usually the one that wins out the round. And I feel like there's some behavioral tendencies too on both sides, really, if not more apparent on Big Scythe, that would probably mesh better with a Harbor. And I know that's been brought up by both our casters quite a few times. And I feel like my biggest example of that is the round 5 hold, where I believe it was Yamori on that operator on the jet, got the pick. I think the res was denied there, but the wall was the most interesting part on the Viper. Now imagine if we had the Harbor wall. Yes, you would still have that aggressive potential, but you also have the anchor ability of a Viper and potentially to save that wall for a retake, which I feel like has been sorely lacking on the side of Big Scythe as well. It had to come in the form of preemptive defense instead of reactive defense, which I feel like has kind of put them in a bit of a hole here.
Yeah, I mean, in the words of Blackenblue, right, just because you have the economy to buy the operator doesn't mean that you always should. Ref, before we toss it back to our casters, I wanted to ask, when we go for this swap, is there anything significant that we're hoping to see coming out from Big Scythe?
Well, Big Scythe, we know that they're, I guess, the more proactive team. It's just really the follow-through. They get that first kill, but they have to make sure that they have a game plan going into it, especially in a mirror match like this. And the decisiveness and just clarity in general should be what pushes them over the hill. But with 9-3, I mean, you know the curse, but that's still a lot of rounds to catch up on.
9-3 curse, will that be true today? With that, guys, we are going to hand it back over to Donut and Blackenblue.
Okay, we're right back into it here, Donut. 9-3. And I have to ask you, are you a superstitious person? Because we've seen this curse come many times before.
I really am not. It just really is about it really is about the performance. Like, I would really say that I'm more scientific. Like, for me, stats don't lie, but I think Team SMG has proven otherwise. So for me, I would really have to say that the role and the steam is gonna go to Orangutan. But with Big Scythe and their attack, and with how Yamori is actually just being so aggressive, being so confident, that might be something that OGT have to watch out for.
Well, confidence is a key for sure. And Yamori, she has that in spades, but you're gonna need just a bit more to get over the hump right now. It's a big deficit for sure to start off the half. The peeps finds that contact information towards mid. Now Orangutan have a choice here. Do they stay onto their sides or try and stack one?
They are just gonna stay. They're anchored and planted on the site. And it's gonna be a tricky one because it's Zinni and as well as Casper, both quote-unquote anchors for the team.
Yeah, it's up to them to hold on to this, Donut, and I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to deny this plant. As you can see, Big Scythe, they're going towards A. They faked this out.
It's so effective. Now, the anchors are left with question marks over their head. It's just gonna be a notification that the spike has been planted and they all scramble back.
Oh, but Yamori's making noise here. Now they know of this. Isn't able to find the kill, get some damage done, but still wins out the fight. That was a huge one. Now that wall cannot be used for the retake. Into Pips, he gets a kill off of the flank as well. Marchie there at the ready to get the trade. Chloe has a wall to potentially stick his defuse, and nobody's there to deny the plant. The defuse, rather. They have a nanoswarm at the very least, and that buys them the time they need. Mori on the flank gets the one, and things are being shut down here on Orangutan. It's Big Scythe. They finally get around where they need to.
Win. Show me where to go.
Yeah, that wall was actually something that didn't help them at all. It only covered one angle, but if you are Yamori, if you are Crescents, you'd want to cover all of your bases, and that's what they did. They had the high ground, they had the low ground, and when it comes to Big Scythe, right, with how they played during the defense, they're good at those things. And if OGT, they don't really cover all of these angles, and especially with Japeeps, they're not really checking corners. That might be what Big Scythe has to offer for the attacking rounds.
To offer what was lacking during that first half, and it seems like here, Big Scythe, to have that kind of fake out play, give him a different look. Certainly seems to be the case that they're really starting to diversify this map.
And a quick kill there for Capricious.
Okay. We see you. Nice shot. That gets him the pick that they need really in this case.
But the diversity is now here in B. The wall is down, and there is going to be a safe plant.
Not much of a problem here to get that plant down. They have the weapons advantage here, Donut. The Phantom on Yomori is going to help secure even more damage and even more dominance in this case. Wall goes down. They can fight these long angles for the meantime. Sheriff drops. And Yomori gets another kill. Follow-ups could come on in, but Yomori's just way too quick. Dashes back out to safety. Scan confirms the presence, but it doesn't matter. That's a fourth for Yomori before she goes down. Pips knows this round is done, and as it should be. Big Scythe takes fifth.
With Yomori there up top, right, and with the wall covering, and the rest trying to scrape that ice off to get the defuse. Yomori just saw every head. And even with this shot, right, Capricious, this is what won them that round. Yomori's, you mentioned diversity, and with how versatile she is in the map, this is going to be a threat to OGT. With that Phantom as well, and quick shots from her. And look at her KDA at the moment. Healthy at 19 and 12. She's doing all of the work and the heavy lifting.
Revealing
But
area.
the rest, they also have to work for this attack. Has to be a team effort. And OGT, they're very good on those team efforts.
For sure. We saw that team play be a big part of the reason why, you know, they've gotten this far in this tournament. The Blades come on in here, perfect with a scan, could not follow up on the shot. Japeeps backs up into safety, and they're trying to split this side. They're trying to go from the screens, but Casper, she gets the opening kill and halts the push here, halts the momentum for just a bit. They get the pick off, but the plant ultimately will go down here on the retake. Here comes on in now. Big Scythe, they play further back.
Yeah, I love their post-plant position. Immediately, they know there are footsteps here, but do they check up Precious? Your fault. Marsh wasn't checking that corner, and now they are surrounded.
Precious here though, on the swing, and Orangutan, they're making this hold work on out without much of a problem at all. Flawless round here. On the retaliation as Big Scythe. They had a good plan and diversified, you know, what they did there to really shake up Orangutan. But Casper and Japeeps, they were ready for that push, and Capricious securing a main helped that retake even more so.
Yeah, that quick movement on towards that post-plant position was a great decision for Big Scythe, but they didn't know that Capricious was behind them. At this point, they really have to have their eyes at the back of their head as well. If they think that the defense will just rotate from spawn, then you're wrong. Capricious can come from anywhere.
Capricious. For her to be just a constant threat from multiple different positions, that's a big thing. But Yomori right now, who follows up here on the space, Chloe, trying to go for that orb, but really unsupported in that attempt.
Not at all. There was an attempt to take back that orb, but Yomori was ready to deny anything from OGT. Information not gonna get anything spotted though by that owl drone, which confirms that Capricious can actually move a bit forward. She's really good at trying to take space away from Big Scythe, but will she be ready with Crescent? Is she leading the charge here towards the A?
Capricious. Crescent who finds that kill. On the swing from Capricious on to Jenny. They have backside control here, which is huge for them to hold on to. But Zinni swings left, swings right, and hits both punches. They know that backside. Oh no! Snakebite did not connect. And allows Zinni to get the trade, to get the third. It's all on Iruma. She knows where Zinni is and confirms the kill, but that could have been so dangerous for Big Scythe.
Yeah, it's the battle of the anchors at that point, right? The missed snake bites from March. You'd think that was already something that would contribute to a win for OGT, but actually it was Casper's early peek. Zinni wasn't ready, and Iruma knows where Zinni was at that point, and that anticipation from Iruma to clutch out that round. 1v2 was just them catching what was their anticipation, and in terms of expectations, Iruma has been very, very great as this Killjoy. And I think Killjoy is a perfect agent for her playstyle. She's very methodic when she throws in her alarm bots, her nano swarms. This is gonna be a big threat for them, especially if you're gonna be expecting a clutch from her.
Kill my ally.
Well, Zinni, she gets the kill. The res comes and returns a favor here, Gwen. It's a big Scythe. Looking pretty good so far in the round. Capricious has an opportunity here to get a kill and back on off. Doesn't connect the blades. And now this alerts Big Scythe through that mid presence. Follows up with a fifth one, the last one in her arsenal. And allows Big Scythe, rather Orangutan, to equalize the odds here just a bit more.
There is that Hunter Spirit to try and stop the plants. But Capricious actually catches Aruma with the retrieval of that gun though. That was a punishment. And as well as Casper with her own.
Screen down.
Now it's down to Marsh. We saw her miss a couple of her utilities, but do her bullets miss? That is the question.
Well, she has 2 snake bites still here to deny that defuse, or at least delay it. Oh, time. This will allow the half. She gives herself away, and Japip still finds it anyways. Unfortunate scenario here. She did not have her orb for that spike as it was towards mid. And Orangutan, often forced by really Blades. Spectres is all they had coming into this, and they still come out on top.
Yeah, it was Capricious's blade, right? How do you maximize what you currently have in your arsenal? I think Capricious is one of those players who can get away with these rounds with just the Blade Storm and them just using their positions to their advantage, playing together, the duo between Capricious and Japeeps towards mid. And their position is everything, because even if they have the B site, Casper was there towards Kitchen to catch them. Yamori, when her eyes was gazed at Capricious and Japeeps, she was so distracted.
Well, Orangutan should know of this B site hit to come. The alarm bot, they're trying to find it. They finally do, but they can hear all this noise coming. I'm surprised Orangutans don't rotate this yet. They're trying to be diligent, but they have the wrong read in the situation. It's only going to be those 2 angles we talked about. Zinni and Casper still alive here, and both of them go down to Yamori. Those were the picks they needed, and now they have free reign to push the issue here and regain control.
That was 2 quick kills and great ones. We're just the sheriff. We were talking about how do we maximize what we currently have, and Yomori just proved that they can. And with Presence with that big plan, but she will be punished. Yomori, though, with that Vandal gets another one.
2v4 here on the retake. Rifle for Yamori. She can drop it to a fellow teammate of hers and pop her blades. That option is available. Tailwind prepped, but it's about to expire. That makes her rather play a bit further back, knowing she can't play those aggressive angles as cleanly or as safely. The defuse here being denied with all the utility. Chloe trying to go for it. Yamori has a 4th. The round is done. There's no more time. And the ace for Yamori in such a crucial round to deny match point.
Such a great round for Big Scythe, and Yamori just opening up everything. I guess Yamori is going to be that type of person for the team that doesn't just lift and allow the rest of the players to do their own thing, but she covers her ground. She knows when to push forward, she knows when to pull back. She's already recovered that Vandal. If you were another player, you would have the guts to peek out, right? Because you already have a rifle. But no, she wanted to stay with the rest of the team because they needed that round.
Making sure she doesn't give up an advantage right early, and especially when they need one so desperately. They're on the eco in that case, and you'd want every advantage you can take. Send Orangutan now into a more difficult economic state. Up on the ropes! The Stinger able to do so much work up close, and Capricious and Casper! Look at how they're able to find these kills! It's suddenly crumbling down for Big Scythe. Aruma goes down to Capricious, and when they had the advantage, Orangutan simply spin it their way.
Let's end this.
They return the favor with another thrifty win.
That crossfire wasn't really identified by the team of Big Scythe. They just used that rope freely, tried to get to the site safely, but when it's Capricious and as well as Casper defending it, that's gonna be something that Big should look out for. There weren't any recon bolts or drones sent their way. That's why they got away with those triple kills when they went to the site.
And isn't that the crux of the problem really here for Big Scythe? They aren't able
Watching
to
here.
identify a lot of the things Orangutan are throwing at them correctly. They do, or at least they should know about this Viper's Pit coming on in here, but can they recognize a lot of times that when Zinni's somewhere on site, Casper is close by, so the Killjoy utility could also be placed here. That's going to be a difficult thing to confirm that they're using this Viper wall, rather this toxic Viper's Pit, towards the screens, which we have seen in the past. Lockdown displays within it, it can be destroyed. He spams it at the perfect time, and because they're low through it, Casper gets a kill.
That wall's gonna give them extra coverage. What they don't know, Zinni is still here on the site, still lurking around.
Spike planted.
She spots out ahead. A great recovery for Zinni.
This is what they need in this moment. She's anchoring things down. It's Big Scythe. Struggling to really find much. Going their way! And Casper still wins that. Iruma goes down and so does March. And that is around the map. Number 1 goes towards Orangutan. And so far, they have yet to drop a map versus Big Scythe.
Big Scythe looking a bit grim here and their own map pick. Oh, so sorry, this was Orangutan's map pick, but I think you made a point there. If they showed us the harbor, then it would have been a different story. OGT just better with that agent composition for sure.
I really do think so, that, you know, if they pulled out that harbor, it could have been a different thing. To quote Trix, who was with us on the broadcast yesterday, when it comes to big tournaments like this, it's not the time for you to try and go experimental. We saw that harbor be played 4 to 5 times in the past in this tournament alone. They lost the last time against it, but I still think it would have worked out better. But I am a mere caster. I want to hear the analysis of our panel. So, Very True and Raph, what you guys think?
Thanks, guys. Orangutan is going to be the team to draw first blood in today's elimination matchup. Big looking solid after the switch at first, picking up pistol, picking up the next round, but ultimately dropping that map 7 and 13. Raph, what did we think?
Well, we did think of a lot of things, especially looking at that game. But before any of that, just mere caster, I don't know. That's coming from one of my longest teammates from when we used to compete. I don't know, man. I hate it when people just don't recognize how good they are. But with that out of the way, I feel like that we talked about the proactivity on Big side, and inherently with their playstyle, they will find a lot more success. The only problem I feel like that they were encountering is that OGT is an incredibly reactive squad, and they're very good at recognizing how the enemy team reacts. And with that, again, OGT, with gauging how Big Scythe would react to how they would throw all their utility, and again, just identifying where Yamori would be positioned is already such a big thing.
I mean, this just looks like straight up battle of the Jet players right here between Capricious and Yamori's Jet, just going absolutely head to head. Yamori also, like that round, what was it, 18 ace to stop OGT from getting to match point in the first place. I mean, just absolute treat to watch. Like, both of these girls deserved MVP for sure.
Absolutely, and Yamori had that, my goodness, sickening ace to keep her team alive. And with her being one of the oldest members of this Big Scythe squad, and by that I mean just tenure, I'm glad that she's taken up the responsibility to be the spearhead, to once again set the pace for how they want to approach the game. I still am a firm believer that they probably would have found more success if they leaned in towards that proactivity on their side. Maybe get the harbor, maybe get something a little more aggressive too in terms of intel, maybe go double innie. But with all things said and done, that is still a lot of data being harvested for the rest of the series. And we're just going to see how both these teams really got at each other with the highlights very, very soon.
Yeah, and just some of the stats in favor of OGT, right? With the 12 first kills, also 9 out of 9 post plans, compared to Big Scythe's 4 out of 7. But we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the map number 1. Some operators.
Speaking of that operator, and I've always said this about just the gun in general and how teams would utilize it. The first 30 seconds, if you really can't find anything with it, I feel like there has to be a rotation. And I think Blackenblue hit the nail right on the head. When you're a duelist, and especially when you're on the jet, yes, the operator will find its strength, but the ARs, the main assault rifles, just have that much more flexibility. And that's just more reliability. And you saw Capricious clutch that round out. We almost saw Yamori go nuclear. But like you mentioned earlier, it has been a jet versus jet battle.
We got any thoughts on who we think the MVP from F1 is going to be?
I feel like there's so many candidates, especially with Zinni. I mean, there was just so many heads-up plays on the side of Zinni. But of course, it is Capricious, the spearhead, the absolute blade of Orangutan, slicing through the competition, at least for map number 1.
Okay, respectfully, like with all due respect, what is this headshot percentage? 52.5. Okay, she's on jet, you know, it gets a little bit of boost when you do have your ult, but like that's just bonkers numbers. That's crazy numbers from Capricious, as you mentioned, just the blade, the point of this entire Orangutan team, and just showing up so clutch and so big for a team time and time again.
Time and time again, and it does induce a lot of confidence, right? When you're breaking through defenses so reliably and just being able to, once again, the essence of the game, to win the duels. And that really hinges off, hey, we can do the set play, and we know that it's going to go our way, especially with such a ridiculous stat line as Capricious did provide.
All right, guys, all on the line for Big SCYTHE. Are we going to see history repeat itself with an OGT 2-0? Well, we'll find out right after this break.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a giddy crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a giddy crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Let's get the
Get money.
let's get the
Get money. Get money.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Map 2 Series 2, day number 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC series. Orangutan this time around sitting on series point, whereas BIGG fighting for their tournament lives here on a Saturday afternoon. Of course, I'm your host, January Julie. With me on the panel is the talented, not Tayrar, Raph, this time around. Twinning, how are we feeling going into this map 2?
Well, thank you for once again buttering me up with that intro. Of course, we have our lovely host here to do just that. And I am honestly feeling very confident into playing into OGT. They have been playing to their strengths, and I love the way they handled that previous half, especially with how BIGG was super proactive. Again, that only means they're giving up so much data for OGT to pick apart. But of course, we're going to move into Ascent, which is one of the more default-heavy maps. And, well, speaking of the default and reactions, I feel like OGT's had a bit of an advantage because we do see them pull out a little bit more. They tend to go for, hey, can we still potentially re-hit the site, or should we reassess and find another point of interest or a point of contact? I feel like BIGG, despite all their firepower and just really the evolution they've shown, they still have to add a little bit more temperance in their playstyle.
I agree. I think this is going to be really interesting considering that we have Ascent and then Haven as a decider if this does go to map number 3, because they're kind of maps where you really need to have prepped well for these maps. If you don't prep well, it really shows. And I think just the way that map number 1 went also, right? We were kind of seeing a bit of a momentum shift, and we were talking during the halftime during map 1 also. It looks like for both these teams, it's whoever makes that first move can kind of get the momentum in their favor this time around. About ready to hop into Agent Select for series number 2. Anything out of the ordinary you think we might see? I love that Oreo's on Astra. Sorry.
It's okay. I don't think we saw Oreophilia earlier, if I am not mistaken. Again, my memory may betray me, and you were absolutely right on the money as you mentioned that typically the team that made the first move, again, no room to be timid here. This is, after all, for tournament life. And honestly, with the KO here, maybe, just maybe, Orangutan have that much more ability to shut off the initial contact. But of course, knowing the breach can safely play out of the range of his initiator counterpart. Oh my goodness. And with that being said, the stuns that Breach has in his arsenal is also going to prove fairly problematic when the post plant does come. But the KO ult always has so much potential.
Yep, all right, guys. And with that, we are going to hop into game for map number 2, series 2 of the day. Of course, not without the voices of our lovely casters, Donut and Blackenblue.
And we're right back. Thank you very much, Jenny and Raph. Map number 1, certainly a decisive one here, Donut, coming from what we've seen on the Orangutan side, but I'm curious to see if we can see a bounce back from Big Scythe.
Yeah, I mean, with Orangutan playing now in this map and similar composition when they went against OGT, I think during the second day of the Open, right, for the playoffs, this might be a huge turnaround for the team. And just a little bit of a fact here, when Big Scythe defeated Sapphire, they weren't playing with Orangutan. They did so well without her, but then probably this might be the X factor for this specific map in a sense, especially if she's going to be playing Astra with all of her utilities, or all of that Nova Pulse, and as well as that Gravity well timed. That might be what OJT will actually let them slow down when it comes to the map of Ascent.
Well, they have Orangutan back, and curiously enough, the last time they did play this here, Big Scythe, we saw Orangutan be on the breach with, you know, them swapping on over. It seems to be a very different approach here. This time around, you have Orangutan on the Astra, very different composition that they bring on in. Crescent's in the game still, considering everything that we saw a while ago, and it's Marche who isn't in this. Yuruma still on that Killjoy, so there's really lots to be swept on up here. It's Big Scythe, they're on the defense.
Capricious is going to be quick here to go towards B, but this is all a distraction. Zinni has already taken a kill here while they take mid control.
Here, Yamori gets found here by Casper. 3v4. They should be able to get this plant down. Yuruma, he's going to be the tip of the spear on this retake. They have a flank coming on your alert, coming on that the short position, and Orangutan gets a catch here on the Japips. 3v3. They have a good hold within the site, but it could be dismantled. This Jenny position is going to be big. Zinni's able to dodge and weave, finds a 1 kill, falls back, becomes a 1v1, and Casper gets the kill as Orangutan was already low. Orangutan starts off with another pistol.
Yeah, they switch things up there. With Capricious dashing on towards the site, Big Scythe thinks that it will be a B push, but with Zinni actually capturing the first one for Big, then it all went down from there. Well, there was an attempt for that retake for Big Scythe, especially with Orangutan getting all of these kills. It was just not enough because of the positions of OGT all around the A site. It was very hard for Big Scythe to counter at that point. In terms of utility, Big Scythe, they had great thrown against OGT, but in terms of the firepower, the frenzies, it was just too powerful for Big Scythe to really get away with.
And Orangutan were able to play that well too. You know, having that mid lurk presence gave them just a bit more to worry about. Still enough. They're able to dismantle that and really stop the retake from being as potent as it could be. But most of the defense is ready here on this Big Scythe squad towards that B site. They have the man advantage, yes, but there's just so much more firepower here for Orangutan, and they overrun the site because of it.
With all of those positions so close, the Spectres, they do a lot of damage, and Casper already knows where they are. So they set up a crossfire. Yamori is going to be in big trouble.
Well, she at least gets a kill before going down. But I don't have too much hopes here for the last remaining Crescent. Triple P comes out from the lane. That's a quick 2-0 here from Orangutan without much of a fuss.
Firepower was too great for OGT, and Big couldn't handle that. Yamori was able to get 1 kill, but then it was put to a halt when there was a push there towards the lane. And when it comes to repositioning, OGT, they've been great with this, right? With these quick decisions. And we saw that in Icebox. When there is going to be a threat there towards stairs, they just use it to their advantage. They have a longer range fight ahead of them. So against the pistols of Big, they win that round.
But now, Big, they have rifles to play with, and you want to start stringing these rounds. You want to start gaining rounds on the defensive side. The more you give on up, the much more difficult it can be on that less favored attacking side. Orangutan now on the execute, should get this swift close. But the anchor within the site, Ruma, that's a question. How did he deal with her, and how could she fend up against the push on in here? They seem to have some notion of the possibility of her being there. The smoke gives her a bit more to work with, but Capricious utilizes it against her.
It's also the blind here from Zinni, so a little bit of displacement for them to get the kill. And now Yumori with his big flank gets the kill anyway. And the frenzies don't really matter. Is OGT still winning the bonus? And this is what happened during the map of Icebox. When it comes to the buy, Big Site, they don't convert it to a win. And OGT, that's the reason why they got the huge lead at first. And then Big Site just doing these magical rounds during Icebox. And I'm guessing if OGT had already won Ascent from before, during the second day of the playoffs, is it going to be a mirror of what will happen? Big Site, they have really figured out a counter to all of these short-range aggression from OGT, especially with the Spectres.
Yeah, they're playing their bonuses really well, overrunning a lot of, the attacking side here, or in this case, the defensive side. And as you said, Donut, much akin to what we saw a while ago in Icebox. They really know how to convert these type of rounds. Going for this mid control as of the meantime does keep that Big defense guessing where the hit will be. Nano Swarm popped here on towards short. They're walking up on towards tree. I'm not too hopeful for Yoruma to be able to anchor this down, especially as the suppress comes.
Yep, and the null command is online. It will be the trigger for them to push back. But given this, right, they already have the space, but Oreophelio just peeks out with a little bit of information. The spike has been planted, but they're opting for the retake. With how Chloe is positioned, she might get a triple kill here.
Chloe, she gets the one at the very least, and halts the retake of Big from being as decisive as it could be. Runs around, and you called it, Donut. A triple for Chloe at the end for the 4th round of Orangutan.
The timing was everything. Chloe was just hiding in that corner, and when she confirmed, the rest of OGT, they peek out with her. Japeeps together with Zinni. It was just cavalry bringing Big Scythe down. Not this point, right? If you're 4-0, Big Scythe, they have to be using all of these timeouts.
And now wouldn't be a bad time to call it, especially if they lose this upcoming round.
Yeah, they already have the buy. It would be the perfect opportunity for them to do so, but I guess it's not needed. Yamori already gets the first kill.
All right. Better start than what we've come accustomed to so far here in this round, or rather in this map specifically. But they have the lockdown, and as I say it, they place it down. Orangutan want to use this to maybe buy themselves some space, execute on the site, but having a breach here on a player like Crescent means that with that fault line online, she can still throw it, but why was she the one trying to dip in that fight? If anything, it should have been Yamori with a fault line prepped on the entry as they come in from the lockdown.
Yeah, it was just really bad timing in terms of decision making, right? The utilities would be everything, especially during the retake. Well, it's going to be a 5 versus 4, but it looks kind of grim for Big given their positions, and the Peeps just gets 2.
The hell being held here. Gwen able to find the 3rd kill, and Japeeps trying to get back within the fight, but they're ready. And finally, Big win around here up the retake. And whatever small mishaps they had, the fact that as we saw Capricious able to find the opening, rather, Yamori able to find an opening pick. That man advantage just gave them so much more to work with in the end.
Presence being detained might be a little bit of complacency for Team Orangutan, right? It means that they have the space and nobody would... they didn't really figure out that the retake would be too soon. They just caught OGT off guard. They get their first win. But if they keep this coming, then they might have a chance against OGT's post-plant positions. But for sure, with how Zinni actually works this way, Zinni with that flash, just so amazing. A perfect counter to that last round.
Grounded.
Oh, shot here from Capricious. Finds Yamori once more. And Big needed a pick in return, in retaliation, to try and tie up the man count here. But now, they got the Hunter's Fury still, that Cosmic Divide, but I wouldn't wager for them to use it successfully if they don't find a pick first. They have to try and equalize the odds just a bit more, because otherwise these could be ults thrown to the wayside.
Be careful about this. Oreophilia has an inkling. She's blinded though. She doesn't spot Zinni, but she gets the kill through that Recon Bolt.
Last player standing.
Zinni doesn't look her way. Gwen able to spam on through, gets the one, but could not confirm the transfer. And if ever it didn't come, Chloe would have been there on the flank as well to get the trade. The Orangutan once more. They just look so much more prepared. And I guess as well as just apt at what do they have to do.
Yeah, they usually prepare for the worst, right? And they prepared for that round where aggression is gonna be a solution for Big Scythe. And what they did was they used Zinni's flash and then countered it with a double peek. Big Scythe, they were punished for that. And for these rounds, right, in terms of early aggression, they don't want to dip again because there are 3 people from Big Scythe there towards A main. They immediately rotate towards A, where of course Iruma and as well as Crescents are the one guarding the site, and Crescents has a shorty.
And isn't that what we see a lot of times from Orangutan? They simply have the better read on the situation. They go to where there's a bit less presence here. But Iruma from the back of the hall, rather from the back of the boathouse, able to get that kill. Capricious on the swing, shouldn't be much of a problem, and Japeeps follows up as well. Damage done, yes, but site control is there. Doesn't have so much utility to throw at this. They have that Hunter's Fury still. Paranoia connects for the free kill on the Casper.
One enemy remaining.
There's the follow-up as well. Oreophilia, last one left alive. The Orangutan once more able to convert these anti-ecos.
Ophelia, she's been one of the players for Big Scythe, really left all alone during these clutch situations. I feel like for her being the smartest person in the lobby, right, you would think that there would be an opportunity for the rest to wait for her and then make a plan of attack. But that's not the case. It's usually her just sitting all alone in the site. The rest of her teammates already down. And maybe this could be one of the reasons why they won against Sapphire, but could not win against OGT. Because if the rest of the members of Big Scythe are overheating, that's a perfect counter to how Sapphire plays. But against OGT and the brain power of Zinni and as well as Japeeps, right? You wouldn't be able to use that same formula to win against OGT and Ascent.
It's a very different stylistic matchup in contrast to, as he said, you know, Sapphire. So sometimes it's not about having the better team or beating the better team in terms of power level. Sometimes it's just your playstyle matches up better against another team. And that was the case with Big versus Sapphire. And it's the exact opposite with them here versus Orangutan right now. Timeout finally called here by Big in the first half, as they need to stop the bleeding. They're on the defensive side, by far the favored side here on one of the most defender-sided maps in Ascent. And yet Big struggle on the half they need.
Used to string on a couple of rounds during the defense when they take mid control, but I guess they switched it up a little bit. Maybe they're applying what they learned from yesterday's Sapphire game onto OGT, but it seems as if with how they're positioning the map, they have the same plan. But in terms of that mid-round calls, OGT just comes out on top.
The mid round has to be something that Big are gonna, or should be, have to be able to rectify in terms of making better decisions as a whole, as a unit. See how they play this one on out though. They have the alarm bot here towards mid to know if the cross ever does come. And we're seeing the switch up with Oreophilia to the Astra, as I talked about last time she was on that Omen. And I thought that gave them a bit better aggressiveness to play with, but this time they want to play a bit more of a utility game. The Breach, the Astra, and really halt down Orangutan with the utility that they've got, but they're not playing to the strengths of their composition is a problem.
Yeah, and the Paranoia will just be precision in terms of utility. The flash first, and then the Paranoia? Not really, it's just the line from that KO. And the peeps. Oh, it's stuck in the box though. Yamori takes a headshot.
30 seconds
Look
left.
at his fight, still being held by Yamori. Those are the times you kind of got to dash out of that and just be happy with a 4v2 advantage now. A bit more winnable for Orangutan, and they can rotate towards that A site. That's exactly what they do. So Casper gets a plant down here towards A. And the cross, it's going to be difficult for Zinni now knowing that Crescence is here. But this just buys more time, buys more space, and halts the retake.
She didn't wait though. If patience was her game, then she could have caught Zinni. But Casper here with that open plant, they are able to. He's defended from short. It's now down to Zinni.
Comes out of the corner before she was really ready there. Smoke on up. Couldn't deny this defuse, but the swing from Crescence is just perfectly timed. Big finally get their second round, but look how close it could have come. Fortunate here that Orangutan weren't able to maybe get an early pickoff in that 3v2.
Yep, and it was Casper just moving and aggressing towards a short through that window that was really, I wouldn't really say it was a mistake, but when it comes down to sneaking up on the heavens, right, you have to be careful, you have to be precise with your shots. And Zinni there was left at 70 HP. Could have been a winnable round, but that smoke was just also beautiful there by Oreophilia covering the one defusing the spike.
2-6 as of the moment. They need a bit more. And to get an opening start like that, is that more that they need in this case? Blades on out for Capricious to try and press on the issue. They're looking for the pick in retaliation. They went for that mid push, but the counter B push is what really worked out here for Big. Now applying pressure towards that tree, Oreophilia. She doesn't have a star prep, which means they can simply overrun her and force her back with just the sheer amount of presence they have.
This is gonna be Sly for Capricious, but Oreophilia was ready for that push. Zinni is able to plant down the spike and confirm who are in heaven, but I don't think that is enough. Numbers are in favor of Big Scythe, but Japeep strikes back.
Enemy remaining.
Mori gets that. High kill. A 3k for her. Zinni's the one. Just the sole defender of the spike, and it wasn't enough against Yamori with that 4k.
Yamori here. Doing lots of work on this Big Scythe side, and they finally string 2 rounds in a row. But this is exactly what we saw in Icebox Donut on that first half. They go down 6-1, tie up 2, rather gain 2 rounds to take it 6-3, but just simply were nailed and stamped there for the rest of the half. So they're gonna still need a bit more. Orangutan try and halt their pace, try and halt their momentum here with a timeout, and try and recuperate and regain themselves.
I think this is what they need. At this point, after a couple of rounds that OGT has won, right, Big Scythe would have figured it out already. And that quick rotation towards a short during that round, and with Oreophilia just deciding to give away short and then proceed to the heavens, then that was, the repositioning was just on point, and OGT did not really have a counter to all of that drop down from Big Scythe there, and even Yamori coming from short.
Yamori, her confidence that we, were swooning over during Icebox is really something to behold, because when you have a player that confident, and you're a team like Big Scythe where have been down in this map, in this series at the very least, especially when it comes against matches in general versus Orangutan. That gives them, you know, just a bit more, I guess, hope, really, to fight in these cases. And to not let that mental get to you is a big part of what can make a big team successful. They're going for this B main push once more, but will finally be read by Orangutan. No, it still doesn't. The swing from Capricious immediately shut down.
Yamori is mirroring how Capricious would usually take on these first few seconds of the round, and maybe Capricious did not expect that at all. But at this point, if you are big and you're gonna be against OGT, then probably use their own cards against them. And Chloe here, as you mentioned, right, Yamori is gonna be one of the people to watch out for Big Scythe. The confidence is oozing from her.
Well, that confidence is something, as I said, can be very beneficial. But here comes on the push from the backside. The flashpoint on out. Zinni connects with the opening shot, finds a second, and clears the entirety of that boathouse. But Yamori on the trade. Casper at the ready and finds a follow-up on Aureophilia. 1 to 3. As Gwen has got so much to do here. Could not get the trade immediately. It's going to be a difficult clutch, Donut.
Definitely. With this clutch, though, Gwen, we've seen her rise to the occasion. But against Casper, and how she was able to get that kill and that precision of a bullet to the head. And that's going to be quite hard to counter. Casper's just waiting for her. Confirms with that dart that they are there. And Casper wins that round for the team. She anticipated another one to walk out. It was probably a pre-fire, but that reaction time for her was just good. And these are types of rounds that we expect, right? Casper, when we saw her earlier as the Killjoy, she was more of the anchor for the team, but we love to see that type of Omen play. And that's the main difference between her as an Omen and Aureophilia as an Astra. She usually typically wins these rounds and have the ACS of higher than her teammates in OGT from before, from last year, and I'm happy to be seeing her pick up that same pace that we saw from her last year.
For sure. The constant improvement, a step always in the right direction, is something that certainly benefits them as a team as a whole. Like Big Scythe here. Blades on out. Lots of ultimates to throw out. That Rolling Thunder especially is one to watch out for. How they utilize it in this round. They save it for the next. Shouldn't be, you know, throwing that out willy-nilly anyways, unless they can secure the proper advantage. Now here comes on out the push. Nothing really to stop that. Only delay the inevitable. And the plant should go down.
It's gonna be Casper just checking in towards the site with that shadow step available for her. Then you can just quickly get away with things, but Aruba just waiting here. Door is open. Yamori is gonna be stringing out, and Capricious, though, is not phased at all. Casper as well with another one of those kills. And Gwen strikes back.
One enemy remaining.
Well, pushing on in here. Zinni gets that kill. It's all on the Crescents and that 1v2. Swing on wide, but Casper ready on the trade towards stairs. That secures Orangutan's 8th.
Last round in the half.
Although OGT, they did have the firepower, but it was just down to Casper
Enemy remaining.
having that pixel peak and then getting that kill. But Big was almost there to get that win. And at this point, they do have Yamori on that operator, but we've never seen them play early aggression in mid. They won a couple of rounds from their last match in Ascent, but maybe this is their way of countering OGT and how they play together.
And that playstyle of them playing together isn't really, I think, the biggest problem here for Big. It's more the opposite where Big, they're the ones who can really kind of utilize, once again, the strengths of their composition. They have so much more utility to throw on out, but as it come to that fact, the operator always a difficult thing in a retake, but it doesn't even come to it as Aruma does eventually fall down. The flank here from Zinni pushing that heaven with the drone, just way too much. And our panelists, I think, they've got something to say.
a 9-3 half from the squad of Orangutan Raf. With that, OGT are marching ever closer to that familiar 2-0 onto Big SCYTHE. I want to talk about something that Blackenblue mentioned just now, just about the agent composition and how Big SCYTHE have so much utility that they're not utilizing correctly. What are they doing wrong?
Well, aside from that too,
your
and
mic.
Ooh, hang on, guys. Okay, there you go. I got too focused on my notes that I forgot to open my channel to all my other colleagues. But anyway, as I speed run through this, I feel like it's not also just an agent thing, right? I feel like this is also player matchup already, because it feels like OGT has had enough data in those maps and in the previous halves to really understand how Big SCYTHE want to operate. So even if the utilization of that breach wouldn't be considered optimal, they have an idea of what to do. But as we mentioned, Orangutan is just in the way before the setup. Therefore, Big SCYTHE cannot really relay the information to their team and how they really want to portray their playstyle.
And just talking about that playstyle as well, we said from map 1, you can't play timid coming into this one because it's a do or die. Like coming into this switch, Raf, what do we think? Do we think that there's a chance for that Big SCYTHE comeback?
I think so, but OGT has won majority, if not all the pistol rounds, and that has been a huge contributor into their round lead. They even got that bonus round to hit that magic reset earlier, which I believe could be taking a bit of a mental toll on Big SCYTHE. And my goodness, deja vu, this is very similar to what happened in that previous matchup. So I hope Big SCYTHE is going to come into this one with a bit more of a plan.
Yep, they're going to need more than just a bit of a plan if they want to avoid that history from repeating itself once again. Of course, if OGT do win this one, they will be through into the lower bracket finals, whereas for Big SCYTHE, they have to win here. All right, we're about to find out what's going to happen. Donut and Blackenblue, back to you.
Well, Big SCYTHE, they have to come up with a big plan, but the question is, can they execute it perfectly? Because this is what happened in Icebox earlier, and Blackenblue, it's looking a bit shaky for Big SCYTHE. And OGT, with how they are playing right now, it seems as if the steam is in their favor.
I remember asking you if you were superstitious, Donut, and rightfully so. You like to base things on the facts that statistically this shouldn't be a comeback. And that happened, right, during the last game. They weren't able to really make it happen, but maybe this time around, let's let bygones be bygones. And let's see if Big SCYTHE rather, can change their fate coming into this. As they're on the attacking side this time. Once again, Orangutan, the team here that has been really playing as a team. You can see that coming to effect here. All of them focusing on mid.
Spike down mid.
A lot of them, actually 5 of them, they're in mid. And if they actually double dip, that might be something that they have to be cautious about. So they slow down the pace. And with how they are positioned, they want to be able to cross mid. But Casper is here just guarding it, probably giving that communication back to the members of OGT. It's Zinni and Japeeps just holding down the fort here in A.
Well, swing on here. Going to be delicate. Japeeps with a shock dart finds Gwen as they try and push on in. They do get side control, but I don't know if it's going to last for too long. There's simply such a big player advantage here for Orangutan. Casper swinging on through. They're simply not giving any breathe here, for any space for them to breathe. And Aruma goes down as well. Orangutan, another pistol round. And Big SCYTHE, an even worse start on the second half than their Icebox was.
Big SCYTHE, they had a plan to go aggressive towards Heaven, but that push out towards the smoke was not something they expected, and that recon bolt actually confirms where they were. Casper wasn't actually looking at the player down in that corner, but once they glowed, I mean, the flowers bloom also for OGT, and 10-3 is the score. This is a tough task for Big SCYTHE, and they are opting not to buy up. Usually when you're down at the dumps, right, during this time, during the second round, you would buy up. But no, they want to be able to use all of the guns healthily for the next one.
They want the real full buy, but isn't much of a cushion for them. They're losing some rounds here. So these rounds, they have to at least make it difficult or expensive if they can't win it. But Chloe already finds 2 kills. This halts them on their push.
Slow down. And if Casper actually knew the people were behind her smoke, then he would have gotten the double. But Oreophilia, she is still alive. Chloe wanted to get the knife kill.
She wanted to try and maybe disrespect a bit, or also, you know, play for the meme. It doesn't come. As I was saying,
We haven't
Donut.
even seen Japeeps get a knife kill just yet.
Oh, to be fair, yeah, like she's the one who loves to go for it. Oreophilia did the other day though, but not this one. Not yet.
Not yet, not yet. Yeah, you had a thought, Blackenblue. I'm so sorry, because I just noticed in terms of the stats, I also put that in my notes. I cross off some of the boxes here. Knife kills for Japeeps. It hasn't been done just yet.
Well, she wants it, for sure. Who wouldn't? With such a big cushion, but as I was saying, you know, they have to make those type of rounds expensive, at the very least, if they're not going to be able to win those ecos, especially with a big cushion that Orangutan have, but they weren't able to do it just yet then there. And if Orangutan, who have been very successful in converting these bonus rounds, do it again, that might be the nail in the coffin for BIGG.
With how Yamori is positioned, I guess once the smoke dissipates, then the Spectre can overpower this Vandal, given that Capricious and Chloe have that great angle. But confirmed is now that information, and Yamori loses to that duel.
Once more, the bonus here, always looking so potent for Orangutan. Execute to come onto this A site, spraying on through, spamming the smoke, doesn't connect on much. Shock darts to try and hamper the plant a bit more. Casper swinging wide, connects the shot anyways. Big Gwen on the train on Capricious. They're simply bomb rushing the site here and overrun them with sheer power. Orangutan take match point.
Match point.
My God, they're like running over the sites and just spraying and praying, and every time there will be an opponent crouch peeking like that. That was just such an amazing play. They were swarming the site from all around, from A short, from the heavens, dropping down. And if you're big and you lose that buy, I think it's looking good. I mean, you asked me if I was superstitious. I would really say no. It's already match point, Blackenblue. And they're left with a Sheriff, a Spectre. Yeah. This is going to be their last chance. If they win this, yes, they rack up the credits. But with how Orangutan is playing, they're playing so confident, even against the rifles of Big Scythe.
Well, now would be a good time to turn superstitious and believe in a higher power. Pray to the heavens above, and look within yourself to make this comeback happen. Big Scythe at tournament point here. They lose a single round at this point. They go down and are eliminated from the tournament. We are in the lower bracket, and that will send Orangutan to move up further and take on RRQ Kaguya in the lower bracket final right on after. Difficult position for BIGG to be in with such a huge lead.
Very difficult. It's like a flight of stairs, but it's 100 for you to get up. During the middle, right, we said that it was going to be a journey for them for the comeback, but they haven't really taken the step. Even with that buy, they don't achieve what they need to do. They need the plan, but they can't execute it properly. That's the biggest challenge.
The execution, it has to come in perfect here. Going Casper, find every kill going their way. Oreophilia able to get the trade, but it's down ultimately to a 1v3. And Chloe secures the round, the game, the map, the series, and the lower bracket final appearance for a podium finish. That is Orangutan taking out and eliminating now Big Scythe.
Orangutan had the perfect formula, right? And Big Scythe, they tried their best to counter. In their previous map in Ascent, they were able to at least rack up 8 points. But with the 12-3 victory for OGT, the confidence is just oozing from these players. And Chloe even opting for that knife kill. Well, a big congratulations to them because they advance.
Yeah, you can see that they just fully felt it today, and unfortunately for Big Scythe, this is going to be the last time we're going to see them for this tournament. Hope to see him back. In the meantime, I'm still Blackenblue. With me has been Donut. We'll see you guys in a bit. But our panel, Jenny and Raph, have got some kind words to say.
And with that, OGT dropped big out of the competition in an almost poetic way, the exact same way that they dropped big to the lower bracket on day number 1 in the first place. It's a shame that this does mean Big Scythe are eliminated from Open 1, but hopefully they do come back stronger in June for Open 2. Of course, the flip side is that this means Orangutan are through to the lower bracket finals. We saw them at halftime. We were saying they were just all systems go, but when they come back after the half, that was even more impressive than they were before. Raph, talk us through that.
Oh, man, I'm glad that you brought that up because we are inching closer and closer to who may bring the heat towards SMG, and I guess we're going to be breaking it down with a scoreboard here. And I feel like the points that we made during the halftime were still very present. Again, Orangutan is so good at maximizing that pistol round, but mainly because they've snuffed out the behavioral options on the side of Big Scythe. It necessarily wasn't just the agent matchup, but because they knew the tendencies. And with the body language they displayed at the end of the match, it was just sheer confidence. So prep time OGT is a sight to behold, but as usual, we see Amori still competing, still performing, despite being against all odds, as well as Casper, who has been crowned as one of the most active playmakers in the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, Omen MVP, you love it to see it. It's not often that we do see that happen, but of course it's gotta be given over to Casper. This time around, Capricious taking a bit more of a backseat this time. And I mean, Big Scythe, you know, they did field Aureophilia this time in map number 2 instead of Marsh that they had in map number 1. Kind of looked like it was working out just in terms of player, in terms of agents, but just as a whole, as a team, it wasn't enough to win them any more rounds. So 13-3, it's always got to be tough, right? I mean, Big, I'm not sure what their mentality was coming into this series again today, but they already had lost to Orangutan 3 days ago, and we were kind of hoping that they would be a bit more prepared for today.
Absolutely. We were hoping for quite a bit of an explosion on their side, especially with what they've achieved in the last 3 days or so, but once again, the memory of OGT is just way too good. And you did mention during the break that Chloe's positioning is absolutely divine. It's very rare that we see her play in a bad spot, nor does she make those one-way spots work. I mean, she is just so keen on just being the hard anchor for this team, and we love that type of flexibility. It's either she's going to try and take up the duelist role or just lock it up for the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the highlight reel just now as well, just her positioning over at Tree right there, just pretty much netting her that triple just because of how smart she is playing on the map. And you love to see it. It's exactly what you want to see, especially as you mentioned, who does play a couple of different agents. Just whatever her team needs, she is there to anchor for them. And it's not just about the smart play, but it's also just about winning those gunfights, just that pure skill in terms of your gun and your crosshair placement. Casper as well, I think the early rounds you were talking about, the pistol rounds, and how Orangutan, they don't lose those as well, and it's a treat to see. This is a very well-deserved MVP, I think, to no one's surprise as well, that Casper's going to bag this one up.
Absolutely. And the thing is, when you have an Omen on your team, it usually means that your window of opportunity for taking a site is a little shorter just because of the duration of the smokes. But once again, Orangutan, they're just so good at utilizing the strengths of all their players as well as Casper. And I have to highlight Zinni again. Zinni does everything necessary to take the round. Either she'll be super supportive in the form of her breach a few days ago, or be a little more aggressive with that KO. We saw her take so many fights that were clear-cut, should have been a little more difficult, but again, she has that sense of duty, basically. Hey, I have to win this for my team. We saw that in the Viper and Icebox as well, and now it flexed over to that initiator role.
Yep, and I mean, OGT, they just won this series, but there is absolutely no room for them to breathe just yet because while they are one step closer to completing that lower bracket miracle run, the final Titan at the gates before that are going to be RRQ Kaguya, and we're going to get to see the clash of these two giants right after this break.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we get hype. Get money. get money.
been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But now I
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Hi guys, and welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 1, day number 4. We are inching ever closer to finding out which team will join Team SMG in tomorrow's grand final. I'm Riri Drew. With me, of course, is the multi-talented Reina main, Raph, and we are both here to talk to you about our final series of the day between Team Orangutan and RRQ Kaguya. Raph, how are we feeling about this matchup?
Well, we talked about history repeating itself with Orangutan and Big Scythe, and this is also yet another one of those matches, but as a very, very nice quote that I remember, yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery, today is a gift. So maybe, just maybe, they can rewrite the script and maybe watch Kung Fu Panda. You know what I mean? But in any case, we have seen both these teams be very prepared coming into today. I feel like the overarching theme is that Orangutan is going to be super warmed up getting into this one, while RRQ is going to have fresher legs beneath them. So they've also had extra time to study them. So again, the matchup is going to be preparation versus a bit of a head start on the other side.
Today is a gift, and that's why they call it the present Kung Fu Panda. Just one of the best animated movies of all time. Just absolutely goated. But guys, you know what else is goated? It's the RRQ Kaguya squad on your screens. Aluka, Ayumi, Bets, Iceberg, and Nabsky. And one of the best lines that I've seen in Twitch chat today, possibly all of my life even, was "You can't spell best without best." And I think it was so good that the FSL social media, like, they were like, we are using this for our Twitter. We're going to steal this and we're going to put it on our social media because Homegirl absolutely deserves that also.
I mean, we heard time and time again, saved by Bess. But can she do that against this Orangutan squad who has been on fire? As I mentioned, RRQ is a team that is overtuned towards offense, and Orangutan is completely the opposite. It's their reactive defense that makes them so strong, and their indomitable will. And of course, maybe Japip's knack for knifing people. I would love to see that happen right ahead of us.
I mean, can we just give them like the nickname of like the knifing team by now? Like, we saw like Japip's day 1 already, like what, 2-3 knife kills in one series, and then Chloe, I think, just now also just trying to get that sneaky little knife kill here and there whenever they got the opportunity. But more seriously, I think my one big worry for Orangutan coming into this series is of course going to be just how exhausted the entire team has to be, because you know they dropped to lower bracket after day number 2, and that just means that you play every single day. This is their 4th day. This is their 2nd series of today. They're just coming off of that 2-0 off of Big Scythe, and there's kind of like a little argument, you know, that people like to make about for RRQ. Of course, they lost this morning. They had a bit more time to prepare and try and outstrat OGT, whereas OGT, they're just coming off of their last 2-0. And I know like some teams prefer to keep themselves warm and play continuously. Some other teams prefer to like have that couple-hour break. Raph, where are you on this argument?
Where am I on this argument? Wherever is against yours, obviously. But I feel there's merit to both of them, right? Because if you keep on playing, you will keep your skills sharp. But at the same time, there is a stamina issue. When you are going to come in well rested, a lot of things are going to be, I guess, a little off your mind. You're going to come in relaxed. And sometimes it's that clarity. Again, I keep saying that. The clarity of just knowing what to do and relying on, oh, hey guys, I'm super, super fresh right now. There is, well, once again, a big clash of that here. Orangutan, they go for, I would believe, something very similar with what they did earlier. Again, the Zinni KO has been fantastic all throughout the whole series. What about you? Is there any agent that you're looking forward to?
I was just wondering if Casper was really gonna lock the KJ in Chloe's face, because the two of them are hovering it, but of course she is going to default back on the Omen. I agree 100%. I think the Orangutan are very likely just going to use the exact same thing that they're just coming off of the SCYTHE, right? That map 2 victory for them just now, and ooh, it went by real fast. I think it is another mirror matchup, right? We got the KO, the Omen, Sova, KJ, as well as the Jet, so it looks like there will be another mirror matchup this time around. How do you think that will go to what that will end up, especially because mirror matchups usually tend to be either strat or just solo player diff? What do you think will happen?
I feel like there's going to be a little bit of both, but since OGT have already exposed a little bit of their hand in their most recent map, which was also Ascent, and now they're going to play the exact same map, so maybe some of that mental stack is still remaining, but they have to keep their minds clear because RRQ has already taken their number once. They don't want it to happen again.
For sure, and if history teaches us anything, we've already seen the 2-1 in favor of RRQ. Will that happen this time around? Well, we're about to find out. Blackenblue and Daks, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you to the wonderful Raichu pairing over there. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more series for you. Third series of the day, and the third time we're gonna get it in this tournament. It's RRQ Kaguya versus Orangutan X in the lower bracket finals. My name is Daks with Blackenblue, and partner, we are gonna be getting this matchup again and again and again. Saw it in the Swiss stage, saw it in the playoffs. Here we have it for the top 3 placing.
Yeah, we're gonna run it back, but this time in the lower bracket final, and so far, of those 2 series that we have seen played, it's been RRQ to win on out in the end, 2-1, and every single time, it's once more RRQ at the top. But we're starting here on Ascent, a map we did see Orangutan beat earlier on in their Swiss stage versus RRQ. Previously banned by RRQ, but they let in this time to open up the game.
Yeah, that's a really good point there, Blackenblue. Swiss stage, this was pretty much the map draft for the first 2 maps in just a different order. We saw Pearl and Ascent be played by these 2 teams before, went the way of the ones who picked it respectively. And the only time so far this year, this stage especially, this open, that RRQ has lost Ascent was against Orangutan X. And we've seen from Orangutan all throughout that last matchup against BIGG. They are so dominant in terms of getting that power position. I love to see here from Orangutan especially is how hyper-mobile they are as a team. Take opportunity by taking angles.
Well, a bit of a difference there, at least from the last time we did see them beat, rather face against Orangutan, is they've swapped on over to the Omen, which has given them better results versus Capybara and versus Baby Beast as of recent. Let's see if that can continue now as we go into the opening round.
Best is going to be holding this down in RRQ. He just needs a bit of recovery after that loss against SMG. Had a bit of time to reset themselves. We know how stable a squad with a core like this, but Capricious feeling the heat already from the previous series. Immediately Gusto moving over to the main side. Chloe finding best to start things off though. It's Orangutan right now trying to clear things out. Japipso over onto Lurk. Huge impact from the Sova. Opportunity knocking on the doorstep of Orangutan. And yet again, they will collect.
And that's why you want presence within that B main to potentially have moments like that where you either go unchecked or simply delay that retake push coming from the B main angle. And now it just leaves Nabsky in such a difficult spot. So there goes the opening round. Orangutan starting it off without a hit.
This is my question to you now, Blackenblue. If you have a schedule like this, if you have series back-to-back, will you have that momentum or will you be a bit tired? What's your take on this? Because it feels like for Orangutan, that confidence after beating BIGG, it's still continuing on with how high octane that first round was for them.
Well, isn't that exactly what, Raph on our panel brought up on RQ? They're the ones with fresher legs, yes, but Orangutan are warmed up into this, so naturally so. Sometimes that team that has played the first series already in the day will start off with a great opening map 1, but it's just that fuel. Is there enough in the tank to keep on going if this series does extend to a 3rd map?
Yeah, it's just such a long day for both RRQ as well as Orangutan. Winner here will be into the grand finals tomorrow to face off against Team SNG and see who will be crowned our Open 1 champion here at APAC Game Changers. Alucado beginning now, peeking towards Cubby. RRQ, we've noticed a while ago, especially on maps like Haven against SMG, they love to play some of these one-and-done positions, try and find a way to get impact out of nowhere from corners. And in terms of how they're going to play the default, it seems like they're hanging back right now, knowing the fact that OGT, they love to take more space than what is expected.
And this is one of those maps where we do see Aluka typically a bit more on the forward end of things. On Ascent, you see her typically on this Jet Duelist, which we haven't really been seeing as of late. But the bonus, rather the anti-eco here, came from Orangutan, overrunning Bess, who simply was trapped, tried to TP out, but the firepower just a bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, beautiful scan, and now beginning now with the post-plant market positions here for the side of RRQ, but Capricious caught off guard. Aluka with the takedown, Japips yet again into some of these funnels, and it will be Casper cleaning up with Chloe at the end. OGT, they lose 2, but they'll gain 2 rounds as a result in a row.
So not much of a problem here for Orangutan. But yeah, question remains always, is this really the configuration that they should be playing? We know Aluka is a very incredible talent, but we have seen Ayumi take up the duelist role in many situations, and arguably their most, I guess, successful maps so far, at least against Orangutan, are the ones where you see Aluka a bit more back line, right? You see her maybe on the KO and have Ayumi make that space for Aluka in that case. Not to doubt her, you know, her skills or anything, but it's just the statistics, they tell a different story.
Well, it's something you swap around for a map. Sometimes on Pearl, it's the opposite, where you have a Yumi on that Jet, Aluka on the KO instead. But now it's Aluka knocking those punches out. 2 lights out here for the side of Orangutan. Mid-fight for well, and you were asking for it, Blackenblue. Now you shall receive. Zinni, though, still contesting. Ayumi's there for the helping hand, and in the end, there's just so much presence right now from RRQ towards mid. A crawl here from Casper, as well as the Pips. They're trying to be cheeky, they're trying to be sneaky. Well done by the Omen, but it's best ready again and again. Japips now in a 1v3 scenario by the doorway, by the switch. It's just turned off here by Best. We move to the next.
Okay, round 1 by RRQ, but hey man, I only ask for the highest standards of a player like her because I know where her ceiling is, and it is ultimately just so high. We've seen that in the past, always been one of the premier talents from the region, and really kind of a prodigy at a young age. One that lots of people have their eyes out for, so it's merely telling the tale of expectation from a player of her caliber. But RRQ, question always also has been, start of this year, how do they perform with this configuration now that they've added new pieces and lost a few? We're gonna have to see here in the lower bracket final with their back against the wall.
And especially with their history, right? There's so much expectation for them to still try and win it all anyway. Teams though like Team SMG, teams like Team Orangutan, and even in their first round in the playoffs, they've already thrown such a big wrench in those plans, making it always go the distance here for the side of RRQ Kaguya and their wins. So as of now, that dominance is something that they might need if they do want to stand a chance in the grand finals. Orangutan, though, has been stellar so far, but Aluka shining even brighter with the blade. Zinni goes down. There we go. No. Casper, the timing is perfect. Cheeky a while ago towards B main, now even smarter towards A main. Yet again, the opportunity knocking here for Orangutan.
Well, the apple of Eden there, catching her off guard, baiting her into going for it. Japeeps finds a cleanup on Aluka in a very committed position. Doesn't seem to be much of a problem for Orangutan, just winning every fight right now. As RRQ stumbles here in a round that they could have won.
You just never expect it here from Orangutan. Of course, we've seen the theatrics from Japips, most knife kills, bar none, in this tournament. But the audacity of some of the plays of players like Capricious, the smarts that we've seen from Casper and where she positions. And here you have it now, Orangutan prepared yet again to receive where RRQ Kaguya will go. 3-1, and Orangutan still feeling the heat for the back-to-back series so far.
No, it wouldn't be a bad idea to call a timeout this early as well. Especially seeing it how kind of scattered, I think, is the best word I'd use for this case of RRQ's defense in that round, where we've come accustomed to the opposite, and as I call it, they do as well.
Yeah, well, timeout now going to be called here for the side of RRQ. And I do wonder what the plan here is for RRQ Kaguya moving forward. I was talking about it a while ago with Donut in the series between SMG and RRQ. And I think my biggest concern right now is still RRQ Kaguya has that big target on their backs, Blackenblue. We've seen it from many a VCT stage where that top 1 team moving into the next year, everyone is looking out for them. Everyone is still watching their vaults. Everyone is still seeing that they are that upper limit. And while RRQ Kaguya did fall to Extend Sapphire when they were Alter Ego Celeste in the grand finals last year, they were still the team to beat with all those championships. So has that bridge been gapped with that downtime between Elite and Open 1 now?
Well, it depends, Dax. Do you believe in, I guess, the law of one leads to another? In this case, you see, Sapphire beat that Orangutan squad, and Orangutan rather Big Scythe, they beat Sapphire, but Orangutan beat Big Scythe.
Uh-huh.
And so RRQ going up against Orangutan when RRQ did lose towards that Sapphire before. Maybe?
This is the most complicated transitive property I've ever heard from you. The only law I believe is in Murphy's Law, and that was because of yesterday. But right now, today, Alaka with the dash on in, Capricious still prepared, and Orangutan reading RRQ like a book. They were prepared, they saw the spoilers, and they see now that these opponents are just running at them. Besto over onto the corner, 3K for Best, sure! But that's not gonna be enough. The numbers pile up, and it's Orangutan who's able to survive in the dust.
Wow, she did a lot there to keep alive, but just way too much in the end. Orangutan, they're one of those teams, really, that as the tournament goes on, they seem to really find their footing and get better. Not losing steam at all, and just completely like a combustion engine. The more fuel you add to it, the more it just heats up. So for a team here like RRQ, who many times on over really get caught with a hard stop, how do you dissuade that?
I look at Orangutan, honestly, and they've really been one of the wildest cards all throughout this tournament, being so competitive against RRQ Kaguya to begin with in their series last time around, and especially that lower bracket run. It really feels like for Orangutan, there's so much surprises for basically this kind of re-roster. Now with dash on in, a second one turns around to get that takedown. My kill, another one for me. It's just Orangutan all day, every day, taking B sites.
Yeah, we saw that a while ago in their match against Big Scythe, and she's replicating that here against a team that is arguably one of the more favored ones still. Win it all at the start of the stage. Aluka, because of shots like that, making that bird, makes it so ferocious. Nabsky's only able to nab the one before going down. Orangutan on the attacking side of all things, up with 4-round lead.
I mean, Orangutan looked impressive against Big Sight last time around. Wouldn't be surprised to see the same kind of antics. And the biggest one I always look out for here for Orangutan is how much distance Capricious can make. From front to back, she is just there to open up these sites. And in the rear as well, players like Casper, players like Japips, it's just both sides of the equation are covered up by Orangutan, and RRQ cannot find the opening whatsoever.
And when those openings aren't being found, then you have to create them for yourself, right? If you're RRQ, but they shy away from that Astra that we have seen in the past, as they did lose to Orangutan with that composition. But I think that still allowed a bit more of them to create these kind of plays that they like to do on the defense, these trap plays. They still have that potential with the paranoia, but we haven't seen it come into effect yet.
Yeah, small potential is problem right now, and Iceberg gonna be stuck into the boathouse. Nabsky will win the one, and RRQ deciding Kurt's gonna fight them anyway. Alaka's gonna be on the board. Orangutan stabilized towards the pit itself, and it's 2v2 now, as Best will regroup from the market. Alaka though, and Best trying to find opportunity when the null command and the lockdown are there. Orangutan with a last stand here on site, desperate to try and make space to put this spike down as soon as possible. This lockdown though needs to get respected soon. Alaka backing on away. It's Orangutan moving over to the post plant.
Good lockdown here to buy them that time, as you said, for the plant itself. Suppress comes on out. Now this just makes it a lot more difficult, but Best finds a huge pick. They have to expect this, and Alaka connects the shot as RRQ come back with the second round.
And that's what RRQ needs to do. If they're gonna not have that staying power with things like the Astra, that stall potential, they better be damn sure that they're ready for the crossfires. We had that hold towards Boathouse, and we had that intercept from RRQ. From that point on, that's where they can exploit those vulnerabilities between Orangutan. The moment they're in transit, there's a small leeway for them to find those picks.
But isn't that the problem, Dax? There are those moments for them to really exploit those small mishaps, but we just aren't seeing it as, I guess, fluid as we'd like to see. In that fight, RQ had every advantage, pincering Orangutan within the site, and still came down to a 2v2.
Yeah, it's just the problem right now for RQ. This plan is solid, and the timing is good, but the execution, it seems like it's still being contested by Orangutan. And I'd honestly say that's more of Orangutan being impressive right now in fine form and how sharp their shots are. And speaking of, Capricious yet again looking to lead the charge, closing the door towards market. Navsky, one more position here committed. We'll try to get reinforced by Best with the From the Shadows, but Chloe's already cleaning up house. 2 gone. That's a third here for the Killjoy. And Orangutan, yet again, it's a simple mathematics here, my friend. The equation moves to the solution of the site.
You see how every single, actually 2 of those kills within the site were supported by 2 separate flashes of Zinni? Great support she's really providing in here with her utility. completely blinding those anchors who are playing in such committed positions. At this point, if you're RQ, the retake's working. Why not continue to play that style of game? As Alika simply goes down.
Orangutan, they have two things right now in advantage. First is the timing. They realize we can just rush this down and players like Best cannot intercept us. And the second one is the anticipation. They understand RRQ is going to be tucked away into these small little cubbies, into these small little holes. It has become, unfortunately, a bit more predictable here for RRQ Kaguya in how they're setting up towards the site itself. And we know they're incredible players. We know that they can frag out from those positions. But you mentioned it. Orangutan is assisting the entry again and again. Zinni has been so committed with utility, and it has been one of the strongest points of contention here for Orangutan. And RRQ decide to try to go with a knife, suppressed immediately.
Removes that. Being used for the meantime. Alika sent running on the road to 8. It's a really forward presence here. Binabs getting hurt, should alert her of that. Peaks gets a kill. No back off potential for the trade. Maybe from Iceberg comes on in. Zinni connected. And Chloe gets a trade, but that's good damage done already.
This is huge for RRQ because they can reset themselves towards the site, and Alika now back with a vengeance. Chloe goes down, 2 behind the smoke here. Shocked to try and pepper a bit of that HP. And you can see also RRQ is already looking to cut off that intercept. Best has a Spectre watching over mid. A minute remaining. Orangutan needs some big frags right now if they want to make it work, but Iceberg does it yet again. Prodigal with the sheriff this time around. Japips in a 1v4 situation. Can she go have one more time? The scan says no. And Iceberg will say hello. A thrifty win from RRQ. Exceptionally needed in this situation.
Yeah, an assist for herself there, if anything. Off the backboard alley-oop to her own dunk.
Yeah, set it up and knock it down, apparently.
Oh, yeah. For yourself. Why not? Take all those kills, and that helps her build the ult. But RRQ, that's what they need a bit more, right? A lot of times you'd see that type of play where they have this kind of double stack up towards B main, supported by the Astra Star. They didn't have it this time, but able to make it work on out anyways. And if RQ can create those openings once more, since they haven't been able to find them at the very least and capitalize off of it, if they can create those, that same way we saw a while ago, then they have a much more better fighting chance, if anything.
I think the critical junction right now for RRQ is if they can stop that first push of Orangutan, that does throw a lot of that burden away from them, because we've seen how strong the hard hit of Orangutan exits towards the sites and how they're so well at covering their flanks. But what happens if Orangutan is forced to rotate? What happens if RRQ can make them back away and stay in stable positions like B main? It's those kind of rounds that we saw a while ago in terms of the standoff. That's where RRQ Kaguya is one of the strongest in repositioning and waiting for the re-aggress from any other opponent.
And to that point, isn't that what RRQ want, right? They want to kind of slow down the pace a bit. They love those mid-round decisions where you're a lot more capable in really shaking on up what the read is for the other side and conditioning the opposing side. But when it's just a constant hard hit, we've seen Orangutan struggle on those anchor positions. And so, I think smartly so, you can see here the 2 defenders on RRQ towards the A side, being Iceberg and Best. They play a bit back rather. Hunter's Fury connects, but not enough for a kill on Japips.
Yeah, my concern right now for these two teams, matter of predictability. Who can read the other better will win this series. And history has said it is in favor of RRQ Kaguya twice already. Will third times be the charm here for Orangutan X? They still need to deal with the operator though here of Alika. Warning shots towards the platform position, towards the rafters even, or the walkway. Seems like, though, Orangutan this time, we were talking about how they're going to try and go for the maneuver. Yes, don't do that. Just get Jack in the Box, getting hit again and again. 31 HP left.
Well, sometimes it could be a Jack in the Box, sometimes it could be Pandora's. You never know what you're going to get in these moments. In the meantime, the only thing you have to worry about here is this execute on towards the B site. Nano Swarms keep them at bay. And RRQ doing a good job of really stalling them down here. They have the lockdown for the retake too.
30 seconds left.
The moment RRQ has been waiting for. They've put the conditions to the battlefield in hand. 25 seconds left. Orangutan will be able to get this side. Sure, Casper, though, going to be ambitious, teleporting towards the cubby, towards the logs area. Here we have the flashing play from Ayumi as well. RRQ trying to find an opening, but Casper going to shut down that null command. Alika, though, makes the off count, and here comes Capricious yet again. B-main is the marker here to the side of Orangutan, and Capricious so precious. Very effective with these takedowns. Alaka now, all alone, standing up. There's the resurrection, but there is no reviving life here for RRQ. Orangutan, they send it down, and they will get these takedowns.
He almost got Ayumi back up to speed, but isn't this the thing? They've been struggling with the anchor, so with the economy to support the up buy, they buy that to maybe change that fact. We've been talking about them playing the retake, or to at least try to attempt to play the retake a bit more, but we know it's a bit more difficult when you have the operator, so you're faced with a difficult situation. Do they try and double down on stopping that hard push here from Orangutan a bit more with an op, or do they try and really play for that retake with a rifle instead on their duelist?
Yeah, the first minute worked out well for RRQ Kaguya, but near the second, it was same old from Orangutan, still having the B main angle useful for holding down that retake. Players like Capricious, yet again, just coming in crucial. And speaking of, he's ready to push now for this A site. Raptors, though, held together here by RRQ. They're already preparing a bit of a retake action. Smoke gonna be in the way. Iceberg, though, preparing on the high ground. Lockdown, the answer here for RRQ too.
A counter lockdown coming from RRQ to buy them the space that they need. They gave up the flash. Here comes up the flash. Aluka still connects the shot up close, but the trade there, quick from Capricious, not enough to get it. Nabsky able to find one of her own, and they're taking this heaven control. Can they force off, though, the main position as a flank comes in from Casper?
Oh, Casper's in position, and Chloe with the shots anyway. Through the smoke, figured out the puzzle pieces to fit in. And Orangutan, they do it yet again. There's so much courage right now for this Orangutan squad here, Black and Blue. The push despite the lockdown, the willingness to receive it. Capricious and Japips doing early damage, and from that point on, the post-plant positioning from Chloe as well as Casper, so effective to catch out RRQ when they thought they had a safe haven.
There's no safe spot for them as of the moment. RRQ back against the wall, last round of the half. They're down 3-8. Difficult position to be on Ascent. But Orangutan have just been so impressive here on Ascent. We saw that a while ago in their matchup against Big Scythe, and it was really dominating, 13-8, so they're really feeling this. And so far, you can see a lot of that benefit of getting warmed up right before this benefit them coming into this game.
Yeah, they finished that map 13-3. And their first half was 9-3. They got off the gates running so very hot. And Orangutan right now, it just seems like this is another one of those, I'd say, certain re-rosters that have worked out here for Open 1. Obviously, SMG, the biggest example. Orangutan fighting tooth and nail through the lower bracket to do that as well. Speaking of, a very different approach right now. Didn't work out the last time they went for that mid-push for Orangutan. This time, though, that spike is in the hands of Japips. You have Capricious prepared to push even further towards Market. And while the paranoia is there, Alex just goes with the Cloud Burst. The blades will catch out Ayumi. But of course, there's still a second wave coming your way. Nasty, though, in such a strong spot, ready to receive Japips and Casper, timing everything here for the side of RRQ, and it's Zinni and Chloe stuck in the middle.
The bite of that Bulldog so deadly in this situation.
One enemy
Best
remaining.
does get the kill as well on the Chloe. That was a great catch. And now RRQ looking like the best round they've had this half so far.
They didn't expect that there. They didn't expect that from the side of Orangutan, but Zinni expecting contact there. 1v3. Still a possibility if she can isolate these duels. You can see though for RRQ Kaguya. Plan in action now. Fortify where the spike is at. Alaka also has the blades just in case. Null Commando. Does Zinni even bother using it in this situation? Suppress can get value, sure, but it'll tell
left.
also the opponents where her location are, or is rather. Orangutan. They've been strong at the hits, but they need the spike to get that site. And with Zinni now looking to deal with a completely lined up RRQ Kaguya spot, this might be Iceberg catching her off guard. 4-8 to end the half.
Another last kill here by Iceberg.
Switching
And
sides.
RRQ at the very least get the last round of the half to potentially bring that momentum over to the second. But so far, Orangutan, pretty comfortable spot. And I know our panel's in a comfortable position as well. Raph and Jenny, how you guys doing?
We're doing great, gentlemen. 8-4 scoreline, but don't let that fool you guys at home. That's not the skill difference between these two teams. It's more about Orangutan being so good at maximizing those narrow windows of opportunity. Raf, tell us more.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with that sentiment, right? Especially knowing that Orangutan is going to be entering this map a little more warmed up in comparison to RRQ. But what I like about RRQ is in those last 2 rounds, they found a little bit of semblance of control, right? Because the biggest question for me was something that I would usually ask on the side of OGT. They have all the pieces. They have basically the plan of attack, but how is it going to come together? What is the unifying force for all of them? And it seems like they're still developing it, but if they continue to perform like they did on that very last round, then I believe they're going to give OGT a run for their money. At the same time, on the side of OGT, Japips is truly such a very, very appreciated presence. Again, she's always been there when the times get tough, when they need few, or rather 2 or 3 quick kills, she's always going to pop up whenever she's that third in.
Yep, talking about popping up, I'm pretty sure that they didn't expect her to pop up over at B main during that very first pistol round. But of course, we are going to go into that switch really quickly. Raf, how do we think this switch is going to affect both teams since we are on Ascent?
Once again, very, very good question. Thank you. As we have a bit of a streak going on for OGT, they have not lost a pistol round today. Are we going to see the streak broken by RRQ? If, once again, they continue that synergy on that last round, there is a strong possibility. But OGT's recognition of just behavioral and player habits has been on a different level.
All right, on a different level. Well, we'll see if RRQ can bring up the heat. Blackenblue and Daks, back over to you.
Momentum. I feel like that's something we have to talk about here, Blackenblue, as we get back into the game. Pistol wins, as Raf has mentioned. Orangutan have not dropped a single pistol so far in between 2 series. Kaguya hasn't found a pistol round in between 2 series as of now. So that recovery is so important here for Kaguya. This pistol is a make or break moment for this attacking side now.
And we've seen Orangutan break the spirits of many a team like Big SCYTHE a while ago due to winning these pistols with such a large deficit already to further build up that momentum as you talked about here, Daks. But opening round of the second half, a site once more is where contact shall be. Suppresses out on either side, keeps them both at bay. And this is a difficult spot for Capricious to anchor down into, so rightfully so, falls back.
Now Orangutan, they know when to disengage on the defense. They also have the tools, especially with Zinni prepared for it. But as soon as they peaked this time, Alaka was more prepared for it. The flash didn't really get the connection they wanted. Kaguya in the meantime opened up that A side, dashed in immediately. Alaka getting prepared yet again. Casper though, waiting for the door. This might be a chance, but it's to close as soon as the shutters do drop. Plant now comes here for RRQ.
You can see she was tempting fate there. She wanted to try and peek on out, maybe get an opening kill. It doesn't come though. 3v5. Paranoia presence still here up online for Bess. On to stop this retake from coming on in, but Casper finds a huge pick, traded out by Yumi immediately. They have the help position. The only one towards heaven's gonna be Japeeps, but like the Angel strikes down, Alaka being taken on out.
You can feel already the circles of heaven looking to converge, and speaking of, dropping on down to the generator. Casper though does it yet again. Big pickoff, big impact from Casper. It's 2v2 now. The stall though from Navsky using the nano swarm for Ayumi, but through the smoke, Ayumi finds the 3 anyway. RRQ, they needed that pistol, they will get it.
Those are some of those moments sometimes where you would love to have the smoke on the spike itself, but they needed to smoke off that B main in the first place to be able to peek that hell position a bit more comfortably. Nice effort by the defense here of Orangutan, but RRQ, they get the pistol round they so crucially needed here.
Yeah, RRQ, it's one thing to do that. It's another to keep going with it. Orangutan, they made that so close. It looked to be such a clean take for RRQ. And we see it again and again. Orangutan always making it costly for their opponents. And this time around, it's the same kind of a vision here from Capricious as well as Zinni. The 1-2 punch though, backing away this time. Their combo up feels the fury of that extra arsenal.
Well, it certainly brought us much more of a better opening half from RRQ here. The type of round they needed. But this is where they get to set the pace a bit more. A while ago on the defense, it was all about mitigation of what Orangutan's hard hits were. But now that they're on the attacking side here, RRQ, they get to choose how these rounds go, at least, or where the action happens.
I think it's a really good point. The pace now defined by RRQ. When Orangutan is just looking for that terminal velocity to smash down their opponents. Thing is though, these Spectres will pack quite the punch. Smoke right now from Casper, trying to play close, trying to at least get there. Is RRQ now looking to clean up house. 2, make that 3. Sight now secured here by RRQ. Casper though and Japips at the very least making some good damage happen. But in this case now, despite being planted, it's difficult here for OGT to find any other opportunity as RRQ station themselves yet again.
Maybe they can get this catch off on the Navsky, and that would be good for Orangutan. Just don't see it though, not in this round, not just yet. Chloe, she's going to be the contact there. You can see they're pinging Ayumi's position. They know someone has to be there on the swing, on the pop-up. Whenever contact is made, they're ready for it, but I don't think they're going to be just too wary. Oh, 1v1 somehow. The trades come on in. Chloe with a mere frenzy, but she has no idea of Navsky's position. Who simply has the bare angle, drops down. Could have been it, but timing never worked out.
Why is it always Orangutan? It feels like there's so many moments that they got this. That this is a player like Chloe, this is a player like Casper, that they are just gonna bring the magic out. But RRQ, they at least stabilize at the very end, and to the credit truly there for RRQ, the wrap around helps them out immensely. That was such a costly eco round though for them. The anti-eco, it survives as a single Spectre. And this is the chance right now for Orangutan to get back into it. Not the best arsenal for RRQ Kaguya, but they have 2 ultimates to try and make work with.
Well, the ults here, for certain, are going to be a big thing to swing around these type of bonus rounds. They have to be able to clear out Casper, that was playing a really good crossfire here. Japeeps at the ready.
There with the takedown. Casper's prepared too, and Orangutan setting it up well. Can they go for more? Navsky opportunity, but Casper still receives and is able to get the takedown. Paranoia for Paranoia, lobbing those blinds, and Casper one more time. Essential and exquisite. Looks for the 4th. It's Sydney there to clean up in the end. Nicely done by Orangutan. That mid presence gives them that round.
Some picks found here though in the bonus, but yeah, 6-9. Orangutan looking pretty nice so far on that rifle round. But I mean, it was a bonus from RRQ. They tried something new. They tried to maybe split up this B side hit. I think the B main push itself was just a bit late there. If they were a bit earlier, that would have split the attention of, you know, the defense here of Orangutan, and maybe a player like Japips wouldn't have been able to get away for free.
Yeah, but Orangutan is playing on such a different level right now with speed here. Blackenblue, they're so quick at reacting to what RRQ wants to do in the first place. And it's just a bit of, I'd say, stability from that first half. This is the other side of the coin. If they can go for the hard hits themselves, they will know how to answer back with it. The rifles, though, out here for the side of RRQ Kaguya. Aluka yet again looking to lead the charge, and I'm watching out for Ayumi. She has that null command, can be helpful. Orangutan though, set up with a crossfire. Paranoia's there to try and help out that wave, but it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, and the rotation comes from Orangutan instead.
Yeah, 4v4 still. Ayumi very low. They have to from the shadows to maybe gather information before this retake comes on in. Null command pop will allow them to gain just a bit more presence within outside and control as the retake hits.
Yeah, they lose the stall from the Killjoy, sure, but Ayumi, a single bullet from Demise, and Rafters yet again. Position here for Orangutan. I'm looking forward to what Japips can do from that angle, especially. But Navsky finds Casper to begin with. It's Orangutan, though, with generator control. They try to play around the spike as much as possible. The Cloudburst to cover up that main 2, but it does lead to a 2v2 scenario. Navsky Best playing towards main, waiting for Orangutan to challenge, and Navsky and Best will win out those duels anyway. It's 7-9 as RRQ are getting back into the game a bit.
That's a cute jet spray. I haven't seen that one. It's a funk. But even better here for RRQ is the fact that they were able to isolate those fights there in the end. And even though Orangutan, they brought down to a 2v2, the fact that they just didn't have the utility that they'd want in a post-plant retake like that available in the 2v2 anymore, like a smoke or something to cut that sightline, just made it a lot more difficult for them, and they were forced to press the issue and press forward, which RRQ were ready for.
And RRQ is just so prepared for those scenarios. One of their biggest foundations in Game Changers is how they can punish the over-aggression of other teams. Orangutan, though, you still see that they have so much moxie despite going on eco state. I do wonder, though, from what we've seen so far from Orangutan, they have had so much momentum and they have so much aggression. But when do we get that temperance that perhaps might be missing right now?
Maybe. Certainly lacking, and we've seen this from Orangutan, right? Their hard hits, always great, but the mid-rounds, that's when they struggle. And that's what RNQ love to apply over and over. Play the slower style of games. Any good for the one here on the trade on Ayumi. Pull back and retrieve the rifle. They split this up though, and Chloe gets a trade.
Well, you know what Orangutan does well is turn water into wine, turn lesser buys into pack of punches. And while Nabsky will eventually stop the rampage of Chloe, we are still in this scenario yet again. Orangutan, despite the odds, equalize the numbers. The alarm bot though says hello to clear. Capricious, how did she get away with that one? Nabsky couldn't get the connection, and Orangutan, this is their opportunity to just put a heart, put a dagger to the hearts of RRQ. Iceberg falls, and Orangutan does it anyway. 10-7 for the defense.
Thrifty.
And isn't that kind of what we saw a while ago on their attacking side, right? In the first half, Orangutan always so good on these trades. No kill came unanswered in that round specifically. Every time you'd see RRQ get a kill, Orangutan were there for the trade. They're at the ready to get one of their own in retaliation, and because of that, just the basics of the understanding of how to take a fight allows Orangutan to throw a thrifty round in their face.
That's the thing, right? It was only a matter of time till those odds actually stacked up towards Orangutan instead. The fact that they were able to keep the numbers equals as much as possible gave them that chance, and they are rewarded for their service with that round now. This is the perfect opportunity for Orangutan to build such a good economy, not just in terms of the money here, Blackenblue. You also have so many ultimates for the defense at the helm.
We've yet to see, uncharacteristically actually, really deep pushes on the defensive side from Orangutan, either towards mid or any of the mains. The most obvious thing we've seen in that regard has been that A main push a while ago earlier in the half, but hasn't come so far. They like to leave this alarm button, just like to leave mid up open instead for kind of splitting here the attacking side.
They want them to funnel towards the site, that's for sure. They are keeping an eye out the main though. There's presence being applied by Best as well as Nabsky. Iceberg suppressed right now. It's problematic here for RRQ. They cannot push the way they want to because of Zinni's utility. And here we have it now. Nice there too to figure out who's playing towards main. You can see also Casper has just been an Overwatch duty all throughout this round. She was watching the CT side. Now she's watching here to anticipate the market drop if ever. Smoke can be in the way though. Ayumi caught out first and foremost by Chloe. Second one perhaps no, it's RRQ instead with the takedowns. Casper now trying to find a little bit of logic into this one. 3v3 as the lines reset. RRQ make it towards the site and even pick up the spike there by the staircase.
They have a single rifle here on Alika. Should be able to get the plant on down, but they've traded things once more here, Orangutan. That's a big thing. RRQ have done the same. 3v3, as you said, they have the lockdown to utilize, but I think it's a bit too late to pop that at this point. Alika goes down, but traded out by Nabsky.
There we have it down this front door for the stall. Casper trying to watch out for any other opportunities. Taps it though, trying to force RRQ out. Best as well as Nabsky still sticking around in cover as much as possible. A game of discipline, but it's Casper ready to catch one out. A second one perhaps. Best goes down, and the star of South Asia does it again here for Orangutan. Conveniently enough, it goes the way of Orangutan, but Casper was just such an important part of that puzzle, of those pieces all throughout this whole freaking series.
And this is why they picked her up, knowing just the incredible talent that she has, but also the potential to pull off rounds like that and moments like that when the going gets tough. She knows how to get rough. Orangutan go up 7-11 against RRQ, but still not a bad round for RRQ by all means. That was a thrifty, or could have been if they won that round, as they came into that with a single hero rifle on Ayumi.
Come on, the ever-presence of Casper all throughout that round. There is so many times RRQ couldn't push just because she was sticking around a certain angle, a certain location. And that's one thing Orangutan has been all throughout this game so far, and all throughout the series against RRQ, whether in the Swiss stage or in the upper bracket playoffs. It's that relentless pursuit of keeping the pressure on. And here we go yet again. 3's the target now for Casper. Paranoia looking to be primed. Will not go for it instead. They're waiting for another opportunity here. Black and Blue. Orangutan repositioning. And Capricious could have been a pick-off over Best there.
Look at this. Look at RRQ pushing though. They want to take this heaven control. It doesn't seem like Casper is aware nor ready for it. They find the opening kill due to that. And Capricious, they can circumvent this off. Chloe gets a 1 kill. The second follow-up from range, and the third on the Alaka. She was ready from the distance.
That distance, man, that is just far-flung action. And Orangutan, no matter how far they are, they will be there to get those takedowns. Best now in a 1v3 scenario. The site here held already by Orangutan. And with that spike in position towards the rafters itself, it's gonna be so problematic. Chloe, can she come in again with another takedown? Yes, she does. A 4K for her, and Orangutan is on map points.
Incredible round here from Chloe. And that's what you need from one of your supports. And we've seen many big rounds like that throughout this tournament from her. To have such a reliable source of stability against a team like RRQ, who have made that their trademark of game. This gives Orangutan such a great edge to play with. And now the timeout has to be forced on RRQ with match point and such a deficit.
This is RRQ getting flustered right now with how Orangutan is playing this. You can see the objective of that last round. Find out where Casper is rotating. Find out whoever's trying to outmaneuver us, because they realize that was a mistake in the round prior to it. But Orangutan takes it to the next step. Ready to suppress with the Odin. Ready for that long-range battle, courtesy of Chloe. It's just so Orangutan so prepared for what RRQ is trying to do around the map right now.
It isn't even just being prepared in general, Dax, because we saw that, Casper wasn't necessarily ready for that push, with Aluka and the rest in the co of RRQ going towards heaven there through the trees, but it's the recovery, I think, is the more important thing here, Orangutan. They may give up an opening pick, okay, but how they recover through the mid-round, which we know is typically the strength of RRQ, that's what Orangutan are able to apply here, and it's really throwing RRQ off a loop.
Yeah, RRQ, they expect that they're gonna find those opportunities the way they're moving around. And they do so with one, but it's not enough. Orangutan, they've been very effective at repositioning, if ever, and this is the perfect opportunity now to try and close this map. Operator in the hands of Capricious. You still have the lockdown for the retake, if ever, for Chloe. But speaking of, though, Navsky begins the action towards that B site. A fake, though, gonna be called. The hunt is fewer used early on.
Doesn't really find too much on either side. They're trying to fish each other out, but neither hunter can find their prey nor target in this mark. It's Capricious who gets the opening pick here. And this is looking disastrous for RRQ to lose Iceberg.
Navsky finds Capricious, though. Now leads a 4v4 scenario. RRQ still a lot of time to put that spike down towards that A side, but Zinni finds Navsky even. This is now opportunity here for Orangutan. Try and close the gap. Alaka, though, getting in position yet again with the blades. The up trap's gonna be there too to scout out the rafters. Orangutan still holding back though for now.
Still have something to work with here at the very least. They have Alaka with the blades, and she can really turn up the pace. Flash, completely blind. Luckily for them, Orangutan decides to hold off.
Will pop flash down. Gonna be the play here from RRQ. Desperate to get that tree action, but the lockdown will pop, and Chloe will pop those heads anyway. The smile on Orangutan's face knows that they won it. 13-7. It will be the lead given to Orangutan for the lower bracket finals.
Look at that, absolutely still hyped. Zinni's nabbing something off. I don't know what she's saying as of the moment, but they're just so elated about that one. And Chloe, once again, Dax, I think she was the MVP in the latter stages of that map because of not just utility, but the trading capability that we saw a while ago, and that lockdown at the end just provided way too much pressure here for RT to deal with.
The clutch stars of Orangutan right now. If it isn't Chloe, it's Casper. It just seems to be the answer again here from Orangutan. But of course, some of the questions we've had so far for the series will be answered by our panelists. We'll toss you guys over to them.
Thank you, Dax and Blue, gentlemen. RRQ taking the first half to warm hands back up, finally resting the first assist away from OGT to make it close, but not close enough. And now we are one map away from four of arguably the most dominant team GC APAC has ever seen dropping out of the competition. Raf, what did we think of map number 1?
Man, there are now extra thoughts
Your
going
mic.
into this as my mic is unmuted. Don't worry about it. I like to scare everybody here, just like how Casper scared everybody on that clutch on round 18. Truly the nightmare on Kaguya Street. And I would just like to highlight that round in itself. It was either an adjustment point or a breaking point, a very uncharacteristic breaking point for OGT. They did such a great job of using that KO utility to reduce the fight to a brawl, but even with a weaker set of weapons, RRQ still found their way on the site and made it incredibly expensive. But of course, Casper was there to save the day, as well as everybody in that squad, including Chloe, who has been a trademark wall of Orangutan as of late.
Yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. We talked about this when it happened earlier today as well. Just the fact that she's bagging those MVPs on a Sentinel. This time around, also highest ACS of her team. Only one to crack that 300 ACS. 23 and 12. Like, we could go on for forever about this girl's positioning, just how smart she plays, how she anchors this team. And then when you add that in with just the mechanical skill from the rest of her squad, right? Casper, Capricious, Japips, as well as Zinni as well. We've just seen them in time again, able to go for those 1v1s, landing those crispy headshots and pistol. And I don't know, man, OGT are looking pretty unstoppable in this series.
Why do I feel like we've been in this position before? OGT convincingly take the first map, and RRQ get their stuff together and just do the reverse steamroll. But once again, OGT did have a pretty long series today. Maybe they really did get those deeper cores engaged, right? So I guess we're going to be dissecting all the highlights that we saw. And man, again, RRQ, they've been in this position so many times, Raichu.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we were a bit worried for them when we saw like the first half of this series. We were like, whoa, like that 4-hour break this afternoon, maybe a bit too long. But then as the series progressed, we just saw RRQ find their footing, I think, after the switch. And they didn't make it close enough, unfortunately, to close out this map 1. But I think they're starting to get there, Raph. I think they're starting to get there.
And it does take time. It does take baby steps. And quite honestly, when I saw OGT get retaliated upon by RRQ, that's when I started wondering too, does OGT have enough to push this over the hill? And with the eruption of all these players and all these clutches, it has been clear to me that they do truly have those pieces. Now RRQ, I asked the same from them too. They have championship caliber players. They have the veterancy, the experience behind everything. Can they honestly pull the consistency to operate as a team, right? Because they're really small lapses, especially with, I believe it was the last round where they tried to retrieve the op and Zinni was there for the quick retaliation. But of course, the woman of the hour, Chloe TTW.
I'm just so in awe of this girl as well. Like, she's been playing in Game Changers for a few years now, and just to witness the growth that she's had from the start till now is just absolutely insane. I think we did some interviews with her, it was either like last year or the year before also, where she was fairly new to the Game Changers circuit, and back then when she was also like sometimes she'd also play Sentinel, right? And she's also mentioned during those interviews that, you know, she gets nervous herself when, like, in the past when you put her in that clutch situation, like, she feels those nerves. But now, like, watching her play, like, it's just absolutely night and day. She's like, you know what, I'm a knife. Like, who is this girl?
Chloe, that is her name. She has introduced herself to the Game Changers. She has introduced herself to the world. And I tried to introduce Dwight, but Dwight moved over there. So, you know what, maybe that's for another time. Any thoughts before we throw this to the break?
Is Dwight Taylor's cat?
Yes.
Yo, you're already using Taylor's setup, man. You can't also, like, take her. You took her
What do
food
you
during
mean?
lunch. And now you want to,
I
like,
am
come
Taylor.
for her. Oh, well, Thank you for your input on the desk as always, Taylor. But Orangutan showing that they're running on not just fumes, got heart, they've got a dream, and boy, are they making that dream come true. We'll find out if they can make this run right after this break.
Swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Hi guys, and welcome back to what could very well be elimination map for RRQ Kaguya after dropping that map number 1, 13-7 to Orangutan. RRQ, of course, touted by many, I think, coming into Open 1 as one of the tournament favorites. Raf, what do you think they can do to try and bring the series back and get some control?
Oh man, that is a long list because there are so many possibilities that we could see. Is it redemption? Is it repetition of history? But with Orangutan playing the way they have been, RRQ, they might just be a little more worried. We are going to go into Pearl, which is the map that RRQ got axed on. I have to be so honest with that statement. But I guess the first thing that they really have to get going is that they have to find some sort of common ground with everybody, right? Because yes, they have absolute stars, but they have to find that commonality that, guys, the individual performances are great, but we have to find a way to glue all of that for the bigger picture. I feel like that's been lacking in some of the rounds, and I can't blame them. Again, RRQ is a team that's star-studded. They have the ability to just clutch it out when they have to, but it doesn't have to come down to the clutch all the time.
Yeah, as much as we love to see those clutches, it's also a bit unexpected, right? That when you're thinking about RRQ Kaguya and the 4 core from this team has just been playing together for so long, and they've kept together from last year as well, just adding best. And it just, you don't naturally think that this would be the team that isn't playing as a team. Like, what is the problem here?
I mean, it is a bit of a butterfly effect, right? And I feel like it's also a problem that we mentioned earlier within their first match, right? They're not used to losing control over the dance per se. They're always so used to being dominant. And they kind of forget that all the pieces they have is just so apt for adapting and just finding a layer to break and to just kind of put a lot of band-aids on so many things, right? So maybe it's just one of those things that they have to realize, hey guys, we're also really good at this style of play. Maybe they just have to unlock that part of the kit yet again.
Yeah, and looking at Agents, like, I don't think we'll any surprises. Oh, so maybe it might be a mirror matchup. Oh no. Oh, they're going completely different from their hovers. I was kind of wondering if you would see any of that wild SMG double duelist with the Reina and the Raze and the Chamber in the mix, but it does look like it will be a almost mirror matchup, except for the Fade in the hands of Japips, and that's just, you know, it's just going to be pretty devastating. I think if she does manage to play that well, it just fits in entirely with her kit, with her play style, just her straight up ability to gun diff. So yeah, what do you think? Do you think we're going to see RRQ able to pull this one even real quick?
I mean, I agree with a lot of the sentiments there. If Reina and Chamber were on the field, then that would be a joy for me, but we all know I can't have it my way all the time. And I know that our casters have a lot to say about this, so I feel like they're ready to lock and load.
Familiar situation here, my friend. Familiar situation for RRQ Kaguya down the map. Familiar situation for Orangutan X that they are one away from moving on into the next round. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Daks here with Blackenblue, and we will see Pearl for this matchup. The thing is, the last time these guys met, it was RRQ Kaguya, I believe, who took that win in the Swiss stage 13-8. Will history repeat itself? We'll find out as we do get into the game.
Oh yeah, and that is the thing, right? Last time around, we started the series on Pearl. RQ Kaguya going on up, but this time around, it's a second one. One they're gonna have to rely on to keep themselves alive with so much expectations on a team like RRQ, as historied, as storied, and as tenured as they may be. This could be their final playing ground. So here we go. Round number 1, map number 2. RRQ fighting for tournament life.
Yeah, that core of RQ Kaguya, they haven't lost really a tournament ever since that elite setup. They won all the opens of last year under the Alter Ego Celeste banner, but times have changed, and we've seen many a team bridge that gap and move beyond them. It's SMG waiting in the grand finals. It's Orangutan in the lead of this series. The form of Orangutan that we've seen so far today has been just absolutely A-grade. Can they continue on and finish the job off, or will we see the Moxie this time from RQ Kaguya as they move towards B-site?
We're gonna have to find out, won't we? B-side execute comes really quick from RRQ, trying to deny that back hall's control, but it only be for a momentary lapse in time. Chloe goes down to Ayumi, who just completely bum rushes that backside, and they have control for the meantime, enough to get the plant at the very least.
Yeah, the fragment also lob, as you can see on
planted.
Pearl, Ayumi and Alaka changing roles, and Ayumi getting value with getting the back holes under the straights of RRQ. Here we have it, though. Best playing close, but Sydney and Capricious find the frags anyway. Leads now to a 3v3. It has been standing here for Orangutan to try and equalize these odds, equalize these numbers, and now it does tip in favor of Orangutan. Intel, though, gonna be so important here for Iceberg and Navsky. They're playing towards the ramp itself, and Navsky with the taps and the takedowns. It's perfect utility lobs here thrown by RRQ, and with the angle, they will be effervescent. A pistol win here for RRQ to start off the second map.
The fact that Ayumi was able to get that back hall's control so quick and so clean, and they were able to have just, so much more presence within the site and control of it, allowed them to go for that long plant early and really secure themselves for that post plant. Yes, a smoke in your face, but we saw the nano swarm come in big. We saw that utility delay the defuse ever more so, and it just gave them such a stronger post plant to play with.
Yeah, RQ had so much time after that entry, courtesy of Ayumi, because you also saw Alaka throw that fragment towards the link area, towards the alleyway itself, really force Orangutan to play a little bit more slowly than they usually want to do so. Pistol now here for the side of Orangutan, anti-eco for RRQ. 4 Spectres actually invested. And you can see that after that game against Team SMG, they're very much more wary about that middle, keeping an eye out towards door, towards Art. And Ayumi yet again looking to lead it. Japips wants to peek it. Jiggles on the round. They now know this presence. They now know they can try to make the takedowns happen. Flash comes. The turret instead. And it's got the RRQ trying to mow them down. Japips does find one with a classic, but it's still RRQ collapsing at the seams. Collapsing on the opposition rather. Zinni though and Capricious. Never mind. It's turbulence here for the side of RRQ as Orangutan do fight back. Best now in a 1v2 situation. We see this so much from Orangutan. Thrifty wins, always a possibility. Crossfire's there too, from the link, from the sites. And as we have Best now moving closer and closer, Capricious confirms that there is presence nearby. Here comes the bip, but down he goes. Best though holds the line and clutches that out for RRQ.
Tried to jiggle him, but ultimately folded in the end. RRQ almost losing around their crucial moment. It would have been for Orangutan. Just never came to pass, but Zinni, great timing she finds, with much of the experience that she was able to garner on that previous roster of theirs, using it here to really make sure that RRQ are never too comfortable in those advantageous possible situations.
How will you be comfortable if you lose 4 members on your anti-eco? Orangutan, always a threat, no matter the arsenal. We saw it there be effective. They were just able to get the good timing against, especially the flash of Alaka. And now, they do one even better. Casper starts off strong. Catches out Navsky towards main. Forces yet again RRQ to play away from the sides of the map and look to go through mid instead.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to get that opening pick just makes it so much more difficult for RRQ to pull attention elsewhere on this push. They want to push the B link, but there's a star already prepped here by OGT. Casper up for the retaliation of it instead. She recalls it, doesn't pull the gravity well as I was expecting, nor the stun, and just allows RRQ here to run on over B link.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker there for Orangutan. Could have actually gotten a bit more stall value there. And eventually RRQ mid to be
Spike
successful. Capricious though spots out best on the inside. A good venture yet again. The courage here from Orangutan to just peek, to just go, and to have those kills. 3 for Casper. Starts and ends the round strong. And finally, we got Orangutan to get a round for themselves.
Yeah, at least they got the stop. Could have been dangerous there, but the retake works on out for Orangutan. Casper getting the catch especially. The RRQ, they got the blades to work with coming into this round, but you see that this is where RRQ do benefit a lot, where even when their mid-round, rather their early round struggles, their mid-round can always give them at least some sort of value for the most part, barring that last map we did see play. They gave up the opening pick. Yeah, Nabsky went down early, but they were still able to get the 2 picks after to potentially win that round.
Yeah, you can see the intention. We've seen how strong the lurk from Best is towards that B site, especially if RRQ can keep capitalizing on that fact. That's an avenue they might want open. On the other side, though, Orangutan answer back in force. There's so much already presence from Capricious and Japips towards the ramp itself. Club being held by Best, and RRQ already just playing the game of anticipation. They know something's up. They know that the Orangutan wants to fight them.
Yeah, they pulled, rather pushed forward towards that B main control. If Capricious can catch out Bess, if they do eventually cross that barrier, it could be big here for the defense of Orangutan. They make that contact, but both opt to not have too much to deal with in that bout. Capricious especially falls back with the rest of the team as the art push coming from RRQ looks to go underway.
We see this so much though from RRQ. Best calling attention towards B, the rest of the team moving instead towards A. But I love the formation here between Casper and Chloe. They still have the backside, something to utilize against the objective in formation. Smokes do pop though. Iceberg looking to go for the plant. Goes towards main instead as well. An angle from Link. A bit more open. Prowler now gonna be into play. Orangutan lobbing utility to try and make the opening happen. But Yumi will get the takedown. Too many numbers here for RRQ right now towards Art. Orangutan will have to see control and move towards the flank instead. It's all left now though. Too Capricious as Alika mows down the opposition. And from this point on, Capricious stuck in the middle. Can she actually get these takedowns from every single angle? Creeps over to where Ayumi and Alika are. And a quad here for Alika to win the round for RRQ.
And that's a classic round played here by RRQ, right? You called it, Daks. They pull that defense a bit more attention towards the B site. And the opposite way of the map is where RRQ go. And they love to play the slow pushes and have a post plan like that where they have multiple points of threat to propose against the retaking defense of Orangutan. And this is a much better start from RRQ than what we saw in Ascent.
Yeah, vintage there from RRQ to say the least, and we'll see if they can keep up with that kind of coordination, with that quality. Orangutan, though, still always a threat no matter what. I look at their arsenal right now here, Blackenblue. I'm just like a Stinger, a Sheriff, and some Frenzies. That's still kind of scary if it's Orangutan holding them.
There's a lot to work with for sure. At least for a team like them. We've seen them convert these type of thrifty rounds, so isn't out of the question just yet. Flash on out to maybe buy her some space on this Sova drone, but it doesn't really connect on the shot. Ayumi gets a quick kill. Aluka somehow as well with a fragment as you saw Casper trying to chime in on the fight, and this potency that we normally see from the thrifty not coming in on, at least for this round.
This is perfect here for RRQ. Instead of being a little too overambitious, they're keeping 1 or 2 members at the rear to watch out for any angle they've already cleared. They know Orangutan, they want to slink in and find other opportunities to the surprise of RRQ. The flank now spotted by Best. Besto, effective in these scenarios, is playing with cover and playing with her food. Capricious will go down. Next on the list might be Japip. She has a bit of an angle, she has the frenzy, sure, but a single swing will do her in. It's RRQ ready at the waiting, and a flawless one to boot to make it 4-1.
Good start once more from RRQ. Suppress and Hunter's Fury on that RRQ side. It can be denied though immediately if Zinni waits and times this perfectly, or at least in anticipation of it. A timeout called by Orangutan early, stopping, or at least attempting to stop momentum from RRQ. But they've got that Cosmic Divide, which we see a lot of times. Orangutan, they like to use that as kind of their safety net when in terms of retaking, and knowing that they have that in their arsenal, that's exactly how I'm going to expect them to play for this round.
Yeah, I'm looking into how Casper again is gonna manages Battlefield. The Astros are so important right now in a game like this compared to what we saw a while ago, because we talked about it, that staying power, the stall power is one of the strongest that RRQ can utilize, and I'd say even the same for Orangutan. Like Orangutan, they can play in such a high speed, but when you have Casper there on the Astra, you know that there's ways to manipulate that battle. It's just up to Orangutan to figure out, do they want to push, do they want to fight, or do they want to control angles like Link to their advantage?
Let's not forget that they're both playing a single controller. And these are controllers as well that can only ever pop 2 smokes. Not like a Brim, not like a Harbor, which can maybe close up multiple lanes. When it comes to Pearl, it's the only map where both sites have 3 positions to smoke at all times. And that can really leave some openings up for the defense here to maybe capitalize on. We just haven't been seeing that just yet here for Orangutan, but that could change very soon.
Yeah, some nook and crannies that perhaps Orangutan can hide in. Capricious. A chance perhaps behind those screens especially. RRQ. Slow walk, a slow crawl to go for this B side. They are going to get the orb. Unmade. Capricious though spotted. That's already a target here for Ayumi. Disengaged now, called by Orangutan. And RRQ refusing to push it. They're going to stay in their lanes for now.
Yeah, she gives herself up. Even dangerous. And you see there Capricious wanting to use that angle from B-Link. This is what I talked about. An Astra can only ever smoke 2 angles at a time. There's a third for them to worry about in that case. They send the RRQ attack to a bit of a halt in the moment, but they still have that null command to re-hit.
Seems like the problem right now. Orangutan gonna be staying in their lanes and staying back. RRQ though eventually waiting for the hit to happen with the null command, but Capricious still stellar, still stable. Finds that first versus Ayumi. Now then, calm before the second wave of the storm. Orangutan though still holding the angles. RRQ desperate to find an opening here. The peak comes from Zinni with Alika with a takedown. And Orangutan now looking to converge on their targets. Nasty trying to make it towards Halls, but it's Orangutan with the numbers anyway. A double up towards the backside. And it's Capricious with a third. Another one bites the dust as Chloe spots out best. And Orangutan, it was a showdown there towards that B side, but there's the ones with Frontier Justice on their side.
And this is one of the symptoms of RRQ sometimes though. They do lack that explosiveness that you would want to see from a team. Yes, the opening pick was found by Capricious. And so the playstyle of RRQ a lot of times is not necessarily to create openings, but punish opportunities. And they were waiting there on the long, waiting for Orangutan to peek on out, but Orangutan knew they had the person, the player advantage. And so they weren't going to peek out. They're being diligent about that. And by the time RRQ went to actually go execute onto the site, their null command has expired, their smokes were about to dissipate, and they were just simply left out in the open.
Yeah, it was stellar maturity, especially from Orangutan. Perhaps that's something they discussed right now between their timeout. It's just, make sure we're not overheating. Make sure we're also not being the ones punished right now by RRQ Kaguya. It's really lessons learned like we see here. It allows Orangutan to compete even better. Smoke though, now pop Alika. Trying to find any angle here to spam. Does back on the way. RRQ Kaguya. They know the slower pace might be a better call here throughout the map.
I mean, it generally is their playstyle, isn't it anyways, Daks, right? To really halt that pace. Keep Orangutan anxious as much as they can. They have a good read on this. Yes, Killjoy Utility on B, but Chloe's all alone here to fend this off. If they can run over the site and bypass all that utility, then they can make something on happen. Suppress doesn't connect. Leave those alarm bots still open and up.
Yeah, it's still a presence there made by Orangutan, but eventually Chloe has to retreat. RRQ's already stationed. Lockdown though gonna be the call, and Capricious playing danger close. Casper and Chloe, where did those kills even come from? And immediately it's Orangutan looking to just get back at RRQ. The spike isn't even down, the lockdown is there, and while the destruction of Navsky's ultimate is confirmed, it's best now in a 1v3, too far off. And into the distance, Orangutan will get the round yet again. Casper coming in crucial. And just with a little bit of that respect right now, a little bit in reserve, Orangutan reassess and get the round.
Certainly no monkey business here being played around by Orangutan. Simply just overrun that site with the pressure. They didn't even wait for their lockdown to go off. They didn't even wait to have that opportunity to use that space because they knew the counter lockdown from RRQ would have been a problem. And so they just, once again, overrun him. And that confidence in their veins, soothing through. it feels like it's just a bit too much for RQ to deal with at times.
The first few rounds were defined by RRQ well-roundedness. But now Orangutan has proven too. In the last 2 rounds, there is so much balance and so much potential, both on the attacking and defending sides, to push and pull. It continues. I'm really liking what we see here from both sides. Orangutan, bit by bit, increasing their stock even more so on how they've been playing out this map. RRQ, in the meantime, so some same old shenanigans. Best looking to just confirm that B site presence. You got Chloe waiting for that one, but Alec and Casper perhaps at first contact. Knife being set, there's a fragment instead, but oh no, over by Zinni. The disengage might be the call, but instead it will be Chloe getting one towards the other side of the map. Casper though tried to hold art, and action all across leads to a 3v3 where RRQ just trying to figure out where they can go to now.
These are situations that define a team like RRQ. Opting to go towards that A site. You can see Capricious. She's falling back. They think they have a read on this, but they're kind of splitting themselves on up. As soon as this A hit comes, you can expect that defense to come running.
30 seconds
There shouldn't
left.
be much of a problem to get the spike down.
Yeah, it seems like for RRQ, the way they rotated might have thrown Orangutan for a loop. I believe I saw Chloe a while ago towards Link, and instead, Capricious might be the one to try and lead the charge. Prowler though gets connection. Capricious with an easy takedown from the side. Spikes planted now. 3v2, but Iceberg gonna be the next victim. Danger close. My name is Capricious, and Capricious does it yet again. A triple kill. Truly, it was just a bit of that insight, a bit of that instinct. She knew something was coming, and she is rewarded for it to give Orangutan that 4-4 scoreline.
And those are the type of rounds that Orangutan have been successful in converting, haven't they? And that's what I talked about during map number 1. Maybe not the opening picks always going their way, but the recovery. That's the important thing. Recovering around when the advantage is swept against him, like when RQ get the plant down there, knowing how to play with the deficit and come back into it.
It goes to show right now, Orangutan, they always have that presence around the map. They feel that RQ, sure, they're going to be moving around, they're going to try to mobilize and hit these sites, but when we see for Orangutan, they're prepared for those retakes. They always have those closer angles held. They always have someone already on the advance, and that extra step ahead is what allows Orangutan to bridge the gap.
They have utility to fend off this B-Link push there, rightfully so. That was well prepared and anticipated by Orangutan. The Star, the Nano Swarm, just so much forcing RQ to shy away.
Yeah, RQ still stage to go. Sure, there's one shy, but twice now will be the entry. Fragment lob towards the connector.
Oh.
Flashes the call, and Japipson and Alaka didn't see each other because of it. Eventually, the re-engage works out in favor of RQ. He got away with a pick, and Zinni trying, dipping into the cookie jar. Has to back on away, though. RRQ, will they punish? No, instead, they're holding the angles yet again.
A cookie for her in the meantime. Not much found there with the suppress either on that 0 point. And because of that, it's going to keep Orangutan guessing on where this hit is going to come from RQ. Are they walking up B-Link? Are they splitting this in a connector? Do they walk up Art? And that latter seems to be true. They have a Nano Swarm at least to maybe try and delay this push.
That's what is going to be the call indeed here for the side of RR2. Nano Swarm in the way yet again for the Ayumi, waiting through the waters to get that takedown. Casper, though, still making it deadly. Ayumi again and again, lethal blades and a lethal weapon herself. All up to the operator of Capricious. 3v1 scenario, but RRQ, they've taken the site already heavy-handedly. And look who's on the flank. It's Best prepared to try and counter Capricious. Blades, though, are the call. And because of the advance, it gives her a chance here, Blackenblue. 1v3 on the site yet again. Has to find the solo duels. And Capricious will find Navsky along the way. Next one on the list might be Best. Hiding into the corner and out into the open. She'll get the takedown. RRQ keep the lead.
Dude, she is giving me some prod vibes of that one. Just completely rushing it without a moment's notice, without much hesitation. But you see RRQ on those rounds where they can keep Orangutan guessing. They took so much control of Link that Orangutan simply weren't ready or just didn't have the information on where exactly the presence of RRQ was, and kept Orangutan once more just always stipulating but never entirely sure where the hit was to come, and RRQ used that surprise to their advantage.
Yeah, RRQ, just angles of opportunity. We've seen how they take map control, not just to take away the site itself, but the way that they advance and the way they pull back has been one of the strongest, I'd say, foundations they have as a team there are many times we see in other maps like Fracture, I'd say in maps like Haven, RRQ loves to play the pull away just to make sure that they have so many different kinds of coverage. And you see it there in that last round, Capricious. It was a fortunate occurrence, especially that she dashed on in because she was getting flanked. But she had to search so much of the map just to find where RRQ were ready. And as soon as she was caught in the middle, that was pretty much it for her.
Just a lot for her to deal with in that situation, and one could never fault someone to falter in that scenario. But they both have the Cosmic Divide in RRQ. We've seen many fake plays that they like to pull out in these type of situations, especially when they have Aluka's null command for the opposing site. So knowing that RRQ love to pull the defense towards one side of the map and then rotate towards the other, and with Bess typically having that duty to herself, they can continue to do that in this round after this initial contact.
Yeah, RRQ though, I've seen many a time they're just trying to pull away attention. Orangutan in the meantime, Vicious here with the hold close, wanted to go through the smoke. The null command actually gonna be the pull. First opportunity here for RRQ to try and mow them down. Casper now caught out in the open, finds a frag for herself, but that's pretty much it. This is RRQ getting the takedowns that they need, and they're on site yet again.
Yeah, overrunning once again. Their split pushes have been one of the more successful tools in their workbench so far here, RRQ. And Orangutan simply cannot hold up. A pretty clean round from RRQ, and isn't that what we see from them? When it works splendidly.
And they have the right tools to do so. That null command was just magnifique. That was perfectly timed and perfectly placed. As soon as they confirmed that's the A main presence, it just encompasses with the AoE, and distinct advantages are what RRQ look to seek in these kind of rounds.
To have those advantages really utilized against Orangutan, RRQ, they're arguably the team here that has, you know, just tenure-wise been together longer, right? That's a fact, and it just allows, it should allow a lot more of those rounds where their mid-round calls can really benefit them when they find those openings. Orangutan have been good in dissuading that so far. They are on the defensive side, but they have a Thrifty on their hands to play.
Yeah, in a matter of split pushing, right? You want to just initiate, but also receive each other as soon as you get near the end. Just go for that convergence. And RRQ, you mentioned that chemistry, you mentioned that history. It's always been there in spades. Orangutan, though, still always a threat. Aggression here from Precious right now. You can see the more advanced positions for Orangutan. Bess is able to clear out towards the B side. Chloe wants to hold close, but Alaka and Ayumi are prepared for it. RRQ now navigating towards B. They will find Casper in pursuit, and Iceberg will get the trade. Eventually leads to a 3v2.
Well, they had some kills going their way, but that's about it in this round. Good damage, especially if they can get another.
Weapon here.
That's all they're going to really hope for in this
planted.
case. They can retrieve some of these weapons, drop towards B-Link, but they're going to be hitting them from the same angle. RRQ, they just take complete control of that CT in the heaven position. Is it really wise to use a Nightfall in this case, though?
Well, they picked up rifles, that's the thing. Towards Link, there is a bit of confidence right now from Orangutan. They want to try, they want to fight for it. Precious right now, trying to get through the smoke, but Navsky's there to catch her in the act. Japips now, 1v3, floor is lava, and down here on the ground, it's dangerous, dangerous territory. RRQ are just playing post-plant so well. Timing and patience, just a creed here right now. And shouldn't really have enough time for this one. A try here from Orangutan. The ambition this time will blow up in their faces. 7-4.
Wow. RRQ. Decisive round once more here. Was against Nico. Orangutan put up a good fight, but this is something we did see in some of their matches on the previous dates, right? Leading up to this game. I think I recall especially versus that global esports squad where you'd see sometimes they would use their ultimates as kind of Hail Marys, Band-Aid situations for rounds that they aren't even expected to win, instead of using them to confirm rounds that they could. I get the idea though. They have lots of ultimates coming into this round anyways, and it was a winnable one. It just wasn't a risk that turned their way, unfortunately.
Yeah, and by this point, it's near the end of the first half, so it's a lot more manageable compared to some of the other games we've seen where they try to do that early, right? And it blows up their economy because of it. Speaking of, their economy is pretty fine right now. 3 ults, as you mentioned, rifles at the ready. And they're just getting prepared for where RRQ are gonna set up. Spike left behind one more time. RRQ are really loving the slower pace right now against Orangutan though.
We talked about it. They're one of the best teams at playing this kind of style here. The Game Changers APAC scene really bleeding out the clock or just cutting that noise and keeping the defense guessing. This is why their attack a lot of times is a bit more efficient than their defense. When they can set these expectations, that's when they work best.
Looking for that guessing check. Capricious though, checking out of that angle after the damage. But this man, look at this, our RRQ right now. They will still station themselves up to move towards that B side. Lockdown gonna be the call though. Navsky trying to play the bluff. Left. And it will be up to Casper to see if they'll be guessing.
Well, they for sure heard some of that rotation come on in. And it forces out the A defenders here to fall on back. That fake keeps him there for the meantime. Information gained that the B hit is going to come. Casper can't really do much to keep him at bay as of the moment. They have the counter lockdown here in a Chloe and the Cosmic Divide for this retake.
Yeah, RRQ, they get positioned, but they lose a Yumi along the way. No angle to watch out towards that link. And the lockdown gonna be the call instead. High ground right now, best ground for Orangutan. They drop down, they also go for the Cosmic Divide. The flank from Alaka right now, as well as the kill try of Navsky. Alaka with the takedown. They're trying to get towards that spike, but Navsky might be crucial for a round like this. Catches out the fist. Chloe getting halfway, but it's Iceberg with a takedown too. 2v2 scenario. Hunter's Fury now at the call to try and go through the wall. Iceberg likely to come in clutch, but it's Chloe desperate to try and get the defuse going. Casper with a third time running out and in cover right now. Chloe will get taken down by Bess. RRQ, they get the round to end the half.
Barely scraped by with a round as well. They almost had the defuse on that. Maybe a half second more, it would have gone Orangutan's way. But RRQ, hold on. What a half. Something I'm sure our panel's got a lot to say about. Raph and Jenny, you guys, what's up?
RRQ cooked for long enough, and do you know what they're cooking? It's the comeback, baby, because, I mean, what a first half to that map, looking so much better than map number 1. Blackenblue mentioned that the playstyle of RRQ is not to necessarily create those opportunities, but to punish their opponent's mistakes. Raph, what do we think about that?
I wholeheartedly agree with that, but there are times, especially when they lose maps, if we put this in boxing terms right, they're a little bit of an overzealous counterpuncher, always engaging in that power shot, that right hook. But I also feel like since they are so confident in their ability to punish as hard as they can, they have a jab that's completely underutilized when, in reality, they also have that ability to create those openings for themselves. We saw that when they start locking down specific parts of the map instead of taking OGT as a whole. They start dividing and conquering, especially with that round where they took a lot of art control, and from those two picks, they just outclassed and absolutely overwhelmed the last remaining members of the OGT squad. And if this continues in the second half, I think it proves our theory right that if you cannot 2-0 RRQ, then you are not going to win at all.
Phew. I mean, RRQ, they do have that infamous first half that you mentioned, but real quick before we toss it back to the boys on the casting desk, what do we think is going to happen after this swap? Are we going to see more of this RRQ momentum? What do you think?
I will agree with you that we will be taking that momentum a step further because once again, OGT is a squad that is tuned towards that defense, and RRQ already breaking that guard, raining down the punches left and right. It is not a good look. OGT looks so bruised right now.
All right, well, we about to see just how winnable this truly is for RRQ.
She did the rhyme thing.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
that rhymes.
I was waiting, it's like, huh? Poet, and we didn't even know it. Thank you there, Jenny and Raph. But we are going to be back here, ladies and gentlemen. And Blackenblue, I gotta say, those were bold declarations made by the panel, but truly, it has been a statement by RRQ from the first half.
Well, I think they're pretty familiar with that case here, Daks, especially one of them. But RRQ, as of the meantime, it's a big thing for them to get these type of rounds, especially at the end of the half, because we've seen that many times on over. they start to lose momentum when that second half hits, when they go on over to like the defensive side. But in this case, let's see if that sticks true.
That has been Orangutan heavy on the pushes, and Capricious yet again playing the same old style. You can see it already, the advance from Orangutan. They're even vying through the tunnel already here. The flank from Orangutan, for RRQ rather, might be essential, but look at how the attack has taken away what the defense held before.
Well, mind the colors, flip on over now. Casper here pushing on over in a very delicate spot to get a kill. Nabsky quick on that trade. They have a long plant for him, but will it really work out? The scan perfect here for Iceberg. They're going 1-for-1, 1v2 right now. It's all on Japeeps, who brings the equalized count a bit more better.
Half defuse now. He's on the high ground, and Japeep with the clutch! Watchtower, sure! But Orangutan does it yet again. The pistol goes their way! And from that point on, RRQ will be shaking their black and blue.
Oh my goodness, that should have been RRQ's Daks, but Japeeps willing them with two incredible shots at the end. A 1v3 clutch, showing that she's got it as well.
She got the read with the haunt, and as soon as the swing came, she just transfers it over from Alaka to Ayumi. Simply put and simply done, Orangutan still sharp as ever. And while RRQ tried to make that flank work, I just love the fact that Orangutan realized, okay guys, we can actually advance here. We don't need to retreat back to the long angle. Instead, we can keep safe and keep that high ground in check.
Well, let's see if they can keep safe in this time. For the moment, Orangutan, fast push towards that B site. Once again, the back hall is being occupied by Napki, the side who simply stands no chance as Capricious runs her over.
Oh, run over indeed, and it is this highway robbery right now from Orangutan. We see the speed yet again, and we're going 99 miles per hour here. Ayumi, though, trying to, at the very least, find opportunity. Good flip towards Chloe, not enough to get that takedown, though. And Japips will instead get the kill herself. Firepower advantage here for the side of Orangutan. The angle is also as aggressive. They're just choking the life out of RRQ. And from this point on, with Alaka all alone, he has to be fearful of the spray, but pray to your gods here, RRQ, because Orangutan gets the flawless.
Yeah, not a single person dropped here by Orangutan. And this is the side, really, where Orangutan do typically perform best. They love to be on the attacking side where they can set the pace. We saw that come in as well during their match versus RRQ, although RRQ had the benefit of closing out in the second half on the attacking side the first time they fought each other on Pearl in this tournament, in this split specifically. But now that Orangutan have an opportunity to play that second half attack, this is what they really wanted their position to be in.
Yeah, the form of Orangutan really suiting the offensive, and Ayumi caught out immediately in the crosshairs of Chloe. Orangutan, they just don't flinch whatsoever. Blink and you'll miss it, they're already in front of you.
You have to be very ready for those type of pushes here. RRQ getting caught on out, trying to go for the jab, didn't expect the hook. Orangutan using that manpower, using that bulldozer strength of theirs once more to overwhelm the defense here for RRQ on those type of pushes.
Yeah, that's a crucial word right now. Overwhelmed despite the rifles at hands of RRQ. Orangutan looking for another opportunity to re-engage. They still have vied for mid though. RRQ in the meantime, they just want to cut off any push towards that B side. Flash gets thrown. Orangutan though crawling towards that A site instead. I do believe we have one playing towards dugout here for the side of RRQ. Navsky now flushed out bit by bit. Utility to open up opportunity here for Orangutan. And Bess, there's so much on her shoulders right now. Capricious though caught by Bess. And this is RRQ equalizing for now. Zinni though prepared for this one. Japips is there too. And here we go again with the advance. But RRQ set up a net and catch out Orangutan there.
Look at how reliable Nabsky is in that situation. That's exactly what you would want for your Sentinel. Still, the Orangutan, good damage done. 1v2. It's going to be difficult. Spike out of her hands. They know where she's coming from. In the crossfire, the pull as well popped, rather the pulse popped at the right time for Alika to swing around. And RRQ shut them down on their anti-bonus.
Yeah, nicely done there by RRQ, but honestly, a mark of a true veteran team. Usually, you're just going to get overrun if you get cleared out angle after angle, but they realize where in the map there, Blackenblue, that they can station, and the moment they moved towards Secret, they were just ready to receive what Orangutan wanted to take from them.
And once more, yeah, just to be able to have that backup on those type of rounds where Orangutan want to overwhelm you, want to zerg you, want to simply just throw bodies and numbers more than you can really digest. For RQ to be playing that backup type of game style, that's really what benefits them many times on over.
RQ, the safety net is so important, and this time around, looking to build their own haven towards middle yet again. So much utility to just try and catch the cross between the KO and the Killjoy. And the Orangutan, they already sniff it out. They back on away, look to play towards club and see if anyone from RQ pushes towards B site instead.
You can see them tempting with that B-Link push, but it's really B long that they want to continue with. No Cosmic Divide for them yet, but that could change if Casper gets a kill or the Orb here, which I think they're going to try and prioritize for her to try and gain. Make some contact towards B-Link, but RQ, the defense, they're not too keen on rotating just yet, but now they should as they gain A-main control.
You can see the conditioning though of RQ towards Orangutan. They use much more utility to clear out that B-main angle, as you mentioned. Like though, looking to get planted Alaka, she has the line of the fragment, but it's still gonna be Orangutan getting the 2 takedowns to get the advantage. High ground here for Alaka though, trying to find the angle of opportunity. HP left, a single bullet, can't get the takedown. Suppress though comes KO and Jet confirmed to be nearby. And truly here for RRQ, they need power here from the tunnel side. Casper though prepared yet again at back halls. They're waiting for the double up. As soon as they siege, they will be taken on down. Orangutan at the ready, and they will take this one.
And you said it, Daks, they've been conditioned into having to be cautious, but sometimes you can never really say overly cautious, but that just stalls time away from the rotation here for RRQ and how long it took for them to go on that rotate. And when it came to it, Orangutan have been able to place and plant themselves in really great positions for that retake defense and allow them so much more just in-depth control of the situation that RRQ weren't able to grasp away.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they still have utility to make those positions happen. Yes, they will play it safer towards B main. Yes, they'll invest just a little bit more to angles that are already been cleared out by RRQ. But still, they have enough in reserve and the power positions themselves to go to make the site take work. So Orangutan, a chance right now to rally back because they have the gun advantage.
Well, they're pushing the flank here. Maybe they can bypass that, or rather the alarm bot if they catch it on out. They should alert the presence here of that flank towards the Orangutan attacking side. Mere classics here for the most part on their eco. Once again, Orangutan looking to make this closer.
Oh, she's there though. Awkward scenario. Iceberg looks at her killer in the eye and says, oh, I've been caught with a shorty. 5v4 though, and RRQ, it's difficult now to move towards Link with the arsenal that they have. The flank coming in from Ayumi, we have Casper nearby, and Chloe on Overwatch 2. Simple angles here for the side of Orangutan. Easy pickings too, in a flawless manner to keep the scoreline close.
Well, it's a single round between them, so it's as close as it ever would be, barring a tied game. They have so many ultimates to throw out against this RRQ squad and tie it up right here, right now. But the big thing to look at is Ayumi pulling out the operator. How do they use it? Do they have her fall on back and maybe just anchor down the site, wait for Orangutan to come, as we typically see from RRQ? Or do they press her up forward? It seems like they're going with the former.
And something you mentioned a while ago in a previous series, bringing out that operator, especially for your Jets. Look to get value early on as much as possible. Already trying to transfer towards the drop area, but no flash. There you have it. Orangutan, they clear it out. They now know RRQ has intention to play the long angle here.
That was a perfect flash there, anticipating that type of angle to be played. And Orangutan, great read so far on this RRQ defense.
Yeah, back halls though being held. Ayumi, a second chance perhaps if they cross here to the left side of the pillar. But now the Cosmic Divide and the Nightfall will shut that down. Aggression from Alaka, they wanted to intercept, but Orangutan threw enough early on to actually get the takedowns with the advance. Push comes to shove, and advantage yet again for Orangutan. Besto on the opposite end, caught out by Casper even, and the crossfire setup, 1 for 2. It's all Orangutan to you. Navsky the only one left. She gets 2 for her troubles, but Orangutan, it's always a double up, and it's always gonna be see them winning out those fights.
I mean, a double kill at the end, but practically as clean as it could come here for Orangutan in that round. Completely just dismantling that hold there towards B long with the operator by Ayumi, and then the rest of the push just swarming here. That defense once more, and the hard hit of Orangutan is one of the hardest we've seen, barring maybe a team like Team SMG here so far in this tournament. And RRQ just, they might have the tools to answer it, but they can't find the formula.
Yeah, formula and the speed, the velocity right now of Orangutan is just on a whole different wavelength. But Ayumi deciding to go Mach 9, and this is gonna be Tips going down. The blades are out, and perhaps the winds have changed here for RRQ. It's a difficult scenario though. They're only on a equal state here.
That stops Orangutan, rather RRQ, from taking that rifle that they dropped on the Peeps. Maybe the flank here from Bess and Co could be big, but will they even find that timing going their way? Chloe shuts down Bess. It's Nabsky to maybe catch him on out. If they don't clear, ooh, trigger discipline. Could have maybe found and fished for a second. Only gets the one.
Finds the frag, sure. Matter of timing right now, but Orangutan, they expected the flank to happen. Instead, though, leads to a 3v3, and the one they're gonna have to challenge yet again will be Ayumi. Staying into dugout, still has a chance to reposition with the updraft if ever. Nova Pulse gonna get popped though there by Casper, looking to just clear it out as much as possible. Flat is gonna be a timing. The Hunter Fury and the Blades now do converge. Elements align here for the side of RRQ, setting up a proper station. Casper though over onto the corner. Capricious looking to challenge the Blades as well. The Dart though bouncing from the link area. Dugout yet again the position here for RRQ. A game of push and pull. The tides looking to turn in favor of RRQ yet again. Alika with the takedown. It's Casper into the corner, getting hit through the wall even. Time running out. Desperate scenario here for Casper right now. The shock dart's gonna get lobbed. Timing everything. Casper though isolating Alika, but that might all she gets. It's Ayumi with a 3K and a 30 here for RRQ.
Well, RRQ played that so well there in the end in the 3v2. They knew they didn't have the advantage, even if they had the player count. Yes, the weapons just wasn't enough to really take a 1v1 fight multiple times on and over, and so they play it super disciplined, making sure they jiggle, keep that attacking side of Orangutan guessing, and keep them uncomfortable in these awkward scenarios where they practically have them pincered from multiple positions and they don't commit to a fight. And that's what RRQ have to continue to do here. Have a hunter and then a killer.
It's such a good 1-2 setup. If you get the 1-2 punch from Orangutan, there's always a spotter and the sniper here from the side of RRQ. Just the elements really, and I'd say the ideologies of these two teams so intricate right now. Orangutan though, they're looking to secure some orbs, find opportunities on the sides of the maps first and foremost.
Operator out once more here, Daks, for Ayumi. They've posted her here towards A, but seems like the B side is what Orangutan want to hit, with a lot of their utility focused towards denying mid pushes and splits towards that mid. I think they're going to have to be playing the retake here towards B instead, and that's never a good situation to be in when you have the up. Luckily, though, if they do plan for long here, Orangutan, maybe then RRQ have a good chance of dismantling that post-plant hold with the up.
Well, the first start, though, to this round truly is Alika with null command. Pulses do prime themselves to try and get the suppressed value on. Caustic Divide also looking to challenge Orangutan to cross through the noise anyway. Ayumi now silencing Precious. Ayumi with a second over the op. It seems like for RRQ, they have gotten it back into form, into position, in time, and they're catching out the rest of Orangutan to boot. Chloe, though, trying to find the angle beyond the veil of the lockdown, but Iceberg is able to catch her out, and it's 2 rounds now to cap. RRQ still continue with the lead.
And that Cosmic Divide there being placed down by Bess on the defense just made things a lot more difficult to be tradable immediately by Orangutan. Yes, it cuts down that range of engagement that the operator would like to favor in the long sightlines, but it doesn't matter when your operator is poised towards CT and from CT anyways and not holding us back hall. It'll give them much more time to also be able to isolate fights, and that's exactly what we saw there. Yumi eventually goes down, but she found 2 off of it, and that was more than enough for RRQ to win in the defense.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, right? The opportunity there for Orangutan was to go for that B site because RRQ was just so postured towards A. It still was enough time between that null command and that Cosmic Divide. There was that threat from RRQ trying to goad Orangutan to actually get in there. And just because of that small bit of hesitation that we saw, the small bit of repositioning caused by those ultimates, it forced Orangutan to bite the bullet, get in there when RRQ was more prepared.
Well, 9-11. Orangutan winning map 1, Ascent, the same way we saw them win Ascent on their opening upper bracket match. And RRQ potentially could return the favor and win the map. They also were able to beat Orangutan the last time around, on the last time we played a series against each other with this same map veto. Ayumi sticking on that up. They have her towards his B site once more. And I want to see how Orangutan play with that mid control, which we've seen RRQ typically favor to stack their utility for dissuading that.
Yeah, RRQ has challenged the push from mid again and again. And it has affected how Orangutan have taken these rounds. You can see more that they want to play towards that main. An early Cosmic Divide actually cutting the map in half. And they're expecting RRQ to play close. They throw out the flash.
Oh.
Here by Yumi, and this is a shot, unfortunately, but you can use Cosmic Divide now for cover, and an interesting call here from Orangutan, how they play out the
And the Cosmic Divide dissipates right on time as well. That just helped out Ayumi so much tenfold. She went for the flick too. Did not connect, but that's a warning shot.
RRQ finding opportunity in the play of Orangutan instead. Spike now being planted. Zinni survives even. Probably an inch from her own demise. As time now leads to the post plant yet again. RRQ trying to come in from the link area. Best of the pulling down. Jump caught out in the middle. Next on the list gonna be Casper too. Backhall's the only position here for Orangutan left. They need to find the takedowns as fast, and Capricious is able to deliver with a 3K. Over onto the corner though, try to get a bit more of time to isolate these duels, but Navsky will catch her in the act and get the takedown mid dash. It's now map point here for RRQ.
She got the miraculous line up there in the end, but it is over. Entirely through on that retake. RRQ with the advantage and just well composed in those situations. You see there, Aluka, when typically maybe if an anxious player would be in that situation, they just push up into B Hall willy-nilly, but no, they plant themselves here within that CT, her and Bess, to just try and hold down things there and make sure that they can punish the retreat coming in from the plant of Orangutan, and then they go for that backhaul control together as a unit. And barring that, once again, miraculous lineup, it would have been even much more cleaner for RRQ.
Yeah, Orangutan, they tried to be a bit creative in how they started the round, but it ended up working out in favor of Ayumi more so. Capricious though, dash on in. Triple kill a while ago, making her a bit more even aggressive right now. The flash is coming away, courtesy of Alaka, but Capricious still with the takedown. Perfect opportunity now as they move towards the B site here.
Yeah, good dodge. She anticipated that flash and saw it coming from a mile away. Allowed her to use it to her own advantage. Orangutan, with a team like them, I don't expect they're going to give this one up too easily. They're going to give us at least a few more rounds here to play, potentially try and extend this.
Oh, the fight is there, and they saw Bess over onto her knees, basically. Zinni now throwing that flash. There we have a dash in again from Ayumi, trying to make the space here for the side of RRQ. Op still in hand. Orangutan playing by the link and the long areas respectively. You also have Japips ready to help out later on. Besto already going for the defuse. There we have a bit of that intel garnered here from the side of Orangutan. Capricious to be able to get that takedown, and this spike smoke in the way. It's Orangutan with the angles and the kills. 4K here from Capricious. She willed her team to that big site, and she will be rewarded with the round with her squad.
Very perceptive here for Orangutan to go for that plant towards the B-Link instead, knowing that was really the biggest point of control they had. They didn't really have site control in the fullest extent. They didn't really have that B-Halls to their sake, nor B-Long, and so they stick to their guns and played really well on out. And the haunt there, perfect coming from Japeeps. Basic right in front of him, but hey, simplicity, it works out in that case.
Yeah, we mentioned a while ago, they were all by link. They were just playing with the utility right now to stall for time. And despite the smoke right, Orangutan had all the angles in the world, but this time, Ayumi, eyes on you. Japips, the first to fall. Retreat right now from RRQ. We see this so often. The reposition for the re-engage. Ayumi trying desperately to find the second takedown with RRQ right now. They just want to scare off Orangutan from going to this B side here, Blackenblue.
Has to be careful not to be too ambitious in this case. She has a good angle to land another shot, and that she does need some bit of a help from Iceberg, and that she also connects with an Aluka with a flawless at the end of it. RRQ extend this to map 3.
We go to a third map. We see RRQ Kaguya fight yet again. And there is just so much to say about the resiliency of RRQ Kaguya. The way that they adjusted themselves all throughout that map. Realized the right speed and the right tools for the job versus Orangutan. Big moments from Orangutan X though. Big moments to actually push towards that side. But in the end, it was RRQ Kaguya who kept cool, calm, and knew when to actually fight. We'll throw it down to the panel to break down what happened there on Pearl.
We back in business, baby. Ladies and gents, have we got a series on our hands, and it could not be between two better teams. RRQ fighting tooth and nail to stay in this competition. OGT trying their darndest to close this one out before they run out of steam. Raph, what do you think of that map too?
Well, I feel like it did expose a bit of a weakness in OGT's attack, and
Your mic, Raph. I
I'm
swear,
scared
this
you
has got to
again.
be a meme by
Okay.
this point.
Okay, I just gotta apologize. My binds are not the same. So, again, let's just get that out of the way. My mistake, guys. Sometimes I do miss my marks, and that's with the simple presses of a keyboard, apparently. But to return to my point, is that the simple breakdown of this, I feel like OGT lacks nuance on their attack. Not power, just the nuance of it. And that's why they're so overtuned to defense. They really want to weather that storm, so they have that cushion going into that second half. Now, I know that sounds crazy, especially when we have Capricious going absolutely demonic with a scoreline like that, or rather a KDA like that. I mean, we did see her nearly bail out the rest of the team, but I feel like as a unit, they still have ways to go on that offensive side.
Yeah, Capricious, man, just absolutely, what do we call that? Demon player in some parts of our server. But pretty much, I mean, my eyes aren't fooling me, right? Like, literally every single map, whether her team win or lose, she's almost always bagging that MVP. But Ayumi as well for RQ Kaguya. We just can't talk enough about this girl also. And just the just sheer display of skilled jets on this map too just makes my heart feel so full, Raph. I can't even tell you, but just the numbers on your screen as well. OGT actually coming up slightly ahead in terms of first kills. Both teams, however, playing that post plant so well. 7-9 for RQ, 6-7 for Orangutan.
I completely agree with you, but I will stand with my point in that I just feel like OGT ran out of rounds to adjust, and RRQ, knowing how well versed they are with multiple angles of attack, was just a little too much. We're going to be seeing quite a bit of that as we throw it to our highlights. Now, I also kind of want to go back to my point. I know the casters did say it is a bit of a bold claim, but if you really cannot put RRQ to sleep in the first two matches of your series, then you are asking for a lot of trouble.
Phew, yeah, I think OGT are starting to feel that heat right about now. Just what an absolutely long day that these girls have had. And there's Ayumi showing off just exactly why she deserves that MVP for map number 2. Iceberg as well, some absolutely crispy shots. I mean, so many girls from both of these teams just came online this map, right? Like Bess as well, we were saying, like they've got to start playing like more as a team and not just as those individual players. But boy, were those individual players so nice to watch. I mean, Casper as well, a couple of clutch situations here and there, and then Japeeps 1v3 clutch on that pistol to set that tone for that second half. I mean, this was a bonkers map too, and I just absolutely love every second of that. Of course, MVP is gonna go over to Ayumi on that jet. Just, whew. I'm just so hyped. I can't believe
I can tell.
that we are lucky enough. Like, we've got another map of this. Come on.
Oh dear. That is true. And Ayumi has posed so many problems on OGT. And with the way the things have been going, again, now it seems that stamina issue that you brought up earlier on in the day is starting to creep up on the side of OGT, whereas RRQ, they are cooking. They are looking to be mean as all hell. And my goodness, what else do we have to say about this? It has been super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ not just cooking, they making a full meal. They making dinner for all of us right here at 6:30. It's about time for us to go eat, and we're eating pretty tonight, guys. We about to find out which of these two teams will join Team SMG in tomorrow's grand final. But before we do that, grab some popcorn because these girls are gonna put on a show.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Well, guys, I hope you went and grabbed a snack because we're in for a doozy of a last map to close out day 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023 Open number 1. Map 3, it's gonna be Lotus. It's gonna be good, and I can't wait for us to hop into game. Raph, what are we thinking? Are we seeing like that little pendulum swinging back into RQ's favor? How do we feel?
I will agree with the pendulum swinging in the favor of RQ because Lotus at the moment, infamous for being a super attacker-sided map. But, oh, actually, no, another thing is that this is a map that OGT recently lost against this very team. So once again, if we really look at the history, it really does not favor Orangutan as of the moment. But we've had a bit of a break since we've seen these two stack up on Lotus. Now the question is, was that enough for OGT to innovate and find some sort of way to destroy the guard of RQ Kaguya? But again, it is a testament of how resilient OGT is. They have been playing all day for like what, the last few days now. So with that in mind, RQ Kaguya want to maximize their impact with a potentially wounded Orangutan.
Yeah, I mean, this is their 4th straight day of playing those series, and today already it's just a back-to-back best of 3. But I'm super hyped that we're going to finally see Lotus, because earlier today, you know, Series 1, Series 2 kind of went 2-0, even though like the deciders on map 3 were Lotus. So I've been feeling a bit like I want to see Lotus again today, right? So since it's been a while, you know, Raph, what are your predictions for maybe some of the agents or some of the compositions that we'll see?
Honestly, anything as long as OGT avoid that Yoru. I feel like that was a heavily underutilized pick on their part. Again, Yoru not necessarily a bad agent. It's just I feel like it's one of the more difficult ones to find the most impacted because it does require quite a bit of repetition to do it. Again, not a very conventional duelist where you want to take everything standing up and duel from the, I guess, the front of everything. Just have a straight up fight. Or rather, again, with that agent pick, you have to utilize deception and just pulling the wool over the eyes of your opposition, and OGT just did not have that.
Yeah, and just talking about just the types of strategies and stuff, right? Because both these teams, at the end of day 4 right now, at this point, they've got to be all out of strats, right? But we are going to find out in this absolutely crucial map number 3. Daks and Blue, all ears on you.
Yeah, thank you to you too, Ray Richu. Wow, the poetry in motion. But I have to say something here, my friend. Repetition in the rematch. This is going to be a 3rd map in this series yet again. We've seen in this tournament for the 3rd time. We will get Lotus in 1 more bout, and this is the final map of the lower bracket finals. My name is Daks with Blackenblue, and I think Raph mentioned it while we were getting ready for the game in the Agent Select. No more Yoru this time. We're actually going to get a Jet here from Capricious, and we've seen her form absolutely potent from that last map. Will that adjustment be enough for Orangutan to beat RRQ?
I think so. I really like this change up here now coming from her. We saw just a lot of very, I guess, in and out plays that are enabled a bit more by that Jet at an instant. And so for them to swap on over to this could give them much more benefit. They pull out the Astra here as well, which last time we saw Zinni be playing on, you know, that when it comes to maps like Fracture, but this time around she's on that Breach with Casper being that smoker in this case. I'm just very curious to see how Orangutan continue to play now that they're the ones who have been throwing the map in their face.
Yeah, it was a bit creative a while back for Orangutan to play Yoru of all things on a map like this, but it's just really the stability right now of running that Jet, and especially how Capricious has been playing all throughout this day. Speaking of, though, leads the charge. Best now with the paranoia to try and stall for time. Wait for it, though, and Capricious actually gonna get the takedown in that standoff. Zinni also with a frag of her own. SCYTHE now taken here by Orangutan.
Yeah, by force as well. They take the man advantage as well. On the flank here comes on in every single player from RRQ. Not really playing it slow, so they've given their position away. They've given their control of the situation and their element of surprise.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Casper though, with her friendly ghost, finds 2 immediately, and Chloe's there to receive from the top even. Orangutan, the direct approach seems to be the best approach. Already you can see the shift of momentum with the speed.
Wow, what a moment there. Spectacular adventure that she's able to bring. But for the meantime, that element of surprise once more. It could have been what they needed for that flank opportunity, because you can see, unaware there on the attacking side, the Orangutan were of the flank up until it all just came barreling down. And we'll talk about this Yoru pick that we saw from the past again from Capricious and how it can be a liability on the defensive side. But I'm looking to see if maybe now that they have a Jet onto this, when they swap on over to the second half for Orangutan, if that will give them a bit more benefit than what we were seeing earlier on.
It feels like for Orangutan moving forward, it's a bit more textbook. And when you talk about our Kaguya, they have ways to stall in the raise and in the breach especially. You know that Omen Paranoia is always good for angles here on a map like this, but bested now by Casper. Orangutan with the clear gun advantage, yet again going for the same kind of execute. Waterfall also covered now with the aftershock, and it's Orangutan prepared for the post plant yet again.
See RQ really pulling out with this round. Capricious. It's another here for the Orangutan side. Look at how Nabsky has to fall all the way back, knowing how low HP she has. They're all just fishing for a kill at this point with the shorty. I don't think that's going to come too soon.
Orangutans, they're just so perfectly primed for the seed taking, and also notice that they always have the flank covered there with Chloe, but the rest of the team happy to play towards that side, happy to really clear out things like waterfall as possible, and dissuade RRQ from rushing in response. It's already some good control established here by Orangutan, and they'll make it 2-0 now.
Well, so far, Daks, in this series, the 2 maps we have seen played, Ascent and Lotus, were won by the teams who won that previous map against each other in the past, in the previous series in the upper bracket. And so now Lotus, we've seen RRQ win this map against Orangutan the last time around here in the tournament. They're looking to replicate that, but the question is, does the pattern continue, or do we finally break the bounds?
Mate, you always look at these cards right now like that. Just there's some extra meaning in the patterns. But the meaning I'm looking for here from RRQ Kaguya is how they're gonna stabilize as soon as Orangutan goes for that target. Do they just move for the post plant now that they have the guns? Do they anticipate the push? Seems like that was a call towards the dugout area, but at the same time, already B-side taken here by Orangutan. Nabsky watching the transit aftershock yet again to hold them off.
And isn't this replicant of what we saw a while ago, right? On both of the maps, they love to overrun the site. They love to just completely have so much pressure and so much this presence that they simply force RRQ to back on off. And RRQ, they're facing another difficult situation here with 2 of them going down.
Ah, that has to hurt for best. Casper catching out her in the cross. Capricious already playing towards Link. We saw RQ that contested that mount area earlier on. No dice instead. Now it's Snake Eyes as Casper has a lock onto them. 3 takedowns for the Astra, and it's 3-0 as Orangutan wins the bonus.
My goodness, just a complete tank in the way they play here. Orangutan always love to swarm that site and just give no real chance for breath to be taken towards RRQ. And they played that bonus perfectly. They knew they had the weapons disadvantage. They knew they had SMGs, and they have to play up that pace, so they simply just completely rush the site. Much to akin of what you'd see on a map like Haven, they opt for the close range site on B in between all of it.
And it's such a strong call to just go through the center. They avoided that mount action here. You can see RRQ, they have the tools to contest this small elevated area. But as soon as they see presence here from Orangutan, look at how they're rotating with Blackenblue. They move towards A main. They know they can get that space, especially with the Jet at the very advanced. Capricious priming dash already, looking to push. Ayumi though, hit by the flash and just knocked out by Capricious. Orangutan already on the site yet again.
Well, it's an eager round here for RRQ. Not too hopeful of this case just yet. It's been Orangutan, if anything, to have been a bit more potent on these type of eco rounds if they're ever put to it. But yeah, just to hold the grasp here once more from Orangutan. It's so firm.
One enemy
Wouldn't even
remaining.
be out of the question, if anything, for RRQ to call a timeout right after this.
So reminiscent to what Team SMG did against Sapphire. When you play a map like Lotus, man, and you're not prepared for these hard hits, it's just so overwhelming. That distance compared to something like Haven, it's a little less than you'd expect. The extra steps
planted.
Orangutan are able to take away from RRQ, really throws in for the loop the utility setup that they want to. And I noticed also the all-ins there from RRQ to play on the other side of the map. They just don't have enough in the tank left as soon as Orangutan already rotates so quickly.
Well, we were wondering, you know, if Orangutan, being the team that played the very previous series right before this, is they're going to have enough gas in the tank to fully outlast a full best of 3. And Raph brought this up a while ago on the panel throughout the day that RRQ, they never lose a series if it goes the distance, if it goes, you know, 3 maps. It's only ever 2-0. But we talked about patterns being broken in Orangutan. They want to change the shade of this one.
I mean, Orangutan wants revenge in RRQ Kaguya. Losing to the Swiss stage had to hurt. Losing in the upper semifinals was painful for them too because they got so close. But now this is their time to book themselves back up to the grand finals to prove that this roster, that this setup absolutely works. And as of now, the way that they're playing, it just feels so precise and sharp. RRQ Kaguya, good timeout called right now. They have the guns and they need to rethink how they're going to re-engage Orangutan if ever.
Let's not forget, it's a one-way ticket to that grand final. Either you're in or you're completely out of it. In RQ, they have yet to deliver in that same stead. Here comes an out to push once more. Orangutan taking quick control of the pillars. And even if they don't overrun the B site, they still have so much. But no, they still want to go for it. Capricious, no holds barred. Simply no care in the world. No caution thrown to the wind. Gets taken down before the one.
But RRQ now with the numbers and now with the angles. They're sticking around towards the side. Jafip still finding Alaka. And all of this does get scanned on out. Navsky will take an opportunity through the smoke anyway. Chloe, though, maybe caught in the crossfire. There we go with a bow and arrow and the nade too. Throwable, sure. But in the end, Ayumi will be able to shoot her down. And RRQ finally finding order amidst all the chaos.
To find that order, to find a bit more focus here in such a scrambled situation. That's what RRQ need to be able to mitigate and achieve once more. We saw this happen early on, a while ago on Pearl, where Orangutan are just simply pretty good at making sure that RRQ are sent into a scrambled phase, that they're not sure how to, you know, recuperate things. But the fact that RRQ finally find that and adjust into it this time, kind of just rattling themselves into these positions, that's what they need to continue to do.
And Rumble now contested. I do like the fact though when RRQ takes a timeout, you can see the difference. You can see it's at the reset. It's such a serious juncture for them to just make sure that they're not getting overrun by Orangutan. And speaking of, here we go again. Capricious now clearing out towards the doorway. Aftershock, one more instance. Case in point for Orangutan. Makes the space towards the side. Alaka though, over onto the corner. Silence deafening. And now Capricious gonna get hit by the backstab. Chloe though with the takedown. It's 4v4. And the rush down from RRQ to try and secure the retake. Jafip still peeking from the corner yet again. And it's a straight for trade right now. Chloe looking for the test though. And the lockdown's even there. Look at the Orangutan's position right now. They're playing away the double up though from RRQ to try and hunt down Jafip. She will fall. It's all left to Chloe now in a 1v2 from upper. The high ground. The best ground. Ayumi there on the other corner. Iceberg waiting for opportunity. Ayumi's the one challenging here. And as time ticks, it's Ayumi who'll get the takedown. RRQ running around everywhere on that B side to get this round going their way.
She bought herself some time there in the end, Chloe. But ultimately enough, it's RRQ who were able to overrun that position there, being held towards a pillar and gaining them the space that they needed to wait it out. They had some time to play with and they knew how to use those cards. RRQ doing a really good job here of once again mitigating the chaos that Orangutan love to ensue.
I like the business that Orangutan is trying to preach here right now. You have to go every single angle as much as possible to just catch out anyone from Orangutan. But the thing about Lotus, we mentioned a while ago too, short distance, RRQ clearing together and finding ways to find the angles before it gets too deadly.
Look at this, Dax. This is like the 4th round in a row they're choosing to go
Let's
B.
go! Let's go B! I love the chaos! I love this right now from Orangutan. It's like a jungle gym waiting to happen. School's out though, and Capricious ready to lead the charge yet again. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Alaka finds the timing again and again. Repetition is key, and Alaka will be the key to that victory. Hunter's Fury lobbed out here by RRQ. Casper now working together with Japips, but Ayumi already has the angle. It's claustrophobic here for Orangutan. Japips tried to open the door to destiny. Perhaps a new hope to stay alive here by the mound, but in the end it's RRQ hunting her down. round. Already RRQ sniffing out where Orangutan's going.
A flawless here coming from RRQ. And seems like maybe this time Orangutan are going to learn their lesson. Third time's a charm, they thought. You know, I get the reasoning there why they went for B. The 2 rounds that they did lose going towards that B site right prior, they still got the spike planted down. It came really close, so they thought, hey, it's not necessarily not working. Let's try it out again. But RQ, they've adjusted at this point. And once more, Aluka, same as we saw there during round 6 and then 7, she's the first one to, as you said, exploit those angles, go all the way, and rat herself into a position to catch off the attacking side here. And when you're the Breach and you have that capability, it's maybe not optimal, but a player like her, she can make it work out anyways.
It just got better and better every single round. Like, you could see the upgrade. Version 1, B-side hole. Version 2, version 3 acclimated with the Rolling Thunder. And those are the adjustments RRQ are able to take away with a single timeout. Orangutan, though, now they have to rethink their plans. You can feel the presence and the pressure that they apply. But RRQ, they've found the remedies for it, and Orangutan needs to think of something else if they're gonna go for the B site yet again, especially.
Yeah, maybe give them a different idea.
Yeah.
At this point, it's not even just telegraphing. It's more like outright
We're doing
directing.
this.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing. Just to let you know.
Well, the direct approach sometimes is the most effective, as some of our colleagues would like to say. But just doing it isn't gonna be good enough right now. Orangutan, though, I like already the change of pace. They're looking to now seek out what they can get towards these main angles, especially. Catch out any vision there from RRQ. But RRQ also holding back towards staircase instead.
And perhaps that's going to give them what they need right in this case. Give them a different look. Orangutan need to diversify their approach. That they finally learn. Leave that alarm bot in case any B pushes come from RRQ's defense. And they make the initial noise outside of A rubble here. But RQ just aren't sold on it. They return back in anticipating another B push.
Oh, Aluka knows something's up, and Caprice is now spotted. She's able to jiggle her way back to safety, though. And now with the fault line, should dissuade the first push of Orangutan. Capricious, though, no fear whatsoever. Try to, at the very least, use that can with value. Now the Nanoswarm in the way. Chloe, the takedown, the showstopper is the answer from you and me. If you feel there's presence, why not just lob a nade, lob the showstopper? But Chloe throwing it for a loop with a 3K of her own. Eventually, Orangutan able to bust through those defenses and make it happen towards that B side. Sydney finding Navsky too. It's all left to Icebergs in the 1v3 scenario. Upper angle yet again, but the angles here for Orangutan are just perfectly placed. A triple peek at the works. The crossfire is set, and as soon as Iceberg slowly creeps into it, she gets the one, but that's all she gets. Orangutan now with a handful.
That shouldn't have worked out for Orangutan in that case. RQ were ready. They're anticipating it. They threw out the fault line. They knew the fact that Capricious went that deep. And she was punished on that too as well there with the showstopper. But then just the willingness to push the envelope, to press the issue, and to extend the boundaries and draw the lines. That's where Orangutan have an edge. You see Chloe push up that far, and RQ didn't think there'd be someone there again with all that utility reigning.
Yeah, that's the thing. Chloe said no. No, we are not stopping this. No, we are not gonna let this go despite losing Capricious to the showstopper. That willingness, that eagerness, and the fight right now from Orangutan. You can feel the heart of these ladies absolutely blazing. And it's one of the biggest reasons right now
there.
they have willed themselves to this position in the top 3 here, Blackenblue. Already the fight is strong here from Orangutan. RQ, yet again, looking to find order amidst all this chaos that Orangutan has been preaching.
It's the no mix-up once more. No way they do the spin move 4 times in a row. No way they go for the same site, right? Keeping them almost guessing at nothing. And Orangutan playing with the expectations and real conditioning of RQ.
Oh, but now he's prepared on the bend this time. They expected the push from Capricious the same way. Alec is there too. And look at the doorway play here from RQ. But Orangutan punished it apparently. Despite the open in position. Leads to a 3v3. And Casper so close to picking that up. The lockdown is dead and fall here for the stall. And they really have it now. Contesting them out. There's the intel. RQ have to back away.
That was a lovely scan here coming out from RQ. Iceberg got every single player on that scan's information certainly gathered. They can be sure to hold this down, and Alika once more loving to try and dip into those fights. They gained the man advantage.
Yeah, didn't expect that for Orangutan. They caught a detain, I believe, and that could have been their advantage. Instead, now RRQ 1 up here on the ladies. 3v2 scenario. Scanning again. Gives the value, but Iceberg through the waterfall will cascade with the kills of the rest of RRQ. 4-5, close game yet again.
You can trust my boss.
RRQ respond, retaliate in return. Orangutan, great look though, still so far. Even after that round, you're looking at things here in Orangutan. Even when they go for those awkward scenarios, they're so ready to trade. And when we saw that door open, they still had 2 in return in response.
I was so surprised that Orangutan actually got better because of that whole play. That was the perfect opportunity for RRQ to make the pinch work, but Orangutan, just that instinct to still make the trades happen. In the end though, RRQ Kaguya, stability is the key. See it yet again, positioned right now here by the Rubble. Ayumi using that blast back to get up top. Capricious burning the dash early now because of it. And Orangutan looking to punish this committed position from RRQ instead.
He's still sticking here. No fear in the heart of Ayumi at all. And even with that, not flushed out by Orangutan, sends him rotating potentially. Or just at least waiting for a push here from that RRQ side. They have some sort of a mid-lurk here towards B, but you're not giving up just yet.
Now John gets the scan though, and RRQ at the very least still keeping Orangutan at bay, but Ayumi, she's still here. She's not gonna let this go. And can she get away with it? That's the question. Does Orangutan know that she's still stuck around by Rubble? The jiggle peaks. And now we have Ziddy trying to prep up the fault line. The punish is through, but Capricious will fall to the height of Iceberg. It's stall right now here from RRQ. Japan finally gonna get the takedown, but Iceberg's coming up big to get 2 of her own. 3v3 after everything is said and done though, and such a big contest towards main itself.
It does buy them time though, so even though she doesn't get a kill, great value because it allowed Iceberg to get those 2 in that. And that is certainly going to help them out in this bout. Here comes on out the lockdown. Puts Orangutan in a very delicate spot. Do they go for the plant right now? Or do they wait it out? They don't have much time at least to worry, to kind of waste here. So they do get the spike down plant early, but they have to retreat. They have to run. Otherwise, the detained connects on the 2.
Only Casper who gets away from the Rages itself. And now Alaka trying to clear things out. Hands up here for Orangutan. Casper looking to charge though. Ready with the gun, but Best is prepared even more so. RRQ will steal this fight away. Take their lives too. And the stall that you mentioned, paramount time on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, that's so desperate in those situations. You have what, like 16 seconds left, or maybe 20 actually, when they place that lockdown, cutting you to just extremely close margins. And you're proposed with a difficult scenario. Do you wait for that lockdown to expire and then just run on in with maybe 7 seconds to get the plant down? Certainly not. So now you're forced to plant and then immediately retreat. And they had to do it just a few seconds earlier, and maybe they could have gotten out of the radius.
Yeah, it was such a awkward scenario for Orangutan because you take a while to open that door, especially Casper had to effectively get out first and foremost just to stand a chance. Orangutan though on the lesser by RRQ, a fade away here from Iceberg even. Capricious goes down, Iceberg coming up again here towards the link area, 3-4 to Soba, and with Alaka there ready through the smoke even. It's just so much covering fire, suppressing fire from RRQ. They wipe out Orangutan in the blink of an eye.
Alright, good warm up there for Iceberg against the Eco, for sure, especially with the fadeaway. When you hit the fadeaway, of course the spin ain't too much of a problem. Of course the sidestep ain't that much of an issue, but not much could be done there in the situation by Orangutan.
It's beautiful to see there for RRQ Kaguya, that's for sure. They've had so much strength towards A main because of Iceberg and all of the antics from Alaka and Ayumi. Orangutan though, that was their lesser buy. Perhaps here we go again, Blackenblue. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Hunter's Fury, but they're playing it slow towards lobby yet again, trying to anticipate any Rubble push from RRQ's side.
Well, this time Orangutan, they have a bit more utility to try and go for this Rubble push. Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder on either side here for both of them to pop. The only question is which one comes first. Assuredly the attacking side. Orangutan looking to take that space.
Yeah, Orangutan. They decide to pop that Rolling Thunder towards the top side, give the high ground here to Capricious, and that is just the best heaven on this earth for her. Easy pick onto Best, caught mid-transit. turret now being stationed. Staircase gonna be the hold here for RRQ. Hunter's Fury going to Holy Thunder now. Gonna be the call here from the defense. Navsky gonna be able to get that takedown. Ayumi also on the push itself. And Ayumi, look at that lurk. Look at that off angle. Perfect opportunity here for the side of RRQ. Casper now left alone in a 1v4 scenario. But this 3 not gonna be any kind of degree of safety. Navsky's already on the defuse. And RRQ corner Orangutan in the end to get the advantage for the half.
And what was even better about that flanker from Ayumi is that even if she only found maybe 1 kill on Zinni, it would have made it so that Japeeps wouldn't be able to use the Hunter's Fury because of her mere presence there towards that bottom rubble for the post plant. But enough of me, more of the panel. Raph and Jenny, how you guys doing?
We're doing great, guys. Just happy to be here, happy to watch these games, and just the absolute tenacity that these girls are showing. So back and forth, both teams, they've got to be running on pretty much willpower by now. Raph, walk me through that first half.
Oh, I will say it with, I guess, full confidence, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I honestly felt like if RRQ, or rather OGT, do not get more than 6 rounds, they lose the game. Because we have seen RRQ just have that adjustment speed that OGT is really lacking, in my opinion. And we saw that too in their last match. They went 6-6 with that Yoru. They tried to go for a lot more maneuverability, but that didn't work out, even when they got that side swap. Now they have the Jet that's a little more, I would say, bold and a little more direct. It's still kind of not working out. Again, OGT, they're a very, very defensive team, and we've talked about how overtuned they are. But if there are 2 rounds that I would really like to highlight, it's round 8 and round 9. First, round 8 was RRQ's pivot point. This is where OGT had to win that raw 50-50, because no matter how good you are, an honest guessing game will keep you on your toes, and so they did. But round 9 onwards is where Iceberg and Navsky prove they're the ultimate duo to make the right call. And in my notes, if OGT doesn't get at least 7, then I am very, very fearful of what might happen. That cushion is just completely absent now.
I mean, we have seen that OGT is, as you mentioned time and again, right, that bit of a more defensive team, which works to RRQ's favor, right? Because RRQ don't necessarily need to go aggressive. They just need to kind of wait for OGT to make those mistakes, and that will be their way to win this game. But you guys heard it here from Ralph first, right? That OGT needed to get 6 to take map 3. They've only got 5 in the first half. Bit of a bold prediction, but we about to find out if that's gonna come true. Daks and Blue, that's your cue.
She's doing it again.
I'm gonna say it. Thank you to you too. Oh, we'll see you soon. I don't know. I'm not a poet like her, but the thing is, there were some high standards put by the panel and some certain pivot points that Raph especially mentioned. And I do agree. There was just that tide-turning position from RRQ. The fact that they were able to get that momentum and force Orangutan to play a different style there on the attacking side. It allowed them to get the advantage in that 4-round streak at the very end. This time, though, it's gonna be RRQ on the attacking side here, Blackenblue, and I do wonder how Orangutan will try to play the aggression. Already main looking to be contested.
See if this contest will work on out here, coming on through the end of it. The opening start, though, Iceberg, good catch off of that stun, and Japeep somehow finds a fishes a kill off of the shock dart.
Wow, out of nowhere, marksmanship even. Give her a gold medal for archery after that one. But then again, RQ's still expecting Orangutan to play in similar straights that we've seen from them, especially in the past few series. Play for that space, play aggressively, especially since it's the map that suits it. Casper through the door, gets Alaka. Navsky, though, making the trade work yet again. At least RQ mitigating these losses. They round the bend right now. They do get hit by the flash, though, of Zinni. Chloe, though, creeping on in. Navsky finds that takedown. And RQ, they're just finding these small little opportunities, small little angles to get these kills. 3 for Navsky. Japeep's in a 1v2 spot here.
Well, we've seen her in this spot during Pearl, and she was able to deliver! Connects a shot on the Navsky. The plant, it should go down here for Mayumi to give her a bit more breathing space. She has to be careful of this duel. We know Japeep's always so potent, always so reliable in these situations. Ayumi has the high ground, though, and that is a deadly point. Swings, connects, and RQ take the pistol.
Yeah, Japeep's may be a showwoman, but then again, Japeep's was the audience that paid for it, or rather the side of RQ. Draw the red curtain there at the very end. The pistol works out for the attacking side, and it was just Orangutan trying to make those kind of plays, trying to find those pickoffs, but there was always an answer from RRQ every single angle, especially there at the end for Ayumi. Enough was enough for RRQ to slowly but surely get that win.
Well, that's the important part. Slow, but secure. And assuredly, RRQ, on this attacking side of theirs, this is where we've seen them dominate in the past. We saw that on Pearl, that their biggest problem on the first half, when on the defensive, is just mitigating the pushes of Orangutan, but when they're the attack, they can choose the fights, they can slow the pace down to a more comfortable position, and have a bit more palatable experience of this half.
Yeah, all roads lead to where RRQ is stationed. That's what Orangutan is trying to exploit right now. But then again, if you're just holding back like this for the side of RRQ, some strong discipline to understand in the map like Lotus forward, over onto the corner. Chloe tries to get the takedown instead of Pips. Able to clean up Iceberg, but that's pretty much it in terms of the frags there. 4v2. Marshall may matter for the hands of Capricious, but beyond that, it's already RRQ with the plant down.
Right there.
Orangutan, maybe they can fish a kill here off of Capricious. Got a license with her, especially if she can land a shot in this case. Marshall rings on out. They know both of them are here now. That Zinni lets herself be known. But RRQ, for the meantime, all they have, well, we have a bit of time to talk about. It's never necessarily, you know, closing out games that have been a problem. A lot of times we just see when a big deficit is proposed, that's when they struggle. But when they have a lead like this, they're typically able to close out pretty successfully.
The adjustments, especially mid-rounds and mid-game, one of the strongest suits here for RRQ. Them being at a good advantage right now, 4 rounds to gap, it gives them even more so a buffer moving forward. On the other side though, I look at the Orangutan, and this has to be the round that they get value of it. The rifles are out. We've seen what happens when you give a rifle a Vandal here, especially to the hands of Capricious. She's just so potent to give that bit of boost here from Orangutan, and I think just momentum necessary for the defense to get away with a round here. Well,
you talked about RRQ, you know, throughout those opening maps a while ago, being more well-rounded. Yes, okay. Maybe they're a bit more generalist, have many different diverse looks when it comes to the game. And Orangutan, they're specialists. They're specialists of that hard-hit style. And the question is, what is more effective in this case, and what can be played to a better extent?
Seems like the 2 words to talk about when you look at Orangutan is space-taking, perhaps action-making. You could say that as well. Capricious, though, unable to confirm that kill, unfortunately, towards Napsky. And RRQ moving over to that seaside. The plant already going. Chloe, though, up top here by the hallway. Finds the angle towards Ayumi. No one there actually for the trade, so opportunity right now for Orangutan to try and play towards the site itself. But you can see her here for RRQ. They move over to the mount instead. Perhaps from Alaka, as you mentioned, Rolling Thunder can be crucial. Canceling the first defuse. Chloe, though, with another takedown. It's Orangutan now cleaning up nicely. But Alaka finds the 2 for herself. A chance still critically for Alaka. But Zinni's gonna be there to get that takedown onto 1. 3 for Alaka. Classic is all she has left in the bank. And eventually, Orangutan will be able to deposit a round in their scoreline.
Good attempt there by RRQ, but Orangutan able to find, especially here, Chloe, able to find the position to not be tagged up by that, and just allow them to be ready for the inevitable push coming in from that main. It certainly was a great attempt. Could have been a bit cleaner, but still, I don't think it's too much lost. Yes, they burned the Rolling Thunder, but she's already halfway through it after the end of that round.
It was a triple plus her death, and immediately RRQ, they have the tools to work with. But you mentioned it, Orangutan, it was costly, but they needed it in terms of that momentum, in terms of having at least still some rifles in hand. Besto, teleport immediately towards Rubble. Does Orangutan know this is coming? No, they don't. Eventually, though, Japip spots it at the corner of her eye. Neither side can get the confirmation. Orangutan will disengage instead.
Oh, that was a opportunity given away here. The best could not connect or line things up.
Cover going out.
But look at the buy from Orangutan. A Bulldog, 2 Spectres. Not the most formidable options to fight with.
They still want to fight, that's for sure. Our power is so essential, especially at how RRQ are taking these sites bit by bit. Now then, towards the link, the flash comes, Capricious caught out, and Iceberg!
Okay.
That got a little dicey, but she got the takedown anyway. RQ keeping calm, cool, collected, moving towards that B side. That's 2 already for the troubles. Best even finding Zinni, and yet again, a strong push here from RQ.
Spike planted.
Well, Chloe, oh my goodness, what a response! A double for her. Suddenly made this round a lot more winnable. If he wins this fight, that's gonna be big, but it doesn't. Iceberg and Best shut them down. And RRQ, they're starting to run away with this game, Daks.
Yeah, this is the Alter Ego Celeste form that came from last year. This is the pedigree in action, and the way that they're catching out Orangutan by mere split seconds really proves how precise their executes have been so far. Opportunities trying to be made. There's still always that clutch potential from Orangutan, don't get me wrong. You can see moments being willed by players like Chloe, especially in this map. But if RRQ is just this well-oiled right now, it's gonna be a problem in terms of consistency.
RRQ, they're the ones so far who has found the base level of where that consistency can lie on. Looking pretty good so far on this attacking side. And as I said, you know, it's RRQ who have the benefit of closing out on that second half on this attacking side. The favorite side by far here on Lotus. And it's also the better side of RRQ in general. Orangutan, they're going to have to try and maybe cut into the economy. That's their only real chance in this round moving forward.
And the glimmer of hope here must be Chloe. She has the stinger in hand on the site itself. Made multi-kills happen before. It's a detriment of the opposition, but RQ, different plan here. They go through the doorway, wall slide towards the tree area, but Japips avoids the stun, and a shocker towards Iceberg. Stellar shot with the Sheriff to get that takedown. Paranoia now gonna be the play, looking to flush out whoever is here for Orangutan, but Japips with another one! Magic being made here with the Sheriff so far. Can RRQ actually push though? That's the question. Chloe will get one for her troubles, and now the numbers pile up in favor of Orangutan. What was that magic that we saw there from Japips? It's 3v1 now. Nabsky all alone. Spike there, away towards the doorway. The Owl Drone gets the intel. Capricious running out in the open, and Japips gets the third even. The thrifty from Orangutan keep them alive. And what was that from Japips overall?
My goodness. Orangutan keeping the ball rolling here. Not giving it up when they needed to the most. And as I was talking about a while ago in the first half, it's typically Orangutan that you see be a bit more potent, a bit more deadly, and really that you have to fear when it comes to these thrifty rounds. They're one of the best teams in this circuit to do so.
Oh, man. Look, Japips has been stellar all throughout the tournament, and she's been one of the most entertaining players with the knives, but those Sheriff shots, they will ring through for today. If Orangutan make this comeback happen, that is the one moment to watch out for. The way that they're just so stable despite the pressure of RRQ. We talked about it in the prior maps, even the prior series, that Orangutan is the team to fear for in terms of those thrifty states, and they do it yet again versus RRQ Kaguya.
Well, those moments when the thrifties come on out is when Orangutan know even more so to play to their strengths, to try and isolate those moments and simply just keep RRQ on their toes. That's why they're able to deliver in those moments. They've got lockdowns and the Hunter's Fury on either side. But the Rolling Thunder is what separates them in terms of coming into this round, at least for now, because Alka is at the cusp of it.
And because of that last round for Orangutan, now they have a small advantage in terms of the economy. They have the arsenal to fight with, and if they beat RRQ yet again into this round here, RRQ is going to be forced to go for the eco. So the swing, the pendulum, looking to strike perhaps in favor of Orangutan until Capricious gets caught out there by Best. The fault line going out there by Zinni, too late to help on out. Ayumi sent with the clear, and this is just looking pretty crystal here for RRQ. Set them up, knocking down, move on over towards the doorway. The transit towards C to be a little too hasty already.
Well, it's a 5v2. So even with Orangutan's heroics, I'm not too sure about this one. Chloe left on her lonesome in the 1v5. And RQ once more gaining a firm hold on the round. That's 11-7. And Orangutan once more in a difficult spot.
The roar of Orangutan, heard in the round prior, silenced immediately by RQ Kaguya. And it just was Ayumi knocking them down like dominoes again and again. Just the peaks, the clears. Incredible enough from RRQ. And this is the form that we always expect from a roster like this, from a star-studded lineup. The baseline still there. And now the results almost in reach. All the ultimates online here for RRQ. Orangutan, though, will fight back with an operator.
Off out for Capricious. This has to be their stopping point. This has to be the hurdle for RRQ to get stuck on. And Orangutan, they give up their card early here. They now know that the operator is available. Capricious, you can see she wants to go for it, cannot connect the shot.
Just stay away from it. The Essential Stopper now gonna get primed. Doesn't get connection. Casper instead finds control with Gravity Well. And Ayumi gonna get caught in the vortex of that. Rolling Thunder now the call. Here we have it from Orangutan, and Capricious buying himself enough space to catch out Alaka. Avoids the paranoia too. Numbers now dwindling in the favor of the side of RRQ. It's Orangutan making it 4v2 instead. Cindy now and the rest of the crew from the waterfall even. Capricious trying to scope on in. Best goes down to the hand of Chloe. And Chloe not just once but twice gonna be nice enough to get close there. Orangutan win out that defense.
11-8. Orangutan still do not concede. And just the positioning here that they're able to use to their strengths when the flood comes on in for RRQ. Well, if you're Orangutan and knowing that's your type of game style as well, to overwhelm the defense, then you damn well should know how to play against it, and that they did.
Just whenever RRQ tries to put this game out of reach, Orangutan has the answer. The scoreline is getting perilous, sure, but you can feel round for round. The heart is still there here from Orangutan, and that's the beauty of this game right now. Unstoppable force versus an immovable object, but there's no moving here, Navsky, as Capricious has you in her sights. Stellar play though from Orangutan to begin with. RRQ holding back towards the lobby instead.
Good pick here to be found by Orangutan, and that they did. They have so much ultimates to throw coming into this round. The seaside hit wants to come in once more, but that turret's gonna alarm them to it. The angle still found by Best, and that's the opening they needed.
11 HP even despite the nano swarm, and you mentioned it, crucial critical juncture now to play towards that seaside, especially Hunter's Fury though with the call from afar, and Tinja Pips actually find her target, gets a tag I believe, and gets the sap onto Ayumi. Critical damage done. Here we go yet again. Casper finding a bit of the Achilles heel too. 4v2 now. That's a test towards hallway. The aggression there from Alcan Iceberg tried to save the day, but the blades are out. Here comes Capricious, ready to just make you a porcupine. It spikes out, and it'll be shots fired here by Japips. Orangutan defuse and defend again.
Wow, Orangutan continuing this. This could go the distance, Daks. And now RRQ in a difficult state economically. We could be seeing Orangutan tying this game up very soon.
I think I have to ask you this question. How is Orangutan doing it at Blackenblue? They just make miracles happen again and again. And it's that proactivity that I always see from them that allows them these opportunities.
Well, you're seeing here RRQ wanting to press the issue, right? Wanting to push that pace. And it's typically Orangutan we've seen be that type of team. And RRQ be the one on the flip end to try and get the catch, to try and get the punish. But this time, they're reading the opposition, knowing that that's to come. They play back there towards that CT, and you see it. They had the fault line prepped for that push.
Orangutan manipulating the map in manners that they want to. RRQ now on the thrifty state themselves. This is confidence about from Orangutan as they move towards rubble with the operator in hand. Yes, we do, and Navsky will be punished for it. Good start here for Orangutan. Retreat right now. Respect against respect, and I like this from Orangutan. They know they don't need to overheat against the lesser buys of RRQ here.
Yeah, definitely not. You do not want to give up that op. Especially in this case, as you said, on this anti-eco rather. Capricious doesn't connect the follow-up shot, but it's a warning. One RRQ, are they willing to still take? They go for it now as the smoke does come on up. Allows them to maybe buy a bit more space and potentially go towards that link.
Slowly mobilizing, and through the link perhaps to play in closer quarters. When you're playing Sheriff, it's not too shabby to play for that B site instead. Then again, caught between two halves of the Orangutan sandwich. You got upper held by the Vips especially. Watch out for that one. Fault line now to play. This
30 seconds left.
Push here of RRQ. This is the perfect way to line things up. Spikes down already as Iceberg falls. Next on the list gonna be Alaka. Ayumi eventually making it a 1-for-2 trade, but the rest of Orangutan will catch out RRQ and follow suit. 11-10. Orangutan a round away from tying it up.
Orangutan here looking pretty good. Stellar so far. Operator is still in the hands of Capricious. The timeout called by RRQ, rightfully so. And with the pace here really being changed up by Orangutan, it's keeping RRQ just guessing on what their next move should be. And typically we talked about, RRQ being good in those mid-round decision-making. We just haven't been able to see that replicated here coming into it, but we've also seen RRQ come back from these timeouts of theirs with much more understanding and knowledge of what to do.
You want to talk about decision-making? The start of round decision-making of Orangutan has been sublime in the past few rounds. The early plays, the pressure being applied, and just goading RRQ to peek at them. Those opportunities are ones they actually make here on the defense. And it's the reason why we're this close, but you mentioned it. Timeouts have been essential to the success of RRQ, and this might be the most important timeout of all this open.
This is crucial for either side. Let's not forget, third map in the series. Loser of this goes home. Winner goes on over to the grand final. So much to play for here tomorrow. But RRQ, they have to focus on their task up ahead here today, as Orangutan have cut their lead to what seemed to be a pretty comfy cushion. Now it's in between them in a single round. Lockdown available on either side.
Yeah, RRQ, if they want to get out of this, they're holding out for a bit of the heroics yet again, perhaps. We've seen the plays from Alaka. Ayumi also one to watch out for in these clutch situations. On the other side though, Orangutan still has Capricious around, looking so comfy on that jet. Chloe has been incredible all throughout the series. So many ladies here showing their worth truly in terms of their stock, and the star power so abound in the server alone.
Starry Night. Let's see how this painting goes. She can keep these colors towards their way. We've seen RRQ come back and retaliate in these moments. They take quick side control, and the retake's going to come in from Orangutan as they wait for the stall.
Yeah, they saw it coming though, and the Pips wanted to find that opportunity. Alaka though in the meantime trying to keep an eye out towards the drop. We get the lockdown into play, cause the divide though. Cut off the rest of the map here for Orangutan, but Alaka again and again still clutch and still crucial. That's on in now. It's time to get away from that lockdown. Hunter's Fury also lobbed here by RRQ. They're throwing everything they can just to secure this round basically. Casper though finds a Yumi top ground, high ground. The call here from the side of Orangutan, but RRQ is just better in this weather. 12-10. It's series point for RRQ.
Incredibly clean there for RRQ. And to retake the A site there with an op is always a difficult proposal. They didn't have that flank that we saw from, well, RRQ a while ago when they were on the defensive side, and they knew that Orangutan's attack had that Hunter's Fury up online. We didn't see that flank coming from Orangutan this time around, and it just allowed them to destroy that lockdown without much of a worry.
Yeah, and RQ, they weren't afraid of all about that costume divide. They knew they already got the intel that the Orangutan was playing towards the CT side. That confidence was effective, especially when we saw them peek from top, but this might be it unless Orangutan can bring in that miracle play yet again. Chloe waiting for the entry here of RRQ. Ayumi with a lob of the paint shells first and foremost. And RRQ, they're assessing what is behind this veil.
Look at the damage done to Chloe though already. And the op is nowhere near any of this. Not within the fight. Completely on the other side of the map. The C-site hit is about to come. They have some stars prepped. Potentially a gravity well, especially to try and delay, as we like to see Orangutan do quite often, to help that retake come back on in.
Pressure though mounting. And you know that you have your two best clutchers on one site here for Orangutan. Casper and Chloe. Can they get the job done? Now the swap pops at the right time. And Casper finds to take that on to Alaka. Chloe's there too. And here we go again for Orangutan. Stepping up and leading to the most. Chloe gets 2 for her troubles before she gets taken down. It's 3v2 and Zinni. Is she still there around? She's back into the action. There's a time though. Here by Waterfall. Japips! Japips is still alive and finds Napski even. Orangutan, despite some of those hiccups around the round. RRQ, they only have one member left here, Blackenblue, and Ayumi peeks, Capricious gets taken down, but Pips is there yet again, and Orangutan! How do they even do that in that situation?
They didn't even need her. A lot of times you rely on that fault line in that case to, stall them out, but my goodness, the anchors here, Chloe and Casper coming in absolutely huge when they needed to. And we go to the final round of regulation. You see how they played around that, how they played around the pressure, using that pillar to isolate the fights and really get multiple 1v1s the way that they needed to in that case.
Brother, I can't stop laughing real quick. Like, that's a statement made by Orangutan. That's a statement call that you have some of your most crucial players on the site that is gonna get hit, and you still win it out anyway, despite what happens around the map. Wow, I'm just impressed.
I was looking at it for a good 5 to 10 seconds before the execute even happened and thinking like, what's the reason for this? Am I missing something? Is she playing, like, there's no way she's playing anti-flash that far. There's no way she's trying to avoid the suppress because there's no KO even. What the hell is happening here? But then he doesn't even come to it. Orangutan, when the going gets tough, they seem to be able to fend off whatever demons there may be, whatever may be haunting them. Orangutan just finds some divine, miraculous ways to make it happen.
Yeah, by the grace that is Chloe, basically. She was able to stall, she was able to get the 2k and buy enough time for the rest of Orangutan to play towards Waterfall, but we are not done with regulation, but Ayumi is done now, as Capricious will take her out with the op. Hunter's Fury there, also cover. Effectively a crossfire made, and does RRQ know that that doorway still has the op in hand? Alok now breaking the drone. The reassess here from Kaguya, as they are fending off for now.
The door open. You have to smoke that off. Here. Of course, being an Omen, sometimes you'd be a bit more wary of doing that. You don't want to expend both your smokes early out and have to wait for the regen in case, an execute opportunity comes suddenly. And Iceberg gets taken down as well as she was on the drone. The aftershock connects. Orangutan looking to tie up the game and extend this in overtime.
They throw out the Rolling Thunder to try and transit, but it takes a while for that doorway to open, and eventually it might just be their demise instead. 2v5 scenario as Capricious has been catching out the crosses there of RRQ. He left the spike behind, even Capricious having to back on away towards Rumble because of the flashes, but Pips is there yet again. Activity all around the map has been the call of Orangutan, and they will keep going on. The battle cry of Orangutan brings us to overtime.
Overtime.
Orangutan with a never-ending pursuit here of RRQ, playing together as a team. And I only say this because it is appropriate and it is funny. Ape together strong.
Well, if this is going to be the rise of the planet of the orangutans, I will be all for it. But of course, if you know the tale of Princess Kaguya, you know it's an almost impossible task to face off against RRQ. You can feel the weight, though, of this series. Winner here will move on to face off against the immense powerhouse that is SMG. But neck and neck all the way till the end. Overtime to see who will be winning here between RRQ Kaguya as well as Orangutan. And straight up the duelists do meet, but Capricious has the better angle. Ayumi not looking at her back. That's Orangutan with the first kill. That's so important now, and even a second from Capricious.
This is looking disastrous for RRQ. What's very interesting is that they do that push quite often here towards the rubble, but it's Iceberg on the Sova helping her out, not Aluka on the breach, which you typically expect to come in with a fault line and help that case.
Hiccup there for RRQ, and Orangutan able to take advantage of it. Now Best over on the drop. Aluka going to be there on site, and these are going to be important tools here for RRQ to win, but Capricious is just unstoppable. There is no stifling this momentum. Checking out the drop area yet again. Cloudburst right now for cover. You can see for Orangutan, they know this round is their advantage. They're going to hold back for now. Make it a 4v2 instead. Scan comes online though. Navsky, they have to break it. Immediately, it's Orangutan playing on site instead here.
That confirms her presence. Has a paranoia here, Best. That's a good smoke here towards that tree to try and maybe give her a fight to isolate. Paranoia comes on out, connects all the way towards the deep, gets the one kill, needs a second, and she does! That's 3 kills already! TP simply behind her, nothing personal! 1v1, and Chloe takes her down! Napsky goes away, and Orangutan go up off the comeback! They're at match point!
Match point.
From regulation, and as of now, this is their moment. This is the reason why you put Capricious on that jet. This is a reason why you want to keep advancing here, but Yet again, it's just a game of balance right now. They realize that they had the advantage. They realize they could throw it all over to Chloe, and a timeout now called by Orangutan. Can they finish the job off in the first OT?
Orangutan, what a way to win this series. If they're able to do it here, it's RRQ right now. Pressure surmounting, increasing with every second, and every round Orangutan are able to string in a row. They try and do these things, but the idea is there. Execution just never comes up to it.
Yeah, you can see the execution seems to be the problem. The planning, the tactics here from RRQ Kaguya has been solid all throughout this run. It has been the biggest reason why they have made it this far into the tournament. The biggest reason why they beat Orangutan X last time around in the upper bracket semifinals. But this time, the willingness and perseverance of Orangutan, the sheer firepower and the speed of their execution has thrown RRQ Kaguya away from this carriage. Can they actually tie it up on the attacking side, or will Orangutan finish the job off?
And once more, you know, those kind of pushes by RRQ, they need to make sure that if they try and attempt a play, if they try and attempt and execute, that they have the proper tools to do it and position their players accordingly. They're trying to take this Rebel away, this time on the attacking side. Utility here by Orangutan placed towards halting the A take.
Orangutan,
There.
they stick Chloe towards that A site one more time. He's been critical in moments like this. Might do so yet again, but RRQ, slower pay. I want to make sure that there's no one actually going to be sticking around those close corners. But look at the Orangutan. They're advancing on the other sides. They're already narrowing down the choices here of RRQ, man.
They're waiting. With that link door closed, the Orangutan have much less to worry about in this case. Maybe if they were able to cross, but yeah, that turret's going to keep them safe. They just have a pretty good grasp of this right now. And now that they made some noise, here comes on in the defense to try and help and rotate those nanoswarms, keep them at bay and buy that extra time they need.
Yeah, angle made by those blast back. Actually finds a bit with Chloe's to the backside, but she'll only get one for that one. Casper, though, finding best, removing smokes from the equation. Sight shot taken here by the side of RRQ, but Orangutan prepared on the other side of it.
There.
3v3. Plant not placed just yet. Trying to be denied here off the aftershock. They have still some utility to try and deny this plant further. Off the flash and Capricious. A huge shot she finds. Trade out by Napsky though.
Tips the scales down in favor of Orangutan, perhaps. RRQ, watch your back, because Capricious is there, ready to stab you with it. Ayumi goes down, time ticking, and it's all up to Napsky, who will be caught by Ziddy instead. Orangutan have done it. Their journey from the lower bracket brings them now to the grand finals. Third time is the charm. They came in clutch, they came in crucial, and this is their moment.
And there it is, sealed in fate. No matter what happens here, Daks, we are going to have a new champion at the end of this. The former one, Sapphire, and the current RRT squad removed from this case, and we're moving on over to the grand finals with RRQ versus Team SMG. What a performance and what a comeback from this team. When the going really looked so dire for them, they were able to make it work on out.
Oh, what a freaking game, man. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
And we talked about it. This is the perfect time in the Game Changer Challenger for a new champion to be crowned. After that bit of a break, after all of those restructures and re-rosters, this is now a chance for SMG or Orangutan to make it work tomorrow. But we'll throw it down to the panel to break down everything that just went on. Congratulations to Orangutan. We'll see you guys though with Raph and Rigor 2.
How the tables have turned, and this time it's Orangutan showing that you can, in fact, rewrite history to come out on top. Third time's the charm. OGT absolute clutching when it counts to finally bag this win over RRQ to make it to tomorrow's grand final. I mean, what an absolutely crazy end to an absolutely crazy series, right, Raph? You want to talk us through the end of that map 3?
That game was so good. Oh my gosh, that game was so good. And I feel like I made a bold statement, and I really don't mind being wrong because there were major factors that I completely overlooked during, again, the thing that I said in the half, right? And man, the factors that I overlooked, and I will say this, Japips will always be that second win that they need, and of course Capricious, an absolute demon, staring the abyss and unblinking, unfazed. And to complete that whole comeback, Zinni the Flash God provides the divination for OGT to break the mold yet again. And I don't know, I feel like this is a game that's reduced me to just being a fan again. And this is why we watch Game Changers. This is why we love this game so damn much.
Yep, this is at 120% why we follow this league, why we try to create these stories for these players that for a lot of us, we've seen them play for the last 2 and 3 years, and I just could not be happier that my girl, Chloe, once again in map 3 of today's series. If my voice sounds like it's shaking, that's because it is. I'm just glad, the camp's not on me right now because I'm actually tearing up. But I am so happy that Chloe bagged this map 3 MVP once again, proving that Sentinels, proving that hard work can help you go that distance. I mean, what a series. Honestly, like for RRQ as well, I'm sure that the girls must be absolutely bummed out for missing out in tomorrow's final. Unfortunately, they will have to wait until June for another shot at the crown for Open 2. But I mean, they've got absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. These girls, they play their hearts out.
They did, but what did OGT put through that heart is a complete dagger, a knife, that one single thrifty to absolutely break the morale. It did look like RRQ was about to lead the dance of death, but they faced the music instead. And my goodness, what an effort on everybody's side. And I just cannot, once again, emphasize, all the players on the server just absolutely went crazy.
I mean, if there's a time to pop off, that time would be right about now. It's just crazy timing to be able to peak where it counts and just have that mental fortitude to pull out play after play, flick after flick from these girls. Just, we were trying to prepare for this last segment, right? And then in our DMs, we were just fangirling about how good the girls are, but MVP very deservedly going over to Chloe TTW. We've just so much about her today, just her growth from the last 2 years to right now, just getting that game sense, getting those rotations, being so smart in her play, but also improving on those mechanics. I mean, she's just so well-rounded as a player.
Oh my goodness, the anger, the anger, the fury of Orangutan, who's been so consistent throughout the day, and I don't think my adrenaline has left my body. And wow, again, what a series, just to really drive the point home that OGT is unbreakable. But the story is not over. There is still such a tough fight ahead of them, but this is where they can celebrate. They have just a few more hours or just a day ahead of them to just really let all those feelings out and just prepare.
Yeah, I was looking at the clock, just trying to do some quick math in my brain. The math is mathing. I think they've got about 15 or 16 hours to to go sleep, to kind of prepare strats for tomorrow, because Orangutan, compared to RRQ, right, because they started on the opposite sides of the bracket, they started on the same side as RRQ, which means that OGT have actually not played this year's iteration of SMG yet. They did not meet in the Swiss bracket either, so it's going to be a pretty spicy matchup. I'm not even sure how to predict what will go on tomorrow, but I mean, we got word from production that we will have a special treat for all of you viewers who have stuck around to the end for us. We will have a winner interview with one of the members of OGT, and I'm not sure if this counts as a leak, but I'm sure we can give a little bit of a hint. Flash God.
I mean, we have touted her to be one of the biggest reasons why that retake is so potent, and just the ability to blunt any fighting power is just, it's just there, it's present, it cannot be avoided apparently.
Wait, I think she's here. Zinni, say hi if you're here. Oh my god, Zinni, hello. Oh, we can't hear you, I think. I think you might be muted on Discord. Could you just check real quick? Could you unmute your audio on Discord? I think and on VMix also. I think the producer is asking to mute on both. I think then it will feed through. It's alright, we all gotta take a bit of a breather after that map 3. If it's not working, Zinni, I think you might have to refresh VMix. All right, we'll give her a couple of seconds to, you know, figure out tech stuff. Tech stuff is hard, man. I mean, they've had such a long day as well. We were just talking about the games, the maps for them. They had such a difficult journey. During the games, right, I was just like counting how many series, how many maps they've played. This was their 10th best of 3 series in 10 days.
That is a lot of series, and just once again, to completely forget how resilient this team is a mortal sin by me. After all, they did come back from 1-11 all the way back in the Swiss stage, right? And with everything that's been thrown at them, they have remained super composed. And man, if that is not the mark of a champion, or at the very least the warrior, they have been doing so well. But I think the Flash God herself is ready for the interview.
Hello, am I audible?
Hi! Can you hear us now?
Hello?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's
Hello.
so nice to have you. Firstly, congratulations for winning today's matches and making it through to tomorrow's grand final. Do you want to just introduce yourself first for all of us?
I'm Zini. I play Flex for Orangutan and also IGL for the team.
Ooh.
That's all.
I wanted to ask you, first of all, that the team came out of the gates so strong in map 1. There was a very fast pistol at B on Ascent. I wanted to ask if you think the momentum from beating Big Scythe in the afternoon, was that working to your advantage coming into this series with RRQ?
When we decided to just go rush B, I think it's because we've never called that one, and I think that like we are expecting them to know that we might just do whatever we did last time to them. So that's why we changed it all up, and also we just adjusted everything we can. So like we also would review them and study them, and we adjusted how we play against them. And I think that's what helps us really in taking the win against them.
Spoken like a true IGL. I love that you brought up that you're the IGL for the team. I wanted to ask how the communication usually works on Orangutan. Is it mostly if you give a call, everyone follows, or is it more of a team effort and multiple people make calls? How does it work?
As an IGL, I just only call like in the beginning of the round. Like it can always change according to the situation. So I always also rely to my teammates when like, oh, the situation changed, let's go here, or let's just do this instead. Because a lot of times I'm also like separated from them, or like I don't know what's happening on their side. That's why when someone calls, like the first thing that got called, we're gonna follow it no matter what. Like we just go together and live together. That's all.
I wanted to ask you about map number 2 this time around because you won map 1, you dropped map 2. Was the team nervous after losing that map 2? Like, did you guys think, oh, it's been such a long day, we're running out of energy, we needed to win quick? What was it like? What was the atmosphere on the team?
At first, it's like we're all so tired, but when we came into the map 3, we just like, guys, it's just compe. Don't think about this as anything. It's our last game of the day. We got nothing to lose. We just give out all we have right now, and not overthink and enjoy the game. Of course, like I specifically told them, let's enjoy this game, guys. It's the last game of the day. That's all I think.
All right.
And we just really feel ourselves.
I mean, it definitely showed. Before you go, Zinni, I have one last question I have to ask because you're playing SMG in tomorrow's grand final. It's a team that you have not faced yet in the 2023 Game Changers APAC series. How do you think it's going to go? Can you maybe give us a prediction for tomorrow?
I'm actually so excited because I don't know if you guys know, but I'm ex-teammates with Shirazi and Alexi, and I'm also close friends with Kamiyu, and like I still frequently talk to them. I'm really expecting a great finals tomorrow. Like I hope we win, and I believe in my team that we can win. So I think we're just gonna find out what's gonna happen tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a good game.
Thank you, Zinni, so much for the interview. That is just the best mentality to have. Of course, best of luck in tomorrow's grand final, and get some sleep because all of you have earned it. You deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I mean, there was just so much that we like to hear from Zinni, right? Just saying how the team has such a good mentality, how like they weren't nervous coming out of like that map 2 loss, and they were just like, you know, encouraging each other, wanting to have a good time. It's just so much that we can learn from Orangutan.
Absolutely a lot. And I love the mentality, just weathering through everything. And when you ask them about SMG, it's like, you know what, I believe in my team. We are gonna have a great finals regardless of what happens. And, you know, like, I am so excited. I am just so excited to see how this is gonna pan out. Because it truly has been one of those stories, right? We have the LB magical run with OGT and SMG's complete, utter destruction of the upper bracket. So, I don't know, man. I'm just really, really excited at this point.
I am so super hyped for tomorrow's games, and I mean, I'm sure, you know, tomorrow's panel, tomorrow's casters, they got their work cut out from them and trying to predict, trying to break this series down. But of course, guys, if you're joining us online and you're wondering, you know, I want to get in on some of that watch party live event action, guys. Well, if you're in Singapore, maybe Malaysia, you know, or just, well, you've got 15 hours. You can pretty much fly anywhere from Southeast Asia at this point, drive from Malaysia, but we're going to have a watch party here in Singapore for the VCT Game Changers APAC series grand final tomorrow. We'll be at the Aftershock HQ. I think the doors open at 1 p.m. Registration completely free. There's going to be food, there's going to be drinks, there's going to be giveaways. There's a secret lab chair with a physical riot gun buddy up for grabs too for people who come down at the watch party. So definitely, you know, if you're in town, if you're nearby, do check that out. But guys, thank you so much for joining us for day number 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 1. It's been a ball of a time from Raph and I here on the deck. And Blackenblue, we thank you for staying with us through all of today's games. Who will be our first Game Changers APAC Open champion? Which team will reign supreme? We'll find out tomorrow, 2 p.m. right here.
One enemy remaining. I got the spike. 30 yet.